I'll call the meeting to order. It's 3 o'clock. Betty, would you do roll call, please?
Mr. Harris,
Present.
Mr. Williams,
Here.
Mr. Jesse,
Present.
Mr. Coons is not here, Mr. Kimbrough.
Present. Mr. Kuntz will be here in about 30 minutes.
Right.
Thank you. We'd like to open with a prayer. Reggie, would you please?
Let us close our eyes. Oh, gracious God, our Father, once again, you have led us to this brick building on the side of the road. Father, we pray that the things to be said and be done, in no way it'll be a disrespect for you, but for every citizen that's here. Teaching us, Father, that the decisions we make are very clear in that we should love one another. Father, teach us once again that to love our brother like we love ourselves. At this time, Father, continue to be with us. Bless us in Jesus' name. We all do pray. Amen.
Amen. Matt, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. Would all citizens of our nation rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe everybody has gotten the packet, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. I'll second it, but I'd like to have a question too.
Do you,
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, but I second it.
motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Jesse. You have a question?
Yeah, I have a question on the bills, page 38 in our board package. Just to kind of refresh my memory, it's dealing with Bay Design. And looking at the total due, which is $676,125, and I know there was just a fund there out of it. How was that all set up? I guess we budgeted that amount. How's that amount set up? That's why I'm just curious on that when I had time to look at it. How was that set up, the bottom amount, that total?
That total due is everything. That's all of the bills.
Oh, okay, so I looked at it, I looked at the.
I was
okay,
going to
so
say, that
that's
sounds
everything.
awful high.
The total due to
My
Bay
mistake,
Design
then. I'm
is
sitting there looking at this, so, okay, that cleared me up on that. 'Cause
You got our
get down and
attention,
you're looking
Wayne.
at things, and I'm getting ready to say, I guess I had too much time on my hands.
Ben perked up real nice, too.
Okay, I'm clear.
So that's the total aggregate spend in that category.
600.
Yeah.
For everything, all the, okay, I'm good, okay.
Any other questions? Roll call, please, Betty?
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Jesse,
Yes?
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Yes. Thank you. I'll now open the meeting for public comment.
We have two public speakers registered. Up first is Hal Muller of Urbana.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this time. I apologize. About 4 months ago, I presented an issue to the board through Mr. Harris in regards to short-term rentals within our community area. We have individuals that are starting procedures on short-term rentals. We do have some that are already in the process of renting short-term rentals. And I came forward with the fact that we didn't want to interrupt anybody's property rights by having their activities restricted, but we wanted guardrails set up by the county for areas that weren't involved in a homeowners association that would ensure the rights of the people that were renting and also the residents of that community. That was 4 months ago. I've never brought a problem before this board that I didn't bring a solution to the problem. I brought our suggested solutions to the problem that were encapsulated in a letter that my wife and I presented to you all. I've been in discussions with both the board member and members of the planning staff, and very little action, if any, has been taken on it. We looked at the October number of rentals in the Middlesex area was about 96 that were up for rental on short-term rental in our area. And they ranged in rates from $99 a night to $1,299 a night. I tried to find some guidelines for a business license within Middlesex County ordinances. I really couldn't find anything that addressed Airbnbs. I found things on just bed and breakfasts with health requirements from the Board of Health, but nothing on the Airbnbs. So I wanted to look a little bit further. I presented a wide array of how other jurisdictions were handling this, but I wanted to see who was handling it from a local perspective. Now, I know we don't always go along with what the town of Urbana has, for whatever reasons, but the town of Urbana has outlined a very comprehensive and very thoughtful approach to Airbnbs within their area. It's spelled out. It's almost looks like a cut and paste to me on how Airbnbs could be addressed within the county on a broader context. You come to the homeowners in this county every year for tax increases. And you say, we have to do this because we need a raise for this one or that one. But when you sit there and you let thousands of dollars in rental slip through your fingers, where state taxes aren't being paid on it, county taxes, the other taxes that are relevant to short-term rentals, such as you have on the campground, all of those go by the boards. I know that you couldn't tell me where those 96 short-term rentals are in this county today. I find it sad that I, as a taxpayer, have to come up here and try and light a fire under people. I wouldn't have come to this board if it wasn't of importance to my community and myself. We bought, and we pay taxes, and we pay high taxes living on the water. And we would like to have, it's bad enough now on Friday nights we got to listen to Beth Page, but I know they're the big frog in the little pond, and you can't sit in your house on Friday and Saturday nights and not hear their music. But that's okay, I understand that. But I don't know what's coming with an Airbnb. There's no regulations that says they can't have 20 guests, 30 guests, maybe it's only 2 people renting it. And we have a 12 o'clock curfew on our loud noises. I go to bed at 11 o'clock. I'd like to get a night's sleep, So I called the sheriff's department. And they said, well, we can't do anything about it. The ordinance doesn't start till 12 o'clock at night. Do you really think that you're doing your jobs for the citizens of this county when you don't address these things? When we take our time to do the research, we take our time to come here, and quite candidly, I'm almost 79 years old. I got a hell of a lot better things to do with my time than come up here time after time. So if you would please put some attention to this, because it's going to be a real problem. We're going to have 3 more Airbnbs in our community in very short order. One is in the process of houses being renovated. It's not fair to them to spend $150,000, $200,000 on renovation and then turn around and say, well, you can't, your economic model is not going to fit because the laws have changed. They ought to know what they're getting into. And I, as a resident, ought to know what I'm going to have to deal with. I think each one of you would want the same things. You know for a fact that you don't have to worry about that problem, Lud, because your homeowners association has thought in a forward way of thinking that they wanted to eliminate that so it wouldn't be a problem in the community. You need to think about your zoning and your building requirements. These are commercial entities. Are they built to commercial specs? They're not. They're built to residential specs. Or are they one and the same? I don't know. But those are the issues that need to be flushed out. I'm sorry. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Hal.
Our next speaker is Carla S. Havens of Mid-Atlantic Resource Consulting from King and Queen County.
Good afternoon. I'm Carla Havens with Mid-Atlantic Resource Consulting, 1095 Cherry Row Lane, Plainview, Virginia, 23156. I am a Wetlands and Bay Act consultant that's been working in your county for actually over 30 years now. I've gone through a lot of your staff people, but my main reason for coming here this afternoon is to tell you what a great job your staff and your board does. I work 15 counties, basically between the Elizabeth River and the Potomac, the Eastern Shore and Chickahominy, and not all of them have staff or boards. Well, they all have staff, not all of them have boards, but I don't know if you are aware of what a great board and what great staff you have, and that's why I'm here this afternoon. In particular, Mark Longest, he's an asset that I really hope you hold on to. And whether it's a Bay Act issue or a wetlands or a dunes or a beach problem or a concern, he's very responsive. Your wetlands board members all tend to go to the sites. They visit the site, so they've got a feel for what the request is all about, and not all boards do that. And I appreciate that they take their time to go do that. In particular, Wesley Dolezal, I believe he was a past chairman. He's amazing. And your staff can run questions by him, and he's very responsive. He's an amazing individual. In a roundabout way, I wound up Googling his name because of a book club issue, and I'm not even going to go into it. But I learned so much about Mr. Dolezal and his firefighting background, and he's just an amazing gentleman. So that's it. I just wanted to let you know that I think your Wetlands Board's doing a great job.
Well, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to come and express that.
Good afternoon.
Any other parties wish to address the board? I'll close the public comment period. Moving right along, the treasurer is report only. It's in your packet on page 42. Any discussion? Commissioner of the Revenue, report only, page 48. Any questions or discussion there? Just a comment, observation, because perhaps it would be of interest to the audience. The number of businesses participating in the business tax program has grown from 680 in 2020 to 709 in 2021 to 714 this year, and these are year-to-date figures through July. So encouraging to see the number of businesses grown, particularly after we had quite a few closures during the COVID. Next, moving into agency and staff reports. VDOT report is report only, pages 49 through 50. Any comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to say, I noticed that they've been picking trash up, so I know they're getting ready to cut the grass. And they also did spray the, they call ragweed or Johnson grass. They sprayed it, and at first I said it didn't do anything, but once it rained and got to the roots, now you see it browning up. I thought I'd just mention that.
I know both from correspondence that I've gotten and from people who are incapacitated due to hay fever that the ragweed has been horrible this year. And maybe it's because it's been so dry, but I'm glad they're getting that under control. Next up.
Wait, I have a question for Mr. Walker, please. Just educate me again on where we stand with Mr. McKnight had gone down and looked at the repair needs at the complex, and I don't see that listed on the VDOT list, so could you bring me up to speed on, because I think you were going to have a follow-up conversation with him, so can you enlighten me, please?
I have not had that follow-up conversation with McKnight yet, but I wanted to reach out to either him or Johnny or Tammy to find out how all that went. I do believe they did meet out there about a month ago. And
That's correct, and I was present at that meeting as well as John was, and I think there may be a little confusion in that there was some discussions about potential additional parking may be added for the issues that we have down on the soccer field. And that's all well and good and fine, but that process hadn't continued on that discussion with the school. And I don't see how that holds up anything on the repair of the existing road of what we were talking about the shoulders.
yeah, the
and-
parallel parking I thought was going to be gravel. Is that correct? I can find out from Lee.
Well, there's not been a definitive direction
Okay,
on additional parking there.
okay.
My point being, that shouldn't slow up the repair of the complex road at this juncture. That's going to be a more lengthy process because we would have to, complex committee would have to come up with what they think is reasonable, and then that would need to go before the school system to see if they would be interested in something to that effect. But that should not affect the disrepair of the road as it currently stands.
I wouldn't think so either. I had a phone call from Lee McKnight today about an unrelated issue, and I'll bring it up in my return call to him tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other VDOT? Okay, Dr. Seitz, School Matters. Hi.
Mr. Chairman, can we just note for the record, Mr. Kuntz is here? Thank you.
3:14.
15 minutes early. 15 minutes early. Sorry, for the minutes.
Congratulations on getting here early, Mr. Coons. Thank you for having me for School Matters. We have two budget requests, pages 51 and 52. I'll go over them quickly and can certainly answer any questions. The first one is a second allocation from USDA, and that's related to any challenges that we have with the supply chain issues, which we have certainly experienced in school nutrition, and so they're continuing to supplement that fund. And then the second one is, this was a result at the very end when our current governor signed the 22-24 biennial budget, when there was money allocated for school construction, and each school division was allotted $1 million. And then any addition on top of that is based on, as we ended last year's ADM and then our LCI. And so a little bit extra you can see for that. Probably the best news about that is that there's not a time frame that it has to be spent in. So if it's not spent by the end of fiscal year 23 or 24, it just needs to go in a local escrow account. And so reserved for school construction. There was a requirement the superintendents had to sign off on that we understood what it can and cannot be used for, and that we did that right away. And so the first payment, or I guess the whole payment comes at one time for that. So that's some exciting news, especially as we consider looking at a high school potential renovation that I know it's just a drop in the bucket, but it is some, understanding on the state level that they need to be able to support our schools for that. So those are the two requests.
In regard to the second request, so I can assume that from the school standpoint that that's money that's available and we're holding that for a capital expenditure project, and right now that happens to be gleaming towards renovation of the high school. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Do we have other school projects in the CIP that are more urgent? I'm just curious whether,
We will be updating that we pulled a couple of things out that we were able to use ESSER funds for.
That's correct.
So I don't know that we have anything, of course, I'm looking to Karen, I don't know that we have anything that is of an urgent need. Most recently, we've also used ESSER funds to replace the boiler at St. Clair Walker. So with those funds, we've replaced both the chiller and the boiler. We've been able to turn some money back to the county for HVAC units. We've used ESSER funds for paving. So those were all things that were in the current CIP that we were able to pull out. I think the next big project in there is looking at the renovation for the high school.
Great.
We want that chest to be as big as possible when you come before us again, right?
I'm working on that.
I know you are, thank you.
So this particular money can be used for purchase of land.
I'd have to look into that. I don't know that I don't think it was for purchase of land, but I can go back and look at what those requirements were.
Depending on the goal of what you want to do.
School construction.
Construction and capital projects.
Any other questions? Motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve FY 2023-11 and -12.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, that's kind of a nice segue into something else that Mr. Walker and I.
I have my red light on too, but I'll let you go
Perfect.
on.
You can take it if you want.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, while we've got everybody present, Dr. Seitz and I have been trying to get together with the school board members and the board members on establishing a good date and time for a work session. What makes this particularly challenging is the architect's availability and the project workload they have. So a couple of days have kind of risen to possibilities. The latest, and I believe Tammy Lynn got an email out to the board yesterday regarding this, that we've suggested. And it's just common sense. It's probably easier to get both boards together on a day that you meet anyway. So the next day that has come up from the schools, where all of them are going to be present, is the October 10th meeting of the school board, and the possibility of us coming in earlier, say around 5 o'clock that afternoon, meet with the school board and the architect. I realize it's Columbus Day, but, I'll take one for the team and come in on our day off, because I know how busy y'all are, and getting all of the school board members together has been challenging as well. So if we could perhaps give Dr. Seitz a little bit of feedback on availability maybe for October 10th at 5 o'clock, I think that would be
I had marked my calendar for the 11th. Is that not the correct date?
I think it's the 10th, isn't it?
It's the 10th, correct.
That's my fault, Don.
Not a problem, not a problem.
Yeah.
And we would meet in here, or,
It would be probably easier for us to meet at St. Clair Walker where school
Okay.
board meeting is, and that way we could back right up to the 6:30 start if it,
very good, okay.
So be at St. Clair Walker?
yes.
Will there be a calendar invite forthcoming?
There could be, once we get a consensus. And this is one of those where I think it's very important for all of the board members to be present, and of course, all the school board members too.
Yes.
Kind of an important topic.
And when that comes, I would just note that there are some constituents that refer to it as Indigenous People Day now, too.
Okay.
I don't know if it's relevant, Mr. Chair, but I'm not able to attend that date.
Sorry?
I will not be available that date. I don't know that my presence is critical, but I simply wanted to let you know it's a
Okay.
scheduled day off. I will not be there.
So do we have a target time?
5 o'clock?
That with slow-talking people like me might not be enough time before your 6:30 meeting. But that's okay, we'll try to make it
I'm
work.
available all day, so.
And then is the 21st date still available, but maybe a later time? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know they only had limited availability. The architects, that is.
I would have to go back to them
Yeah, they
about
probably
that.
filled it up by now.
Yeah. Because I think that was a date that a couple of board members here were not available.
Yeah, it
Right.
wasn't going to be possible for a couple of on our side.
And we tried, Mr. Walker suggested the next Board of Supervisors meeting at a different time, but I'm actually at a superintendent's conference and not available that day. So we went with the school board meeting, forgetting that because we're open that day, school's open that day and in session, and we do have a board meeting that evening.
The 10th it is.
The 10th it is, perfect. I will confirm that. The architects are holding that date, so I will confirm that, and we'll make sure a calendar invite goes to everyone.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions?
Just one, and it may actually help the board with the time constraints, because Don's not the only slow talker on our side, I am too. Would it be possible to get whatever materials architect is forwarded to the committee and to the school board out to all of our guys too?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
very good.
I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, get it
Yeah,
to
we'll
them
get
ahead
that
of
out so
time,
you can
so-
review that ahead of time. And recognizing that what they provided us is a master plan. It's not anything that's set in stone. It's not a matter of you're choosing options 1, 2, or 3. These are just simply options, and I think great starting points for us to discuss.
If we get those materials ahead of time, we may be able to go through them and focus some of our questions and maybe get to them, get the questions to them ahead of time. And that would, we could try to cram all that into an hour then, or hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, Karen did remind me, I did want to mention this, that since we've started the school year, our enrollment and our ADM is up higher than what we had projected for this year. So we're about 65 students more than we had enrolled this time last year. We based our budget on an ADM of 1,100, and we're at about 1,166 right now. And so we're hoping that that trend continues for us. I wanted to give you that update.
And that was about, I think I saw from the paper, about a 5% increase, is that correct? And would you like to venture out on a limb and give us an opinion of why that has increased?
Because Middlesex is a wonderful place to live.
That's a good answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You know,
that's my
your-
answer, and I'm sticking to it, yeah.
Your other staff could use some softballs like that one every now and then too, you know.
I got one other question.
Yes, sir.
On the meeting that you're going to want to have on the 10th, and the architects and everything was here based on some type of rebuild of Middlesex High School. Did anybody do any renovation of 100% replaceable?
No. And that's certainly something that you can ask. I would say that 100, you mean a complete tear down and rebuild?
Not tear down, the site is small.
The site is very small.
The site is small. That's all I'm going to say about that.
It's quite expensive to build a school now, so I think that's the big answer.
Yes, and the engineer said that based on the square footage, it gets very interesting on the cost to renovate versus building new. And even building new was at a cheaper price than what it was, you know, per square foot than it would be to renovate. So it gets pretty interesting with the county growing and the things that we are doing in the county. It seems like it's going to continuously to grow. And so I'm just looking at it in another way. And as I see right now, which this is the wrong time, but as I see right now, if you put everything in a matchbox, you can't get nothing else out of that matchbox, and continuously growth is going to put you up in the air. And then you're going to start building up in the air, then we're going to start talking about safety. So I just look at it, and I did ask the engineer about square footage and cost, you know, so, you know, I'm for Middlesex schools, you know, so I just gonna let you know that.
Right.
You know, I'll let
I
you
think
know.
that they can probably, which would be spitballing, and I don't know if they spitball. I know that Karen does not like to spitball. They could probably let you know in areas that they are doing new builds, what that looks like, what that cost looks like, you know, for square footage of a high school that would be comparable to what a new build looked like. I think what we went with is that the part of the building is new as of about 20 years ago, and so that wasn't as much of a focus as the older portions of the building. So, but I think that they can give us a little bit of an idea of what potentially that cost could be.
That's why I asked about the land. So
Right.
that's-
You're welcome. All right, thank you all.
Great, thank you. Next is the social services update, pages 53 through 54 of your packet. Any comment or questions about that? We don't, Rebecca's not here today. Okay, moving right along. The MPPDC, Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission, Louis? Yeah, hey Louis.
Good afternoon.
I got tripped up reading the packet. I was looking for a Carlton Road boat ramp. I'd never heard of that before.
That is the name. It was in the file. I'm not exactly sure how that ended up that way. All right, my name's Louis Lawrence. I'm the Executive Director for the Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission, and we cover the 6 counties and 3 towns in the Middle Peninsula. And we work on the issues that you all choose not to work on, so we get all the tough ones. And you all assign those different problems to us to figure out how to solve them. So probably maybe 2 years ago, I was in front of you all with the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, and we were talking about the boat ramp challenges that Mr. Kuntz has spent hundreds of hours trying to manage, and you all tasked us with trying to figure out how do we make a bad situation better. Over that same time period, Matt has been watching, and I know Mr. Kuntz has, and Mr. Williams, and Mr. Jesse about the work that the Planning District Commission has been doing managing water as a threat to the tax base of the Middle Peninsula. So I'd like to start there, and we will end with the Mill Creek exercise. So I need to walk you all through so that you can get a holistic picture of what we are working on. This article ran in the Richmond Times-Dispatch this weekend. I don't know if any of you all have seen it or not. It's about a 3-page article, but Middlesex County was highlighted in the article. And as we have been warning for about the last decade, all of our coastal tax base is under significant duress due to recurrent flooding, storm surge, hurricanes increasing with greater and greater frequency. And that is literally and figuratively eroding your tax base. And we thought it was interesting when the Times-Dispatch did this article that they began to draw parallels between what we have been warning about, which is you all are going to have stressors placed on the ability to generate tax revenue. And that's a major concern for all local governments on the waterfront is how do you continue to keep essential governmental services funded when your primary waterfront property is under a different type of duress. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing over the last couple of years to help citizens manage that threat. So we'll start over on page 4. The commission directed us, they gave me a directive probably about 7 years ago. They said, Louis, don't let your people drown on your watch. Go build programs and solutions that can provide financial services and new companies that can bring solutions to homeowners on the waterfront. And so we built the first in the nation, what we've called the Fight the Flood program. It's a place for homeowners to go to, one, learn about flooding. They can also access loan and grant funds that we have available through the commission. We're capitalized right now at over $3 million. We have got some Middlesex residents right now that we're working with that are looking at borrowing over $250,000 to protect their shoreline against significant coastal erosion and flooding. So the problem is real and it is significant. The cost of money is always a concern. And so when we operate revolving loan funds, we're able to keep the interest rates lower and make it more affordable for homeowners to get access to capital. The Fight the Flood program, since its inception, has already run over $18 million into the Middle Peninsula, dealing with flood mitigation solutions and bringing companies into that space. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few seconds. We've attracted, and you'll see, some of you all have color copies, some have black and white. The copier decided in the middle of printing it switched. We've attracted about 24 companies into the Middle Peninsula over the last 5 years, companies that have significant experience in managing water. That was one of the most significant concerns that we heard from homeowners over and over and over. I don't know who to call, and then when I call them, they don't call me back. So we need to improve the amount of options that homeowners have to be able to ask about complicated questions and what kind of solutions are out there. That's what the Fight the Flood program is all about. It is working extremely well. We've got a diversified set of new innovative companies. I encourage you all to go take a look at the companies that we have. Many of these would be solutions that you all never even contemplated before, but we've got folks that need them. Moving over to page 5, the little, well, they're orange dots on mine, they're probably gray dots on your map. Those are all citizens that have stumbled into the Fight the Flood program without us publicly advertising it through the press. My main concern, until we were able to capitalize the program at an appropriate level, was if you started advertising that grant and loan money is available, everybody is going to come because the demand is so great in the region. So what you're seeing with all of those dots are folks that found the Fight the Flood program by Googling it. And I use this as an example when I'm talking with our state agency partners about exactly how bad the problem is in coastal Virginia, whether or not it's the Middle Peninsula, Northern Neck, or Eastern Shore. This threat is real. It's impacting septic systems, homes, shorelines, docks, anything that touches water is under significant duress. Okay, so how do we approach managing water differently? So we're going to talk a little bit about dredging, which is beginning to move us more into the space of closing with the boat ramp here. When the Corps of Engineers defunded dredging, shallow water dredging projects, probably about 8 or 9 years ago, we started warning our local governments and the General Assembly that we needed different funding streams, that when the Coast Guard boat bumps bottom, out come the channel markers. And if the channel markers aren't maintained, the boats aren't going to come. If the boats don't come, your marinas begin to suffer, and the entire problem of generating revenue begins to cascade in and around and under its own weight. So we were successful in getting the General Assembly to create the Virginia Waterways Maintenance Fund. This has been in statute now for 4 or 5 years. It started at $1.5 million each General Assembly session. We've been able to get it up a little bit higher. This year, we were able to raise it to $2.5 million per year. What we have learned over the last 4 or 5 years is every creek on the Middle Peninsula basically needs dredging. And we're not even talking about maintenance dredging. We're just talking about doing the first set of dredging. Dredging projects on average run $1.5 to $2 million. So the cost of dredging is not commensurate with what the General Assembly is providing. You can do one project a year. Well, when you've got 20 or 30 creeks in your jurisdiction, that's a major problem. For every foot of water depth that's lost, you lose 14% real estate value. So you can begin to quickly extrapolate how much tax revenue your jurisdiction begins to lose if you can't get your boats to your dock. So it really is a complicating problem.
Louis, could you give that last statistic one more time?
Sure. For every depth of water you lose or gain, your real estate values change on average by 14%. We had the Gloucester County Assessment Office do that analysis. They have the most sophisticated analytical real estate system probably in Virginia. They use depth grids in part of their calculations, and so we asked them to look at the relationship between real estate values and depth grid of the water in front, so I could begin to understand what is the relationship between if you have no water or you've got more water, what does that do to property values? And so that's where we were able to generate that 14% figure. And so we've just used that as kind of a walking around number to help people understand the relationship between the depth of the water and the value of the asset that you all have in your jurisdiction. Okay, so as we began to study all of these dredging projects, what we learned was that about 40% of the $1.5 to $2 million is profit. That's a significant amount of money that the private sector begins to walk away from these dredging projects. Well, if at $1.5 to $2 million at 40%, that's a lot of resources. Many jurisdictions around coastal U.S. right now are doing what we had proposed and will be doing, which is purchasing a municipally owned dredge. Governments don't make a profit. So if we have a municipal dredge boat with public government workers and their job around the clock is to dredge the creeks, then you're saving massive amounts of taxpayer money because you're able to do the projects significantly cheaper at a higher efficiency level. Last General Assembly session, we were able to obtain $5 million from the General Assembly to actually purchase a municipal dredge and to stand up a dredging operation. So we will soon be back in front of you all. You will see at the bottom of page 5 the actual language out of the budget amendment. The shovel-ready shallow dredging project for the benefit of Gloucester, Matthews, Middlesex, Accomack, and Northampton County, and establishing of a Middle Peninsula municipal dredging program. So the region will be in a municipal dredging business fairly soon. We will be back talking with you all about a coalition of the willing to figure out exactly how do we stand this up, how do we determine which creeks will go first, second, and third. and how do we approach the ongoing financing of the projects. We've been in contact with the Port Authority about it. They very much like this idea of if you had two equal creeks going in for $1.5 million would be the average cost, and you had a private sector proposal at $1.5 million, and then you had a municipal at $200,000, which one do you think they're more likely to fund? The municipal project at $200,000, because what you are looking to pay for is the salary time of the workers on the boat, not the profit that goes into the project. So we have the full attention of the Port Authority and the General Assembly on this idea of municipal dredging right now. Okay, so moving over, talking a little bit more about flooding and how we are managing that. We just closed.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask Louis one question while he's on that? The way you lay that out, I just feel like our representation in Richmond must be completely on board with the moving away from the 40% profit and turning this into.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, so you're getting strong support from Senator McDougal and from our delegate Keith Hodges.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just wanted to note that.
It's under that heading of functional consolidation of governmental services. You know, the numbers speak for themselves.
And, I mean, this is, I can see people on the far right and the far left agreeing this is a no-brainer. And so what I'm sort of looking for, Louis, is if you go back in your presentation, and I'm not asking you to actually physically go back, you pointed to if you have 20 or 30 creeks at $1.5 to $2 or whatever $1 million per creek, and they're designating now $2.5 million a year. That's great. They know we have a problem, but I would argue they don't understand the scale and the timing. And your statistic of 14% loss in property value for every foot of sea level rise is very interesting and easily compelling if you don't study it more carefully. I would really love to hear your take on whether we as a board of supervisors representing Middlesex County need to have more conversations with our state representatives and senators to really emphasize that, in the grand scheme of the budget of this state, and given the economic situation of many of our rural counties, and given our exposure to the shoreline, I can't think of something that somebody wouldn't want their name on 25 years from now. So maybe not for here, but I'd like to hear your take on whether we should be doing more with our state representatives.
What I can say is because of the previous work that we did in the dredging space to create the Virginia Waterways Maintenance Fund, that caught the attention of both sides of the aisle. And we were asked for the last session, what would be the total cost to dredge all creeks on the Middle Peninsula alone? So we gave that number to the budget, the House Appropriations and Senate Finance Committee, so they knew that number going in. That's part of the reason why we got $5 million out of it, because they recognize that the scale for what we are dealing with is massive, that the problems are so great. And so the way that they are approaching this right now, generally you will not see both sides of the aisle functionally stand up and expand governmental services. But the problem is so great that they recognize we've got to try different approaches. And so we are the tip of the spear in trying to figure out in Virginia, how do we municipally do this? Other coastal states are already doing it. Dare County in Carolina has just purchased their first dredge boat. Virginia Beach has got a dredge boat. The one that we are looking at purchasing is probably owned by about 12 different municipal governments in the U.S. right now. So the handwriting is on the wall that if we don't take inaction costs us more than action does. So we have their full attention. If we get this to the finish line and it works as we believe it will, there's probably greater likelihood that we will be going back and looking for more than one dredge boat because the need is so great.
Yep. And then I would just ask the data that you were able to get with Gloucester's help that yielded that 14% number. Would you share that with the administration so that we could review that as well a little more carefully? Or maybe you already have. I'd like to get that in front of my eyes if I can and digest it, because I think it's it's misleading, but in this case, it's misleading in the direction that I'd like people to be misled if I were misleading anyone.
Yeah, I think we've got that.
I'd like to really just see what, what 1 foot looks like and what that sort of, how that translates to 14%. Obviously, anything that's coastal has higher value, so there's a skew there. But also, we don't have sea level rise happening.
It's not the sea level rise that was causing it. It's the sedimentation is what I'm talking about.
And it's a combination of a number of things, and that's the point I'm making.
Right.
But I think if we have that kind of firepower next door and they're willing to share their technical howitzer, and we've got the data, I'd love to see that and share that with some of my advisors and just sort of see if there's things that we can suss out of that help those on the right and those on the left a level above us, and maybe even up to Mr. Whitman's level, and just sort of say, hey, here is a county willing and able to do whatever we need to preserve our way of life. We don't have to look far to our neighbors and friends in Tangier to know what the federal government will and will not do once something gets to a certain point.
Right.
And we're not there, and many of us probably won't live to see that. But we do love this place, and we do want it to stay the way it is. Our comprehensive plan may only look out 10 years, but our insurance actuary tables certainly look out further. And so I would just ask that you get that information to us, and maybe even you and I sit down and look at your files to see what other gems you have, because this should be top of everybody's agenda.
Yes, sir. Be glad to share it with
Thanks.
you. So staying with that theme of protecting our rural community, moving over to page 6, we went back to the state. We were able to get about a $6 million Go Virginia grant, which is the economic development arm for the Commonwealth. And we were able to say to them, we've got such unusual water management challenges in rural coastal Virginia that we need to be approaching the solutions very differently, because we do want to preserve what is very special to us. And so we were able to release a $1.5 million Rural Water Management Innovation Challenge. And so we gave away up to 6 prizes in the first round for $250,000 for companies from all over the world that could come in and offer innovative solutions to known water management problems. Problems in the septic space, problems with dredge material disposal, problems with housing construction. The list went on and on and on. So I'm going to highlight 3 of those companies. Many of the companies that are in the Fight the Flood program were also these award winners. So when you begin to create that environment of where they can see revenue flowing, that's where they're going to anchor. And when they anchor, that's when you begin to get the CapEx investment. We've got some of these Fight the Flood companies that have already invested over $1 million down in Gloucester to anchor down there. So the model that we are putting into play is currently working, and is working effectively well. So the 3 companies that we wanted to start talking about: Natrix, which is a 3D concrete printed company that manufactures living shoreline solutions. If you were to go out and build a living shoreline now with traditional granite, the average cost that VIMS uses for proposals that we use for our proposals is $650 a linear foot. So imagine a homeowner walking across their waterfront, every pace they take, $650. Before long, you're getting into the thousands and 10,000s and the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That is a significant cost barrier for folks to manage against erosion and flooding challenges. The 3D concrete printer company can produce the same composition as the granite 40% cheaper using 3D concrete printed technology. They can also take the dredge spoil, which I know you all have struggled with what to do with and how do you get somebody to take it. They can use that in their advanced manufacturing process to manufacture the living shoreline structures. So now you're taking the material that's coming out from the dredging projects and you're putting it to use in the manufacturing space to go in and protect your tax base. So we're trying to create these loops in all the business operations that happen along the waterfront. So everything that is touched ends up creating a job or creating revenue and protecting the tax base at the exact same time. Biogenic Solutions is another one of the companies. We were able, through our legislative arm of changing state law last session, expand the definition of living shorelines. So it allowed for a product that's called dredge socks to enter the space. That's a geotextile product, and it allows for dredge material to go into that geotextile product that you can then plant Spartina in to incorporate that dredge material into a living shoreline on the waterfront, exactly where that dredging project is happening. So again, reducing the storage costs, reducing the transportation costs, and repurposing that material immediately back into the waterfront to protect the tax base. Last one is Triangle Environmental. This is the one that I'm probably the most proud of. This was the problem that everyone said you can't solve it. And for those of you all that have worked with me for a long time, you don't tell our office what we can and can't do, because we will prove you wrong every single time that we do that. This company has a technology that does not require a drain field. That is the single most complicated problem that all of our coastal communities right now are facing, is that the land is turning to goo. And if the land is too wet, the sewage can't discharge correctly. Well, the company has taken the need for a drain field completely out of the equation. We had the health department in on this company, and when we were first starting to talk about it, they said, Louis, we don't see much happening out of this. And when they heard this company's solution, they were just floored. You know, we are really good at only knowing what we know. We're not really good at learning from other people. This was actually a technology that was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates. It's a third world technology for septic treatment, but we were able to modify it to first world applications. What the company never realized was that they could take a septic technology that utilizes the same technology as your refrigerator. So when the light comes on and you push the button and out comes your carbon filter that you could go to Lowe's and purchase, that's the same technology that they're using for septic. So when it's brought to market, you can effectively go to Lowe's and change out your cartridge for your septic system. It's in a box that's about the size of this podium, doesn't need to be outside, it's not subject to flooding anymore. You can locate it in your garage or somewhere else in your house. It reduces the amount of water that comes off of your well, taking pressure off the aquifer. It's got a tremendous amount of multiple benefits in these low-lying coastal communities. And the system cost is well below what the current technology has in the marketplace right now. So it's even a massive cost savings for folks. These are transformational businesses that we're talking about in this water management economy right now. Okay, so moving over down, stepping it over.
Louis, are you suggesting we're building our last sewer system?
Possibly. It will complement and change the way that we think about manufacturing and dealing with wastewater. It has that kind of potential to be able to do that.
Yeah, thanks.
On the local initiative side, as those orange dots or gray dots on your map began to say we need help, we began to put applications in on the behalf of your citizens to the DCR Flood Fund, and that has been a significant train wreck at the highest level. The previous governor's administration could not figure out how to get that money out into rural communities. We have citizens in all counties of the Middle Peninsula that have been waiting for over a year for these award notices to come out, and they still have not come out yet. So we just sit and wait. But what we were able to get out of the DCR Flood Fund were publicly owned projects. And so you all got two. First one's Broad Creek, Jackson Creek, and that was for dredging and sand management. And the county has requested that we rescope that and put 100% of that funding need into the Broad Creek problem. So we were waiting for that amendment to come back. And then the whole reason why you had me here, the Mill Creek boat ramp one. So what you all asked us to do with that was to try to find funding that would allow for a study to be conducted to figure out what options might be available to help mitigate and stop the sand that Mother Nature wants to move into that space, and then how can you reconfigure that space to allow the public to continue to use and recreate at that facility. So what we put into DCR is not what came out. There's been a considerable amount of monkey business happening with all of the budgets. And so you all are looking at not what we asked, but what the state gave. And so this is the deal that is here. And there are ways of making and reducing some of the cost share burden on your side of the equation, which is part of the two questions that I have for you all today. But we were able to secure to you almost $60,000 in funding to put out an RFP for ideas for how to do this. And then once you all select, or we select on your behalf, an idea that you all like, then we can go into a design build proposal where we can apply, have the design done, then apply for the JPA, and then go after funding to actually build it. So State's providing $26,400. Your cost share for the county is $32,451, brings it up to a total project cost of $58,851. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's going to cost to do the project. That's what we've got available to cover project costs. We can reduce that cost down. This is if we handle everything for you all. I don't think that that's necessary to do, but I wanted to give you all the worst case and then let you all choose if you want us to do it all or have your staff do some of it. So the first two boxes at the top where it says responsible party, that can be replaced with Middlesex County staff if you all want. Your staff can handle the procurement. Your staff can design the bid packet. Your staff can put it out to bid. We would not need to do that cost. Your staff can oversee the development of the JPA. We would not be involved with that. If we took those out, that drops the cost down by about $10,000, and the cost share that we would receive out of the project would be limited to just $6,600, which is the grant administration progress report reimbursement. So the normal, nuts and bolts stuff of making the money flow through the government system. That's where we are right now with the project, and I think that's really the decision that you all have in front of you all is, do you want to have us put this out to bid to see what type of solutions the private sector can offer? And then to what degree would you like for us to handle this for you, or do you like to task your staff with handling it? And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. And I think what you have in your agenda packet is the whole agreement. So depending on how you answer these couple of questions, it'll change a little bit of the language in there because we need to know how to shape it. But it gives you what it's going to look like.
So, Louis, I noted on the agenda that this was Mill Creek and other PDC activities. Is it just that the timing was serendipitous, that everything came together and you had all these programs that were doing all these wonderful things, and this was the first opportunity to update it, and then you had a September 10th article as well, and I mean, you've been working on this, a lot of this for years. My question, should you be coming and talking to us more often, or do all of your updates have this much information?
This only is a little teeny bit of what the PDC does. And so we rely on Mr. Williams and Mr. Jesse to help keep you all updated. One of the most effective communication tools that we have developed over the last, almost 30 years that I've been here now, we send out those monthly updates to every elected official in the Middle Peninsula, regardless of whether or not you're planning commission, wherever, to try to improve that communication gap. Because there's a significant amount of richness into what the work that we do, and sometimes it's a complicated story to tell. And it would be unfair to all of you all, because you are also the rep for the Public Access Authority, to be able to explain everything. I'm always available to come back and talk with any of our boards whenever they need it. But this one, Matt, through our county administrators meeting, said, I think it's time for you to come back and talk with our board, because you've got more things going on that they need to know about. And so it just lined up well. And then I looked in Richmond Times, and there was the article. So sometimes stuff happens in a good way.
Yeah, no, I was aware through our other meetings. And would you be at all willing to have whoever takes your minutes to that meeting talk with one or more of us, just maybe for some criticism from, when I get that email and I try to read those minutes, I don't get much out of it.
It's not the minutes. We've got two different things. This is a synopsis of like 3 or 4 sentences about whatever happened on the agenda. So there are 2 communication streams that come out. One is the full agenda packet that has the update of the minutes, the official minutes of the commission, but the other one is the synopsis. So if
Okay.
you're not getting those, I'll go back and check to make sure that there's a lot of people. It's quite possible
I'm sure,
somebody's.
yeah, and I don't know when that change might have occurred, but if you wouldn't mind checking, I'll check as well, but I don't remember seeing it. I'll go on the record as saying I don't remember a lot.
We'll check on that. Okay.
Really informative, and I appreciate all the things that you've been working on, and this, the way that this dovetails into the needs for dredging that we have throughout the county that's so important for our whole economy. I believe we have a question that we need to address as to whether we want to try and have our staff submit this application on, and we we'll actually be having a discussion later about the multitude of projects that we continue to pile onto our staff.
Right.
We have a lot going on in this county, and I invite my fellow board members to chime in about your thoughts. My inclination is that you can do a better job of making this submission and
Well, it's funded. So this would move it into the implementation stage. So it's done and it's real. It's really how the mechanics of how you want to go about doing it now.
gentlemen, what's your thought?
I think the point isn't this particular project. It's that we have expanded our government by adding some capabilities that I think, all agreed we sorely needed. And now, what are we, 6 months into having a county engineer? I think what we need is the administration and the engineering department to put together a report or a snapshot of the current projects that the staff that would be looking at something like this, what is their capacity? How close to their capacity are they? I know that we just, Heather Lewis is sitting there thinking, man, I wish he would have said something when we look on the water in terms of our legal commitments. And we did respond, I think, eventually, and we got outside help for Heather late, but we did. So I think my answer is, I always want to see if we can do it in-house, but we do have a lot of projects, and there are still more on the horizon. And I think the state and the federal government have pushed a lot of decisions down to local counties, and they've actually done a decent job of giving us access to grant money and funding, so that if we are a community interested in improving ourselves and protecting ourselves and doing all the things that we're tasked to do, then we should expand our government as we did and add the engineering capacity. But now we should trust our judgment and go to our administration and that engineering department and have them lay out for us what their capacity is and how close they are to it, and have them make a recommendation from an engineering and administration standpoint as to whether they think they should take it on. And I think they should be able to do that fairly quickly.
Can you just clarify what the skill is? I hadn't envisioned that
Yeah.
it was engineering. I thought it was.
No, it's, whenever you have a significant project like this, you have to put it out to bid. So there has to be a procurement packet assembled. Nobody works for free. One way is to ask Heather to prepare the procurement package, because then you know it's to form.
Administration and I review it, if I could help guide you
Right.
on that one.
And that's part of the question, because if you all don't want to do that, then we can do that, and we would use our legal counsel to get it done. But to be able to do that, we've got to pay our legal counsel to do it. And so that's kind of the trade-off that we're talking about here, is that even though the grant has been awarded, there's mechanical paperwork that still needs to be done. So you're able to then put out the procurement that says, we want private companies to come in and tell us how to fix this. You can get all sorts of different ideas. Then you're going to have a committee to figure out which one do you all like, which solution do you want to go with. Then we're able to put that company under contract to design it. And then once you have a design and you all like it, then you've got to someone needs to fill out the joint permit application to VMRC to be able to make it what they call shovel-ready. The shovel-ready is what queues it up for the infrastructure money that you all are probably going to talk about a little bit later on. You have to have these projects in that shovel-ready space with a permit in hand to be able to go after money when it becomes available. If you don't have it shovel-ready, I can't get you money to build it. And so that's really the two questions, are who's going to do the legal work associated and the technical work associated with spending the money. Because it's easy to get a professional company to do it, but you got to put the packet together so nobody goes to what I call grant jail.
And just to clarify, I know legal, I'm not sure that I could design a procurement package with the technical specs. I know what you meant, Louis. but
Yes.
Yeah, I can help review legal, but I know how to use a shovel. I don't know that I can design
So-
an entire
so-
shoreline. I
so-
just want to clarify.
I think, Lud, what Louis and all of us are talking about is it's a project, and it's coming to life, it's funded, and so it needs a project manager, and they make a lot of money. Those project managers make a lot of money. But we have people that have capabilities both at the MPPDC and within our county administration. This is not the biggest project in the world, but for Middlesex County, this is a transformative project, which is in a string of many transformative projects. And so there will be legal time, there will be engineering time, but the administration will have to dedicate some administration time to sort of figuring out with Louis maybe, how much legal time, how much engineering time, how much project management time. Let's build this out, and let's cost it with the resources that we have in-house versus the resources that Louis already got his numbers. He's telling us right here what they are. We should be able to build the same thing in-house if we're going to consider the decision in-house, build it or buy it. And so it's tempting to both save money and do it in-house, and it's tempting to say, hey, it's going to be on rails because Louis does this stuff all the time, and he's telling us confidently at the podium that he can do it. I believe in our administration that they can match Louis, and they can tell us honestly whether they have the bandwidth or not, and that may be a good exercise for us to have the administration in a position to do that going forward as we move into school project. Maybe the affordable housing comes back as the economy starts to improve. I mean, any number of things. I think as an organization, we would be wise to be equipped to answer the build or buy decision when it comes to this project and subsequent projects. And I would just add one final note as I'm staring at this orthogonal view of this Mill Creek that I've spent so much time in these last 5 years. I would definitely like to be involved in either organization. So if it's MPPDC or if it's Middlesex County that acts as project manager and shepherds this to and through the RFP and to an eventual solution. I'm not offering to be your project manager, to be clear, but I have a lot of ideas and I have a lot of, I guess it's come here experience, but it's right here in this little spot for the last 5 years. So I've been watching it, and I want to, I know that's somewhat anecdotal in the grand scheme of things, but I've talked with a lot of people down there. I'm intimately involved with that community. It's part of the district I represent. I don't think I need to go on much further in explaining why I want to be involved, but I desperately do.
Sure. So questions for you all. We don't care one way or the other. The project will get done, unless you all say don't do it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say something.
Please.
Yeah, I was just wanting to say, with Matt, I want some opinion on you on this, definitely do. If the staff can do it, or could it be a combination of things? But I think the main thing is whether it's going to be the most economical way of doing this. That's not going to take a long time to do it. We want to get it done and on the road. And I can't answer those questions. You and Heather, y'all can answer those questions and to see what is the best way to do it. And with your time, your staff, or a combination with the PDC and the county. So, I just want to, just open that up. And what do you think?
I appreciate you asking. Wayne, I'm going to use some of Louis' language. This is not a space that your staff is familiar with. By the time we learn what and how to write this RFP and what is key to put in it, he will have it done and back. Just because we've hired a county engineer doesn't mean he's experienced in shoreline projects. And this is what PDC focuses on through the PAA and other entities that they work with on a daily basis. I won't sit here and say we can't do it, but I don't think we can do it to the degree that Louis' staff and contacts can and as quick as they could. And I would just state for the board and for the public here tonight, one of the primary reasons we hired a county engineer is for the upcoming sewer project, which if our experience from the water project is any gauge, he is going to be at capacity overseeing that project and probably then some. Projects like this, I would highly recommend we stay with Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission and have them write the RFP and oversee as much of the project as we can with our planning departments and our engineers' assistance, but just that assistance, not taking the lead on it. And that's just in an effort to make sure it's successful. Also, what I would also recommend the county consider is if we're going to continue to put a lot of time and effort through the PDC and the county on this state-owned and operated site, we may want to pursue ownership of the site and just kick the state out of the process altogether. Because we're occupying a lot of our resources.
Yes.
And it may be something that the county puts some investment in, fixes it right, and then turns over to the Public Access Authority for ownership, operation, and maintenance under some kind of agreement. I think they've done an excellent job of some sites down in Gloucester. It's just something heretofore the Middlesex County hasn't gotten involved in too much. I think we're putting our toe into it with this project. And at the risk of rambling, the planning department did have a very viable thought on the project. If you look at the Google Earth image, the sand wants to be where it is. The boat ramp's really on the wrong side of the property. And if we flip the boat ramp to the other side of the property and build a retaining wall, that may carry us a lot further for a lot longer. Just a thought, and I'll give Dave Kretz and Mark Longest credit for that idea. So we're long on ideas, but the implementation, we can use some hand-holding there, Louis. That would be my recommendation.
Appreciate that information, because like I said, I've been working with Louis a long time, and they know what they're doing, put it that way. He can probably do this in his sleep.
No, we'll be happy to do it for you all if that's your pleasure.
I guess I would just push back a little bit, Matt, respectfully, just hearing that 14% of our revenue source is in jeopardy with every foot. Maybe we need to do more than assist. Maybe we need to take it more seriously and make that a priority that this government is capable of addressing. I'm not saying you've done anything wrong by getting us to where we are, but if we're dipping our toe into a problem that we know is going to be drowning us up to our necks, maybe we see what happens if our whole foot, maybe even our knee gets in. But this may be just an opportunity. Maybe if it's the will of the board to go with the MPPDC, I have no problem with that. My only suggestion was we as a board and a community need to be aware of what this new engineering capacity we've brought on is. I think you've answered that from your perspective. I'll go on record as saying it was my hope that position could be not just project to project, but somebody that became a trusted advisor to us as supervisors, no matter what the project was. I've been a project manager that's worked with hundreds of engineers and hundreds of lawyers, and the lawyers do, I know Heather, the lawyers do an admirable job of always saying what their jurisdiction is. The engineers don't quite as much. And so the reality is when you go from back of napkin to shiny shovels and fake hard hats, in that process, there is a fair amount of really big decisions to be made that lay people elected to temporary positions in this administration, we're just not going to be really good at understanding the engineering ever, unless there's at least one or two or three engineers on here. And that's why, for me, I want him for sure to be assisting or very much aware of the progress. And I want us to, as an administration, really get used to having a Gantt chart that we can share that shows the public, here's the starting cost, here's what's happened since the first time we proposed it, so that there's no confusion on the street as to when the price of things changed. And similarly, when is the start date and when is the finish date? And those are the kind of things that project managers are held accountable to. And I think that's really 90% of the questions that constituents have when they're unclear what's going on with a given project. So for me, the engineering capacity is more than just sewer, and I know that I'm twisting your words, Matt, and that's not intentional to put you on the spot. It's just to make it clear what my intentions were.
Well, and agreed. And I don't feel like you're twisting. I will respectfully respond to that. I think we're blurring a couple of different projects into what Louis is asking for. Specifically, it's the Mill Creek or Carlton Road boat ramp, whatever. I guess we need to agree what we're going to call the blasted thing. But the other thing I just want to elaborate on, the 1 foot making a 14% difference on tax rates is something we've been knowledgeable of for quite some time. And this stemmed from our initial discussions with Gloucester County about doing in-house tax assessments. It may have went up a little bit. I think it used to be every foot was 10%, but I guess inflation, what have you. One of the things I want to make sure of, a lot happens behind the scenes that the board may not be aware of because it's communicated directly to Louis. Like, for instance, when the proposal on the dredging project as a whole, and that's getting at the 14% tax increases and keeping our creeks open. When that project was developed and thought of, the local government does have a substantial role in assisting with that, in that we're probably going to be on the front line trying to find dredge spoils material sites near these small creeks. I zoomed out on Middlesex for a reason. A number of these small creeks that Louis mentioned, and maybe I didn't even have to zoom out. Maybe I can just look at the small one right beside, where clearly it used to be open to the river, now it's silted in. I don't think this is one of the creeks that is being desired to be dredged, but it's a good example. The property values on this creek are less if they can't get access to the creek. This becomes a lake. So as we go to these small, I'll call them neighborhood creeks, Louis, just to kind of put it in perspective, because to me as a recovering planning director, they're similar to private roads and smaller subdivisions. They're creeks that should be maintained by the homeowners that are located on them. In many cases, they may not be able to afford to do so, similar to the roads that serve those subdivisions. But if the county is going to have involvement in that, it's basically at the grassroots level, helping connect Louis' people with neighborhoods and property owners nearby. So when the creeks do get dredged, there's a place to dispose of the soils, similar to what we've done recently with a creek just outside of Urbana, where our local homeowner kind of volunteered some space for dredged materials so the creek could be dredged. We know our people better than a regional entity does, and we can put homeowners in touch with Louis' folks. So it's kind of a rambling way of responding to say we know our skill sets, and we know where we probably need to learn more based on what the board prioritizes. Our county engineer's been on for a month and a half, and he came to us ready-made with certain skill sets. Not saying we can't learn new things, but one, I'd want to just say that we do work with Louis in many ways that the board may not realize to achieve some of those goals. And if the board wants us to get more involved in more of Louis' realm, we can, but it's probably not going to happen as quick as you may like, because there's how many years of experience at the PDC dealing with waterfront issues, Louis?
A lot.
Like
Decades.
30?
Yeah, decades. But we act as y'all's proxy. I mean, we are your extension.
That's right.
And so by default, your team is involved with us automatically.
So, well, you know, I always talk about costs. And if I'm talking about costs, then we're going to have to be more involved in what we need to do. It's good to pass the buck, but sometimes you got to beat the buck. And what I mean by that is good to learn from Louis and what he need to be done. 30 years of experience on any job, you're not going to learn that overnight. But you got to walk the path. Right? We don't want to talk about water. You know, we made a lot of mistakes. I don't know if mistakes fed us from trying something different, but we got more pieces in place than we had when we started that. So my thing is that we got to learn. I'm not for a long time waiting on projects. I like to see things done. I like to see us be involved. And even if we turn Louis to do everything, then all we got to do is say we pay the buck. I'll be honest with you, I'm just kind of tired of Mill 6 just passing the buck to somebody else and they come and tell you what you got instead of being involved in something so you actually can learn something. You're not going to learn something in the classroom if you never go. I mean, these things are kind of obvious. So, hey, you know, our staff and, you know, We have a couple more people on staff. We just have to learn how to do what we did 30 years ago. We talk about team building, working together, but we got to know. I mean, we set you on the board, and we got to make a decision, and who's going to honestly bring back the decision? If you bring it back to us, how we actually going to know? We got to make a decision on what we know. And the only way we can know if we have somebody teaching us that's doing it, that's bringing back. And I would think that we got a great engineer that we brought on staff, and in my experience, not puffing nothing, but I kind of like the guy a lot. And I think that we can work it out. And however it is, I like to save costs. So if you ask my answer which way it's going, you think about saving costs. I know Louis will help us to do anything we need to do. He might will lead us, but I don't think that we should wait on Louis and say, well, the project is finished. I think we should have continuously update on these kind of things, and we need it done. I had a lot of comments on the same thing John was saying about, we need Mill Creek. We don't have nowhere to put boats over. Everything's closed up, we didn't take care of it. We didn't do a good job. Let's just face it, it happened because we did not do a good job. And
Commonwealth
most
of
of
Virginia did not do a good job. You
I
all,
was gonna
it was
say
not
that.
your problem. You have inherited a problem.
Well, that's
yes.
the way it goes. It got to start from somewhere.
Yes.
So, and that's how I see it. We got to learn from somewhere. If we never do, we're not going to learn.
Don, you have comments?
So what exactly are we looking for this morning, or this afternoon? Are we looking to decide whether the county's going to provide assistance to Louis, et cetera, or turn it all over to Louis? That's kind of the way I get it from you, Matt, that you think that his expertise, and I would agree with that as well. So do we need a motion on this? Is that what we're looking for?
I think that's what Louis needs, and we'll need to agree or modify his agreement that's in your board packet, commensurate with what the board decides to do.
So the motion would be to let the Middle Peninsula Planning to continue on with the project. However, I would incentivize you that with what you've heard here today, we want to have, and you've done a great job.
I can be the coach for your staff to help them through so they learn more.
Well, I think really at the beginning of the process of where we are and talking about Charlie and whoever else may be able to help, you for sure need to take the lead on that. But the more we're educated to that and the more the requests would come from you that, hey, county, do y'all want to absorb some of this so I don't have to take care of whatever particular that we're talking about? Is that a gentleman's agreement that?
That is the exact question that's in front of you right now, because there are only two tasks that were here, and those two tasks basically cost $10,000 to complete. We are happy to do it for you all, or your staff can do it, but they're still going to cost.
Correct.
So that really was the question of how do we want to handle that. So you summarized it correctly.
So with that, I'll make the motion that we empower you to proceed on with the project.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, because you understand, just like what Matt said, hey, we're still gonna be involved, because you gotta find a spore site. So just think about it, it's a combination of things, and it gets the job done, You can pinch here and pinch there and never get it done. But I second the motion.
Well, and we're at a point that, talking about pinching, that may come a little bit later. The more educated we are, and our staff is, in connection with what Louis is proceeding on doing, may at some point change where we say, we want to take back part of this, or we want to do whatever. At this juncture, I think it's important for you to continue on with what you're working on, and and I'm in agreement with that as well.
I have a couple of comments. We are a very busy county. We might be the busiest county in Virginia with the infrastructure that we are trying to finish our water. We're embarking on central sewer. We are getting very involved in any number of other projects like the sheriff's office. We've got a new airport runway. We've got a high school renovation that we need to work and understand. We've got county property that we should be looking at marketing. We've got efforts to establish a county launching facility and a public beach. These are all ongoing goals that we have. Our Economic Development Authority is in the midst of developing a strategic plan that brings tremendous opportunities to this county for the development of commerce. And every one of these projects is going to take our time and staff time. And we've got other things that come up like the Keep Middlesex Beautiful, a new park in Cook's Corner, and the list goes on and on and on. And it's great to watch every penny, and I agree with that. But we need to keep our eye on the prize of getting done these things that we've already taken on. I think, Louis, I know you do a great job with everything that you've done, and I would like to see, myself, I would like to see you just take this over the goal line so that we can stay focused on these other activities and keep us apprised of your progress.
That's fine. That's why I wanted to ask you all.
The only thing I missed, Louis, if we're leaning in the direction of getting this done in the way that we've classically done it, what can you tell us about timing of getting an RFP out, getting a response, getting an engineering done, or are you going to get as part of the RFP a timeline for a project solution?
Yeah, and we can get you all a timeline. I'd like to have this out to bid in the next maybe 2 months, if not earlier. Maybe we can review everything, get the contract set in place by Christmas, and then you're off and rolling on your design work.
Would you be willing to work with Kevin Gentry at the Broadband Authority? He's been working with the Broadband Authority on a template project management, just showing us where projects start and stop when we know them, telling with an asterisk anybody in the community that, you know, these are subject to change. It's construction. They will change. But at least right now, this is what we're forecasting, because I think so much of the conversation in the community, especially with the water and still now with the sewer, has been, you know, what I heard 6 months ago isn't what I heard 3 months ago, isn't what I heard 1 month ago. And it starts to be this narrative that I just can't trust the government.
Sure.
And I think the way to counterbalance that, whether you manage this or whether the county administrator manages this, is to do a little bit better with our public relationships. And we're already taking some cues from you there because you've been doing a better job, I think, there as well. So I ask that if this does go in that direction, which I hope you understand, I was comfortable with both and was happy to go either way. But I just really want us to focus on how we get the wording out there that gives the constituents a sense of what projects we are working on, when we expect them to complete, what their cost structure is, and you know, we're over budget. We're often over budget because this is the nature of the game when you build things. And it doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad management, but I think it has been bad management to not be letting the public know with more specificity where we are on our projects. So
Sure, glad to do that.
Yeah, thanks, Louis.
Louis, I think you'd be fine to head the job up or to coach it. And, you know, I hope in the past, and when we started making decisions about something, don't let the last 2 years of relaxation, you know, the pandemic decide what we work. If all of us go back to the jobs that we had done in the last 2 years, they have changed. I mean, it's different, and it's been more relaxed. If we be honest about ourselves, some of us were busy, but some of us more relaxed. There's not one question in my mind that you would be fine, but you also said that you would coach and saying that from my time of knowing, that you would make sure you do it right. And we almost done, I know that, you know, we're going to vote for you to do it, to take it up. But I also know that you will coach as good as you will be leading it up.
Yes, sir.
And that's what I feel, but knowing you. So
Yes, sir.
I don't make excuses about we overloaded and we got to do this, that, the other. I'm not. you know, because I take pride in you learned how to multitask. You can't do them on one thing at a time. It's 2022. If you can't do them on one thing at a time, or even a couple things, you know, I can't get it, but I'm appreciate the idea that you want to take this ball and get it rolling and get it done. I like to get it done, you know, so that's just about it. John been fighting on it long enough, get it done.
I'll just say I'm going to be a no vote on it, not because I don't support you, and I just want everybody else to know that it's just a no vote for the record to show that I still very strongly feel that we should be moving in a direction where we're taking how our interaction with the water is impacting our community. I think we should be taking it more seriously. So it's just a simple no vote. It's nothing against anyone, but it will be a no vote for me. Just to say that I think we should, if we're looking at a public beach project already, and I have been for 5 years along with many of you, I think we should be enhancing our capability there, even if it's just oversight.
Any other discussion?
I had one question, Mr. Chairman. Louis, what permissions and approvals do we need through the state in order to move forward with the project? Will the state want to be involved in RFP, or will they need to approve anything? I know we'll need to get their
I'll
approval.
coordinate with DWR on it,
Right.
but I think since it's a planning exercise, they won't care about it. Where we will need to do a little bit of mechanical work is I want to talk to VDOT, since it's a lease agreement that DWR has with VDOT. And previously, DWR told you all that they were done. You know, if you can't find a solution, even if you do find a solution, they were done. So I want to look at the mechanics of how we would want to decouple, if needed, DWR's responsibility for the site, and then mechanically, how do we move it? Because they can't transfer it directly to you all, but they can transfer it to the Access Authority because we changed state law to allow that to happen. So we've got a conduit. I just need to figure out what the right route is to be able to give you all as many choices and pathways as you want.
Well, you're closer to this stuff than I am, but I just don't see any desire on the part of the state to continue to maintain it.
These are low, my words, not theirs, lower priority. They're not hub facilities. They're
Right.
hub facilities in the community, but statewide, they're not. They're going to
If
continue.
it was a boat ramp in West Point, it would have been
West Point,
fixed.
Gloucester Point,
Right.
they're going to continue to pour money into those resources.
I've spoken with them over the years, and it really has to do with the amount of traffic that it gets.
Right.
And the traffic that it gets is commensurate with the parking lot size, and the parking lot size is commensurate with what the people on that road will tolerate. So it's not really an opportunity to expand, but you know, when you think about our comprehensive plan, people don't really want a big brand-new facility having a whole bunch of boats going down through an old country lane that's been an old country lane for as long as people can remember. So, you know, part of why I've been so passionate about this project for entirely too long, and hearing us talk about how we're trying to get things done quickly, just, I have to call that out a little bit. It's been 5 years that we're at this point. But at any rate, you know, part of it is we don't want to expand. We don't want to look like Gloucester. Our comprehensive plan says that. Nothing against anybody from Gloucester, but we're different. We're Middlesex. We want to look like Middlesex. And if we have distributed assets and we don't want to centralize, I can understand that in a lot of cases. And this is a distributed asset model. On the other side, water and sewer, it didn't make sense to have a distributed model anymore. And there's a lot of debate in the design world right now about distributed versus centralized. This is something that I think if we can get a public beach access, and if we can maybe convince some marina owner to enhance the boat ramp capacity, but that, you know, to everybody's point, I think we have an access authority that's going to help us with that, and they know what Middlesex County residents want. They don't want you know, a huge highway made out of Carlton. Nobody's proposing that. But when we're designing this, MPPDC knows that, and I just, you know, I'm totally comfortable with MPPDC, and Louis, I'll be right there with you until I can talk to the 50 or 80 people that I now know from my experience on that ramp that are waiting for me to tell them something different than it's with the government.
Sure.
Any other discussion? Betty, would you roll call, please?
Mr. Coons?
Tepid no.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
All right,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
for the
much.
lengthy conversation. It was a good conversation. Apologies to everyone else sitting
Covered
here
a
that's
lot of
looking at their
ground.
agenda. Have a good evening.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a guest from Dominion Resources.
She'll make it
Melanie,
fast.
thank you, welcome.
Thank you. I love seeing government in action. It's we the people, so thank you for your service. 8 years in public office, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Melanie Ratt-Beal, I'm the External Affairs Manager for Dominion Energy. I love that I have Middlesex now. My mother-in-law, if she's watching, she lives in Urbana, so I'm glad to be here quite often, and so love the county. Crystal Bright sends her regards. She's wonderful, Mrs. Y'all, so I wanted to pass that on. She's a good person that we have at Dominion. Wanted to give you a brief update on the Drake battery storage project that we have. That project and a few others we will be filing in the very near future with the State Corporation Commission. When I have that date and more information, I will be getting back with you, the board, to give you more information. But right now, we're really close. That's all that I even have the date for that. So if you have any questions on that project or any concerns somebody's brought to you from Dominion, the chairman has given me a few tonight, and I appreciate that. Please let me know tonight or send me an email, because I am here to serve too. I still have that mentality. They're your residents, they're my customers, they're my people, so I want to take care of them. So is there any questions or anything?
Is that rough? I know that it's been going through a lot of the handoff from Drake to Dominion. Is it officially Dominion-owned project at this point?
That's my understanding, the last little handoffs, and that's why filing with the SEC. So we're proud, and I know I've talked with Matt, and that he's glad, no disrespect to the other company, but glad to have us here because, again, we want to serve you, and we've been here a long time and want to stay here and keep the relationship going. So we're glad to have the project.
Yeah, and we're, I think, excited to see batteries at scale here in Middlesex next to, the largest on-site renewable project for any school district. And, our partnership with you on the electric buses has led us to the highest penetration of any school district in the country that I'm aware of. So we're okay with the Dominion relationship here for now. The question really is it a 24 project, start and completion?
I apologize, Supervisor Coons. I didn't bring that because we're waiting to get everything finalized from the engineers. And I'm 100%. If I know something, I'm going to tell you. My yes is yes, my no is no. And if I don't know the answer, I will get it for you. So I don't know that, but I'm happy to
Understood.
get that.
Do you think that's months away, or it's just, you could turn around and get it in a week?
Probably around the corner, pretty close.
Good
I
enough.
thought I could have told you this week
Right.
and respectfully was told yesterday, oops, no, a little bit longer. So
Okay.
it respectfully is very close.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments? It's great
Seeing
to
none,
meet
I'm not
you.
running. I'm going to stay and listen so I can learn about your county, but call anytime. Thanks for your service.
Thank you for joining us. Great to meet you. Next is workforce housing. We have Josh and Alan from Bay Aging.
There we go. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Honored to be here today. My name is Josh Jamerek, Senior Vice President for Housing at Bay Aging. And I know periodically that, our President and CEO, Kathy Vesley, and other staff come and give updates. But I always think it's important to just remind the public quickly of what Bay Aging does to set the stage for. We would like to give you a quick update on the workforce housing activities. But Bay Aging, of course, strong presence in Middlesex County since 1978, headquartered in Urbana, right around the corner. Very diversified 501c3 nonprofit where our programs are operating at the intersection of health, housing, and transportation. Health, it's things like Meals on Wheels delivery, in-home nursing care, adult daycare. Transportation, it's, of course, everyone knows Bay Transit, primarily demand response public transportation, some fixed route, such as the trolley in Urbana. Very excited about that. And then our housing work. And that's a variety of single-family and multifamily housing programs. Things such as weatherization assistance, making low-income people's homes more energy efficient. We've developed and operate multiple rental housing properties in the region. We actually have 12 right now and 373 units under management. So that sets the stage for, of course, why going back in the last year, why the Middlesex Foundation had approached Bay Aging and really asked us to pass the torch and take on the workforce housing project at Cook's Corner. It has been a bit of a challenge due to costs and other issues, but I would like to introduce Alan Walker. He was recently brought on staff. He's our Assistant Director, Multifamily Housing Development, brought on staff to help with this project. But I would like Alan to give an update on some of the more specifics, and of course, we'd entertain questions, but I don't want to take up too much of your time, so Alan, go ahead.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Alan Walker. It's nice to see Dave in person. We talk a lot on the phone. So we're talking about the residences at Raleigh Park. What we've got going on, we have a set of plans that need to be updated. The original plans, they didn't show the completed water line. They didn't show a lot of the updated things to make them 2022. So we're submitting those out to our surveyor and to our architect and engineer to get them modernized and brought them up to date. As Josh was saying, the current price of labor and materials has increased since this was started, but we're currently working with our construction company and our funders to try to resolve it. As of right now, Virginia Housing is working pretty hard to try to figure out this shortfall that we have, and we're in contact with them every week, sometimes multiple times a week, trying to figure out what we can do and if there's anything else that we can do. We've reached out to our construction company that won the bid for Middlesex. It was Lock Ridge, and we're working with them to try to see what can be changed, because now that the water line is in, there's a bunch of different stuff that we can remove. So we've got them looking into that to try to see if we can find a way to save more money there, just trying to tighten up this money situation. We have a lease agreement that is in the works of being finished between Middlesex and Bay Aging, and that's kind of been an ongoing process back and forth due to some language that one person's happy with and another person's not. So that's about to be shored up and finished. All the permits that we have and the utility connections are in the process of being put into Bay Aging's name, so that when things get money comes in, they need to be paid for, like water tap fees and things like that. They're all coming to us now instead of going to the Middlesex Foundation and getting lost, you know. That's really about it. That's kind of where we are right now until we get our plans updated and we get a finalized price from the construction company. We're not going to know a solid dollar amount, but again, they're all in the process. All of these things are working. So do you have any questions for us as far as what?
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Oh, no, sorry. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Don.
It'll be single-dwelling units as well as multi-dwelling units
Yeah,
at this location, correct?
Yes.
And what's the total number?
It is 25. So it's two buildings. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's 24, I'm sorry. It's 2 units at 24 units total. And so they're, let's see, 2-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, just slight changes, but yeah.
Okay, but 24 total units?
Yes, 24
Thank you.
total.
I don't believe there's any single-family homes. It's just a multi-unit development.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just-
they're apartment buildings. There's
Yeah.
two
Yeah, it's
12-unit apartment buildings.
Yeah, it's all multifamily. Sorry, I didn't specify.
You said you're waiting on, I guess, Lock Ridge for pricing. Are you getting pricing anywhere else, or just Lock Ridge working with them to get the price down or better?
I actually reached out to the other 2 companies that were part of the bid process to try to see if we could get updated pricing from them and if we could try to save anything. I've gotten everything back from the other 2 companies, and it's just about exactly the price difference from where it was when they originally bid. So as of right now, Lock Ridge is still cheaper than everybody else.
But I thought you were waiting on Lock Ridge's pricing.
As of right now, I mean, I haven't gone through with them to see what can be removed. So like,
I see. So they're Lock Ridge's old pricing. Now you're going back to Lock Ridge and getting their refreshed pricing,
Yes.
given the water line and what savings you can find there.
Yeah.
When do you think you'll be through that process?
That is a good question. Hopefully a month or so. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful of other people's time and not wasting their time or money. So we haven't had Lock Ridge go through the complete bidding process of removing things and updating everything in general.
Right.
But after we I've 30 days, maybe 60 days. That's a hard question for me to answer because I'm not.
I understand, and it's
Yeah.
not a hard question for me to ask because I'm representing people whose time and money I'm trying not to waste as
Oh,
well,
no, I
right?
totally understand. If I could
So,
speak
I mean,
for
it's-
Lockridge, I would.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is if you're taking over the project management for Bay Aging, we've carried this thing for Middlesex Foundation for a long time. We handed it to Bay Aging because we really expected somebody to do better than what we were doing. So I kind of hate the fact that I had to hand it off, but I do want us to be pedal to the metal because, you know, if the economy changes and an opportunity comes to pass, we need to be prepared to take it. This is a project this community sorely needs. We have an affordable housing crisis in Middlesex County, and you are standing on a project that could bring 24 units to families that could be teachers and EMTs and police officers and any other number of places that we're looking to hire, and people can't find a place to live. So this is a critical, critical project, and I'm not meaning to pick on you when you're first coming into the podium, but
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
It can't be 30 to 60 days because I have to take that to my
Yeah.
constituents, and I'm not going to tell them that answer. I need a better answer than that.
Well, I can tell you that nobody takes the housing crisis more seriously than me and Josh and everybody that works at Bay Housing. This is a problem. We are hitting it hard every day. And I can tell you right now that this project is the only project we're working on this hard right now.
Good.
You're right as far as the 30 to 60 day. That's not a good enough answer. Coming to you and saying, I don't know, that's not a responsible answer on my end or anybody else's end. But what I can tell you is that I will be in contact with them and everybody else multiple times a week, getting the answers that you want.
Perfect.
Doing everything I can
Yep.
to get a solid answer and then to finish this project.
Yep. No, that's all I'm looking for, Alan.
Yeah.
It's just, I want you to understand. I first sat here and I was actually standing where you were before I made the move to sit here. And I didn't, nobody knew me. And I stood up there and you know, a lot of people still don't know me and I sit over here, but I've been working on this for a long time and I feel as passionately about it as I do about, you know, the ramp that's been filling in for the same amount of time. And I can't stay in this position forever. I've got 3 more years and I've got a lot of things that I told people I would get done. Affordable housing's one, that boat ramp's one, the beach access is one, universal broadband is one, and I haven't hit them all out of the park yet. So you're on my team now. Anything I can do to help you, you let me know, but let's tighten up and let's push this thing and let's, you know, if you need to come to us and ask for money and you want to figure out how that works, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but we're project partners now and we need to kick this thing over the line.
I totally understand. And I appreciate you being forward, offering your help, everybody else. I don't take it as you picking on me. We're on the same team.
Yep.
I want the same things done that you want. And, you know, if we can get it done faster working together, let's get it done. Anything else? Any other questions? Now that I've been beaten in public and drawn out.
Originally, I think that the target monthly rental was $850, something like that. And I'm just curious whether that has had to be compromised in lieu of changes in construction, or is that something that will fall out once you have your new construction costs?
I would say that's probably something better answered by once we get all of our final numbers together.
And I will, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It is one of those issues, it's a great question.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where over time, those rents do creep up a bit because the way a pro forma and development works, you have to, you have your debt service and you have operating costs and you have to support that with the rents. The rents are your only source of income. And so as operating costs go up and as development costs go up and therefore debt service from your loans, the rents have to go up also. But keeping them affordable is the bottom line. End of the day, it has to be affordable, right? And so you have to balance those things. And it has to fit within the constraints of the programs that are funding it, right? So they'll dictate, okay, you can't go above 80% AMI in a certain category or 120%, and I say AMI, area median income that HUD establishes. It's all based on that, and there's a formula. So those rents do go up over time a bit. But we're still in that ballpark that you're talking about, the $800 and some dollars. Yeah.
And I'm also curious whether you qualify for some lower than market interest debt that you're going to need to serve, or whether you also seen your rates climb up by 3+% in the last 6 months.
The primary funder is Virginia Housing, and Virginia Housing is in the business of affordable housing, and so the loans that they offer are at a discounted rate. Most recently, 2.95% for long-term loans. Now, the issue being that costs are have crept up so much on this project that Virginia Housing, and we're working with them, they are our partners also, to try to identify the funding sources. It really is a funding source issue right now to cover the cost of development. And so can they give us, with the Middlesex Foundation, they weren't able to identify enough loans that were large enough to cover, at the right interest rate, to cover all the costs of development. Grants and loans, you can also find loans also, too.
Is there any value in the county considering putting in some amount to help bridge that gap? Does that help any of the financing rates? Does that help get any new loan money in to come into the stack?
Well, when we are creating affordable housing, when we're doing that development, there are multiple sources of funding, and it's a combination of grants and and loans and money from a local government. And in other localities, we have actually experienced that with some of the affordable housing we've developed, where local funds have been able to, and I'm not saying it's been huge amounts, but a project could have 6 to 8 to 10 funding sources potentially. So the answer is yes. A project can accept money from any source.
Right, but I don't want you to laugh at that because, I was there when Middlesex Foundation handed it off, and it was that we couldn't find all of the loans. We couldn't get all of the money. But it wasn't just that we lacked expertise. It's just that we had too much of a delta to cover because the labor rates were already going up, and they've continued. The price of material and the availability of material and the labor shortages have all meant that the local contractors, the three that you're talking to and anybody that you haven't, are all experiencing the same thing. So what we could potentially do, in my mind, is if we could find the money to make it clear that we have the project, then we maybe could go back to these contractors and ask them, hey, how about you go ahead and slate building this in 18 months? Go ahead and put us on the books, and that's a value to you in a time where you can't get anybody else that wants to book out 18 months. We need to think outside of the box. And if it means coming to us and making us look like other more progressive counties that are putting some money in with all of those loans and grants, I don't think the delta becomes quite as insurmountable as it was when Middlesex Foundation handed it to your capable hands. So we've got the team, we've got the project management now. We understand the financing and the development, and we have dedicated personnel with Bay Aging. It's just the problem remains the same. When we need 10, we're coming up with 8. And so that's where I think the county really needs to be aware that you're not going to come back with a different update once you talk to Lockridge and hopefully whenever that is.
Yeah.
But once you talk to them, you're going to find that they're going to give you some small concession for the sprinklers, some small concession that they're actually going to take back and say that labor prices are up 20%, and they're going to tell you that they can't get these materials anymore, and now they're only going to be able to sell you these more expensive materials, and you might find that you have a worse story than what you were handed. And that's by no fault of yours. It's just because of the labor and the material and the interest rates and the other people that are all having the same affordable housing crisis. So for us to leverage these funds that we're going to get very, very close with, it may be that we have to not laugh, but seriously look at the county maybe putting in $100,000. I mean, it's money that's not budgeted for, but we've been kicking this project around now for 4 or 5 years, and the affordable housing need here is a crisis. We are right now fully stocked in our schools with teachers, or darn closer than we've been. I attribute that in part to our ability to raise those salaries. But the problem remains when we go to get teachers and other people to work for 30% of our jobs, which are local jobs for our government and for our schools, there's nowhere for them to live unless they can live on the water or they want to live in a trailer. We need affordable housing. We've got the plans. We've got the project management. We understand how to develop it. We just need more money.
I totally agree. And we have a great staff of people at Virginia Housing that are looking into it. Me and Josh are looking into this every day. So I can tell you that you don't have people that are working harder on this than us right now. But I agree, as someone whose wife works at a Middlesex school as a teacher, I totally understand. The workforce housing is a massive, housing in general is a massive problem. But again, we are doing everything we can, but we'll push more. So.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to add for a little clarity and add to the minutes that Tammy Lynn's going to have to type up on the subject. One of the best bit of advice that we received from the Mercer Place management team that was in place over in Lancaster County was the amount of private support in the community that a project like this could solicit. Something that we probably barely scratched the surface of. I was not a part of the workforce development, workforce housing. We were swamped with water project, so wasn't as intricately involved in that as perhaps I'd have wanted to be. But one of the things I would highly suggest Bay Aging consider is tapping some of the local sources of revenue that exist that would support a project like this, similar to Mercer Place. I don't think Mercer Place was funded at all by the county over there, if my memory serves. I looked to Ben because he's involved with the executive director.
Took me a second. I didn't see him past Josh. I was like, who are you pointing at?
So while I would
It's okay.
completely up to the board whether they want to put county funding in this, it's already on county property. We're hosting this site. Not out of the realm of possibility, county funding would be perceivable too, but I would highly recommend that we kind of scratch that or at least look at those private sources of funding. And just to reiterate what John said, it's near crisis. We are finding it very tough, even with newly hired personnel, helping them find housing in the county. And it's something that almost every one of our businesses has said has become an issue. Younger people just can't afford to live in Middlesex. We've almost priced them out. So either working with private partners, private companies, whatnot, it's something that the county and the EDA is probably going to have to step in and be more involved in. And of course, Bay Aging's been there. We helped y'all with Port Town 1 and 2, I believe it was. Would love to see a Port Town 3. I've said that before, but I understand that monies are an issue there maybe. In any event, thank y'all for what you do.
Of course.
And thank you very much, Matt. One thing I didn't mention earlier is that we had a successful transfer of ownership of Mercer Place from the Lancaster Schools Foundation to Bay Aging on March 1st. So Bay Aging, the last few months, has been operating Mercer Place, and we absolutely love it. Great need there. We'd like to do more. And so this follows that same formula, but we're already involved in that type of activity. So, but thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, next item on the agenda. Tripp, would you like to enlighten us about the current state
bio
of
break
Keep
or
Middlesex Beautiful?
KMB? Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Baxter Phillips. As Ms. Lewis and I a few weeks ago discussed, I go by both Baxter and Tripp. I invite you all to call me Tripp. I've been coming down to Middlesex County for the past 40 years or so, since about 1980. And funny enough, I just realized and put two and two together, that's when the last solid waste ordinance was enacted, if I have my dates correct, which we'll discuss here just in a little bit. I'm a resident of Pine Top down in Stingray Point. And also on the, with regards to my anti-litter interest, I'm Adopt a Highway volunteer. I adopt the last final miles of General Polo's Highway down in Stingray Point. So today, very briefly, we'll make a quick committee introduction for Keep Middlesex Beautiful. We'll discuss how we bifurcated the committee amongst the 5 different channels of responsibility, if you will. We'll discuss very briefly the remediations that we witnessed in a couple sites, and then somewhat set of normalcy, what we think litter is in this county, how we observe it, how the Board of Supervisors looks at it, how the staff considers it. And then ways we might be able to move forward and improve anti-littering and beautification efforts. Before I begin, I do want to highlight one slide, the final slide, the potential opportunities slide. You all received version 1.4 of this slide deck, and version 1.5 is what should have been sent. There is an item on the potential opportunity that should have been omitted or actually put in the appendix as an FYI for your constituents should they ask you. This was in reference to the disposable bag legislation that was recently passed. It was meant to be an informational bullet point, not a suggestion that the committee evaluate that today. Again, an informational item, and if you would like, we'd be happy to follow up with that brief white paper on that. So we've heard a lot of comments about how wonderful the Middlesex County staff, staff is. And today, and I have to agree, we have Ms. Anne Marie Riccardi, who is our staff liaison. And with her support and Mr. Kuntz's support, the KMB committee, or the Keep Middlesex Beautiful Committee, which has been in operation for many, many years, we somewhat reconvened, re-energized, and with the support of Ms. Lewis, reenacted new bylaws, which you all recently passed, I believe in July, giving us a little bit more of a platform and foundation for which we can support beautification efforts here in the county. So currently, to date, we have 4 appointed committee members, but to be sure, we have about 24 volunteer committee members that are sitting on the sidelines waiting for direction about how they can do. Most of these folks, they simply want to pick up trash, which is great. We have the pickers, we have the bags, and slowly but surely, with our communication plans moving forward in the efforts that we're going to try and put forward, we will get them energized and on the roadsides. So Joan Harris is our chair, Hartfield District, and chair of our Great Middlesex Green Up. This is an initiative that we'll be communicating more on in the future. Mr. Aaron McFarland, who is joining me here behind me, Jamaica District, and also owner of, he and his spouse are owner of Tupelo Farm and Garden, a wonderful, beautiful business just up the street. He is also, we're very fortunate to have him. He's an ISA certified arborist, so he brings an inherent knowledge, professional knowledge of beautification efforts. He leads our beautification in our communication efforts. Supervisor Kuntz, who makes sure we stay out of trouble and gives us great direction. We're very thankful for your support, John. Then, of course, myself. I like to refer to myself as the guy that likes to talk trash. So I am I'm the litter prevention lead and support Aaron in the communications efforts. Very quickly, our 5 buckets of responsibility that we're focused on: educational, somewhat re-engaging with the public and the community, both from a youth perspective, inside and outside of schools, as well as with adult education and citizen awareness about anti-littering efforts, beautification, and where that may lead. We're going to reach out to the schools in our community to figure out how we can slowly grow that platform. On the beautification effort, this is Aaron's expertise. Figuring out how and where we can improve our roadsides, the view shed of this county, and overall the atmosphere of this beautiful Middlesex County. Communication, and we're working on Facebook programs, social media programs, digital design, and ultimately reaching out to grow that 24 volunteers that we have into 60, 80, 90, let's call it 100,000. I consider everyone, I think Ms. Lewis might have heard me say this many, many months ago, whether or not you've signed up to be a volunteer for Keep Middlesex Beautiful, I consider everybody in this county, every constituent, every resident, every tourist to be a de facto member of this volunteer organization. And collectively, I believe it's all of our responsibilities to ensure that we leave this place better than what we found it. Again, our great Middlesex Green Up. I'm really looking forward to moving this forward. This has been done 2 years ago, again with the leadership of Joan, and she again has taken up the charge to lead us as we move forward. We're targeting late March to April timeframe for this countywide pickup. We very much look forward to having your support as we progress this program and enacting this come 2023. And again, litter prevention, which primarily is what we're here to talk about. We have approximately over 200 miles of roadways here in Middlesex County, the majority of which encompass majorly trafficked roadways, General Polo Highway, Region Point, Route 3 to the Norris Bridge, Stampers Bay. The list goes on. And it is clear from community feedback and from our own subjective observations that we can do better, I think, with regards to our efforts and improving our community, supporting our economic development efforts, and in all, making sure that people that visit us, our residents, our community, love this place. So our current initiatives are largely based around beautification. Erin has been working with various groups as they reach out. I think and Ms. Riccardi has been referring various groups to us to allow Erin to offer his expertise in support with regards to planting trees, coordinating with Middlesex County School with regards to how we may be able to help beautify the school grounds, add additional trees, create plantings, potentially create educational opportunities for these children. We have been actively engaged in increasing our presence online, on social media. Our engagement has increased 20 times over the past 30 days. We have approximately 6,000 page views at any given moment, which I think is pretty remarkable considering, well, I don't know nothing about social media, but Erin's our marketing guru. Pretty remarkable that we just started this initiative. And again, really look forward to highlighting the great Middlesex Green Up as we move forward throughout the spring. So I want to move on to two remediations that we became aware of. And to be sure, Keep Middlesex Beautiful as an organization, we had very little to do with this. I think this was an incredible effort and acknowledgement to the dedication of the county staff as to their commitment to keeping Middlesex County beautiful. We received a report from Canoe House Beach, and this was relayed to us by email on July 30th. And quite frankly, there were a few emails back and forth, but come Monday morning, we were advised that a Middlesex County staff member, I believe I know his first name, but he should be absolutely commended, went to this facility, Canoe House Beach, with Mr. Jesse. As I understand, there's some family legacy. I believe your father helped establish that beach on behalf of the county. Thank you for that. It's a wonderful story to hear by one of your constituents that told us that. But this gentleman on the staff took his time and went down, perhaps county time, but nonetheless, he picked it up, and before we could even blink an eye, it was spotless, and it was remarkable. We've been further informed that as appropriate signs have been posted to help encourage the appropriate kind of behavior, and I just simply can't say enough that how impressed we were that the county, within less than a day, you can't count the weekend, remediated that area. It was beautiful to see. Hartfield Dollar General, as many of you know, Dollar General is a multi-billion-dollar company, 18,500 plus stores throughout the country. And this one in particular has received quite a few complaints. Recently, I know Mr. Longest and Mr. Kretz received a report prior to this, as per my understanding, but August 19th, we were informed via email from Mr. Kuntz. There was significant dumping. We received a video, and subsequently we were informed that Mr. Longest had already written a notice of violation to the property owner of this site. So again, I can't thank Mr. Longest and Mr. Kretz's department enough for their immediate action in attempting to resolve this substantial amount of litter. We did not put pictures up here. I don't believe in circulating pictures of litter, but it was a bit disturbing. So subsequently, after various involvement, the site marginally was cleaned up. We returned the next day, or a resident returned the next day and sent pictures to us that the site was once again littered. I followed up myself personally. About 3 days later, it was even worse again. Subsequent to my additional conversations, I believe Mr. Longest eventually sent another letter, I believe to Dollar General, informing them of the violation. Ultimately, the site was cleaned up. Dollar General informed everyone involved that actual regional management, and typically regional management never gets involved with an actual on-store site, but the regional management was on site with her own pickup truck helping clean up this litter. Two things that stood out to me again. One, Dollar General is a good corporate citizen. It's just perhaps that store is an outlier, and we should continue to support them and work with them in mitigating that site. But two, again, I think county staff did a phenomenal job in responding to the issue and taking care of it in a very timely manner. With all that said, I always look at things, look at items, how we can potentially improve. What can we do better? What can we update? How can we eliminate precious staff time? I mean, we've heard here time and time again how precious the staff time is, and I'm afraid I'm about to ask for maybe a little bit more. But we need, what can we do to eliminate staff, but at the same time, improve litter remediation efforts, improve our communication, give the community a soft little nudge that we need. Before we get to our opportunities, I just want to help set a little bit of a norm or a standard that we all might agree to at the Board of Supervisors level, at the county level, about litter and uncontrolled litter that exists in our environment. It's our perception that litter amongst our roadsides has a significant societal cost. It not only does the actual cleanup cost a lot of time and money, it is a public nuisance. It is a detractant to economic development, and I believe Mr. Funkhauser here, as he works through a strategic plan, is going to put forth a phenomenal effort in helping to promote that. I think we as a community need to do everything we can to support his efforts, and again, presenting Middlesex County in as good of a light as possible. Litter detracts from real estate values. And something that I just recently engaged with another citizen, it really decreases the satisfaction with our overall community. And perhaps, from the standpoint of the staff here in the Board of Supervisors, significant detraction from the satisfaction of government. They feel if they see litter that government doesn't care, government's not doing anything. What are we doing? My response is always, if you don't like litter, grab a pickup stick and take care of it. But that's me. So there's certainly consequences beyond littering in public, reduces the aesthetic of the environment, and so on and so on. I hope that we all agree to this premise that we would like to see litter appropriately and swiftly remediated. And what we're here asking is that we just offer a small nudge to break these bad habits. These aren't bad people by any means. They're just bad habits. Sometimes it's just easier to litter rather than take 10 steps to throw your trash away. And again, I think it's with all the communication and positive communication that we have had, it's a great sign of respect from the staff, from the Board of Supervisors by allowing us to come here and speak. It's a great sign of respect to the citizens of Middlesex that we do care about this littering effort that we have here in this county, and we would like to help be a part of the solution. So as part of this soft nudge in ending the littering cycle that's here in Middlesex, Keep Middlesex Beautiful looks at the opportunities in the near term, just increasing the frequency, the meaningfulness of our communication, seeking alliances with community leaders, business owners. We're already have surveyed, if you will, business leaders and owners from Stingray Point all the way up to Waterview about their desires and their what they would like to see, what roads they would like to see cleaned up, and their thoughts. And of course, K&B will continue to physically assist in cleanup efforts on a volunteer and as-needed basis, both with the small allotment of funds that we have, but also in efforts such as the Great Middlesex Green Up. And what we are here asking the Board of Supervisors to do is evaluate two potential opportunities that we perceive that will be effective in helping us pursue a litter-free environment. So on the opportunity slide, again, please forgive me for bullet 5. There's really two opportunities that we see. The first is evaluating the existing ordinances for ways that we might be able to improve these ordinances. These two ordinances I'm focused on, the solid waste ordinance from 1980 and the litter control ordinance from December of 2012. I believe the solid waste ordinance is perhaps the one that we might be able to give most focus to. The litter control ordinance is primarily regarding catching the litter bug in the act, which I believe is incredibly difficult, but there might be recent legislation that we could slightly tweak within that litter control ordinance if Ms. Lewis thought that might be appropriate. And then the second item is for the Board of Supervisors to consider a resolution supporting a zero tolerance for litter here in Middlesex County. This just simply sends a very strong, in my mind, meaningful message that Keep Middlesex Beautiful can rely on as we communicate out to the community that Middlesex does care. Here's why, and here's what we can do about it. So I'll pause. I think unlike some, I tend to talk quick. And if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to answer. Oh, thank you. We are a good team.
So hearing none, thanks for the presentation, and to all of Keep Middlesex Beautiful. This has been, I almost want to say fun, but we definitely have momentum with the current group of committee members and the, I don't know, it's not subcommittee, but the other people that are willing to help and be, at the committee in that capacity. So if I gauge the audience and hear no other comments, I'll just offer my motion, which would be in support of a litter-free county and our economic development efforts. My motion would be that the Board of Supervisors directs county staff to evaluate existing solid waste and litter control ordinances, so number 1 and number 2 on your slides, for potential updates and improvements. And additionally, I motion that county staff evaluate adding additional property appearance or environmental nuisance standards as it pertains to supporting a clean and litter-free community. These reports and recommendations shall be discussed no later than the December 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting.
Could you read that one more time? I apologize. I was trying to take notes.
In support of a litter-free county and our economic development efforts, I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors directs county staff, and I will email this to you next time I have it written out. Sorry about that. To evaluate existing solid waste and litter control ordinances for potential updates and improvements. And additionally, I motion that county staff evaluate adding additional property appearance or environmental nuisance standards as it pertains to supporting a clean and litter-free community. These reports and recommendations shall be discussed no later than the December 2022 BOS meeting.
Thank you, John.
Tripp,
Yes, sir.
it might be helpful to clarify litter, because you have garbage in some terms, you have litter in others, and my experience is that it's a slippery slope till you get to abandoned cars. And so if
Correct.
you could help me define the scope a little clearer.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Kimbrough. And I glossed over that in trying to get through the slides quickly. When I reference litter, this is litter, refuse, garbage, trash. This is largely paper, paper refuse, debris. It is not inoperable junked vehicles. I believe that is certainly different. I do not have them in front of me. I just pulled up the ordinances, but I'm not going to be able to flip through them in an appropriate time. There are very clear definitions within our current ordinances of what litter is, what refuse is,
Okay.
what garbage is, and it is very confined to what I think all of us would agree is just trash.
Okay, thank you.
So do you think our litter control ordinance dated December 2012 needs to be looked at? I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it.
Mr. Harris, last year, I believe, 2021, the Virginia legislation passed an updated litter ordinance, and really the only language that is updated is the minimum fine and the opportunities for, I believe, the opportunity for community service, dictating community service. And that community service is litter remediation, 10 hours of litter remediation.
Okay.
And again, it's just an opportunity to consider it in the future.
Okay. So,
So we have a motion. John, do we need a second?
and the motion was for the county personnel to consider some of these, showing up some of these opportunities that maybe we lack in, I'm assuming,
Yeah,
or
it-
to just generally review what we have.
Perhaps if we get a second, we can enter discussion.
Second.
Would you entertain discussion, Mr.
Yes.
Chair? Basically, we set up KMB not only to continue what it was doing, which is cleanups and awareness, but we want to do more. We want to get into the education and some of the other things. But in terms of our existing ordinances, we actually have people dedicated beyond what a supervisor can be to reviewing our ordinances, comparing them to similar communities, looking at who's changing what and why, looking at what the state has changed since 1980 or 2012 and being aware of what we can do that we might not have been able to do. And the presentation would be that KMB brings to us, in a subsequent meeting this year, their recommendations. And we can say that doesn't make sense, or we don't like the definition of this, or we can do whatever we want. But it's enabling the committee and supporting really the committee to continue doing all the research they've been doing so that they can advise us.
Mr. Chairman, so a point of clarification for Mr. Kuntz. So with your motion, when you said staff, I took that to mean, I'll be frank, Mark Longest and I, is the clarification that you're expecting KBM to do this? And then
Just to clarify, we are a standalone committee that liaises with Anne Marie, and we are very sensitive to not abusing Anne Marie's time. She's not looking me in the eye, but still not looking me. Okay, so the point is we are basically self-contained, but we will need to liaise with staff periodically as we have been. So no change there.
So I apologize, I'm going to push back still, because the motion, I just want to clarify when you're saying this, because you've set a timeline in your motion. I just want to make sure that I understand what's on my to-do list. Is this a direction to my office directly, or for KMB to start and then report to me? Is that?
The direction is for KMB to move forward, and then when they have something that you would want to review before presenting it through the administration to the Board of Supervisors, you would be given ample time so that you could just make sure that the KMB recommendations don't lead to more questions than answers.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, thank you.
Yeah, I'll chime in too, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. If that is the case, then in preparation of it being our staff doing the research, I will give some friendly advice, which I think you already know because I've seen some of your correspondence. We don't need to reinvent wheels. There are counties that do an exceptional job of this, James City County, not the least of which, that I would highly recommend and point, and I would recommend the same to my staff if we were looking at draft regulations regarding refuse, trash, and litter control. We'd look at the counties that do exceptionally well. Bath County is yet another one.
Yes.
And there's a trend here. It's usually counties that depend on tourism that really excel and knock this thing out of the park. And they come at it from unique and innovative ways. It's not always heavy-handed government fining people. It's doing what you said earlier, Tripp, which I highly recommend and highly support. It's building awareness, it's changing a culture, and it's
Yes.
changing an attitude. I'm a Generation Xer. I remember the anti-litter commercials in the 70s, and they had an impact. My generation, I don't think, can throw a wrapper out of the window without thinking about those commercials we all remember. We had an initiative with the Middlesex County Schools back in 2015, I believe, where I believe some of our anti-litter signage came from. It was a sign contest we had with the students. So I think you're on the right track. I don't want to ramble, but I would recommend looking at several of those counties that we all perceive as being clean, attractive communities and how they go about doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion by Mr. Kuntz, seconded by Mr. Harris. Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
And Mr. Chair, I just had a second follow-up motion that's much simpler in the spirit of what Matt was talking about in terms of changing the culture and changing the attitude, and what Tripp mentioned, and I can't pull it up now. Sorry. It's really short. I make a second motion that the county staff works with Keep Middlesex Beautiful Committee to draft a zero tolerance for litter resolution, which shall be voted on for adoption during our next BOS meeting in October. This is just what Tripp mentioned, to just put a name to it that gives us a little bit of teeth that says that, the Board of Supervisors recognizes this problem and is supportive of us making this a zero tolerance for litter community.
Okay, second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any other discussion? I do like branding it, having some message that's clear, so I'm supportive of it for that reason. Any other discussion? Betty?
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Tripp.
And Mr. Chairman, not to delay the public here tonight, but maybe a 5-minute recess.
5-minute break.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
we'll return at 5:35.
Tripp. Matt Walker.
Yeah, how are you?
One of the other things I wanted to mention is when I served as the chairman. We would, staying carrying our trash to the convenience center. And some people
And not enough hours in the meeting, that's the problem.
just blowing out our truck. Something that's we're actually offer. Can't use one of the. I mentioned it's a NIPSA board meeting one night. They're a little. I used to pay for it at my house. It was $300 a year. So that's $300 I spent.
All right, everybody, please take your seats. Got an unruly crowd today.
One minute left, yes.
They never listen. Let's go, everybody. Let's get going.
Duty call. I wasn't last. I'm just throwing this one.
All right, we'll get back on our agenda here. Next up is Economic Development Update. Trent, thank you for being here.
Now we're up. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is round two, if you will, of the three-legged confirmation tour. We spoke with the Economic Development Authority last week, and this is to make sure we're on the same track because this application is evolving from when the EDA first became aware of this. I get hired. We've retained Ms. Whitney Law with Think Big, Start Small, Think Big, excuse me, marketing. Not just to work on this project, but to help us with some other projects that the EDA is working on. So in any event, I'm going to let her go through her presentation because she'll do it much better than I could. Plus, she could respond to your questions and comments. One thing that I would point out, and I know Mr. Kimbrough attended that meeting. Unfortunately, I had to do it by Zoom for some medical reasons. But we've kind of changed focus from what we originally talked to you about. Because we recognized the more and more we got into this, there were some things we need to pull together from some existing websites that have some existing content. There's also some future initiatives by different groups in the county that we're trying to encourage them either through the EDA or through this ARPA process. But what you'll hear from Ms. Law, at the risk of stealing her thunder, is we just decided we needed some foundational investments, for lack of a better term. 80%. Susan Cockrell was telling me with Virginia River Realm, 80% of the people that go to our respective websites, but particularly Virginia River Realm, they're doing it through mobile devices. And, you know, you'll hear trails. Many members of the board are familiar, the Oyster Trail, the Artisan Trail, that type of thing. We're not getting away from that, but you'll hear Blue Way Trail. We're accentuating some of the features that are relatively unique to Middlesex, but really what that trail signifies, at least for me, is kind of a unification and a management type thing where we're going to create these apps and these facility planners and everything, excuse me, the facility, the ability to have the interactive planning and mapping to kind of build itineraries and work on the themes that the Virginia Tourism Corporation is pursuing as well as Virginia River Realm. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to her. All I need at the end of this is any questions or comments, polite nodding of head, confirmation to keep going forward. I'll have the same conversation with the EDA tomorrow, and then we'll bring you back an actual draft application. It's a 3-page application. There's really nothing to it other than what you see here. It's just adding the boilerplate information. So this is the application, if you will. It's just putting it in their format. But any questions or comments, if you could direct those to Whitney or I, we'll try and address those, and then the next time we see you, it's for the final blessing before I actually go ahead and enter everything into the system.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll get started and we'll make it quick. So, okay, so basically I was tasked with coming up with a proposal for the ARPA grant, how we'll be using that money that's provided by Virginia Tourism. So this is a very tourism-related grant. The overall objective that I've been looking at is how do we bring more awareness to Middlesex County as a destination for travelers in new target markets, and showcasing what we currently have here. So highlighting, you know, some of our best assets that we have being the water and things like that. So if you want to go to the next page. So obviously, when you do these grants, you could technically allocate some dollars and cents to different things, but I like to look at it with an overall message and a product that we can end up with. So Trent and I have been discussing the idea and the concept of the Middlesex County Blueway Trail. You can go ahead to the next one. With this trail, we would have target market and demographics of probably like the 30 to 65-year-old and higher individuals, groups, and families who enjoy the water, outdoor recreation, boating, paddling, kayaking, interested in multi-day trips and stays, and interested in kind of more of a guided experience. So things like what Trent just mentioned, itinerary-based ideas, like maybe a paddle adventure or journey or something along those lines. And then, of course, in locations that are not too far away, they're a good like road trip distance away. So Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, Norfolk, and Richmond, Virginia. And of course, with the boaters, having those that are traveling up and down the ICW as well could be a potential, so, okay. So with the product creation, what we're looking at creating is an interactive map, if you will, with geolocators that contain all of those hot spots throughout Middlesex County. So things like historical information, dining spots, local hangouts, public access, beaches, where you can spot wildlife, birding, things like that. All of those pieces that are along our waterways that people are attracted to. So this would also have a dedicated landing page that would house that trail and also the content and the itineraries that we come up with. So, okay. Keep in mind that these are probably a little bit of room in there for our budgets, but for the product creation, this would be kind of an example of the map that we're talking about. So being that the first step of this is creating a blueway trail, a lot of this is going to go, it's going to be water accessible items. So for instance, the town of Urbana is easily accessible from the water. Places like Merwar that is easily accessible from the water. Deltaville, with some help in the transportation side of things, is also easily accessible. So we would do dining, history, again, local hotspots, wildlife hotspots, services. So going back to possibly a marine industrial park or something like that, having those boat yards and service centers. And then, of course, the towns that are along that waterway as well. And lodging, so campgrounds and marinas, okay? The next step of the product creation is actually the landing place for this. So again, as Trent just said, 80% of people are probably looking at this from their phones as they're interacting with the area. So keeping it a very mobile-friendly view. So essentially, basically, they can hop on here, they can click Explore and use the maps, or they can choose one of the options below. I gotta take a breath here. Try to speed through this. Or they can look at one of the options below and, basically see those itineraries and things to see and things to do. So once you have the product, obviously you have to get the messaging out there. We've played around with some ideas of what kind of name this could have. We've said Rappahannock Southern Blueway Trail because we are of the southern side of the river in case Virginia's River Realm wanted to pick up the northern side as well. So maybe it could be two different sides, but otherwise it would be the Rappahannock River Blueway Trail. You can go ahead and scroll down. So the rest of the marketing plan would create digital awareness through paid social media ads, targeting all of the above that we talked about in those particular locations of the particular age groups, interests, and things like that. So you've got boaters, kayakers, paddleboarders, people interested in fishing and outdoor activities in those areas. So we've got a budget of about $17,500 to run ads from March through September on social media. The other piece to this is creating something similar to the video here. I don't know if that's linked still or not. Is it? No. Okay. Oh, that's okay. It's basically what you would call a sizzle reel. It's just a very romanticized view of our area. And of course, we have a lot of beauty in this area to show off. So a video production cost of $10,000 with a local production company, and then the cost of advertising this on YouTube or other streaming channels, about $10,000 for budget. Okay? And then the rest of this would be what's called content marketing. So creating more of those itineraries and things that could be maintained long-term. So essentially a guide to paddling the Dragon Run, a tour of Jackson Creek, fishing the Rappahannock, spring fishing guides, all of that good stuff that's going to keep people interested and give them the information that they need to really enjoy and explore this area. So that would be $20,000 budget for that. Okay. And then the last piece of this is another digital campaign. VTC likes to see you use their partners, if you will, or people that they have in their wheelhouse, basically. So Blue Ridge Outdoors is one of their partners. So this would be a perfect outlet for us to do something for the outdoor recreation and water recreation. I looked at a few of their packages, and this is basically the costing of what we could do with them from a March to, I think it was March to fall? Yeah, no, March to the end of summer is what it was. So, yep, and that's that. I did mention, though, one other piece to this. So I've been trying to figure out what is usable under that ARPA grant. And I mentioned to Lud earlier, it's possible as well that Deltaville could maybe even use some of this funding for a shuttle through Bay Transit and things. They used to have one, so that's also an opportunity that we could use to at least get people to travel up the county from there too. So, okay, I think that's it, right?
Is that Louis Lawrence holding that fish?
Could be.
Actually, that's my husband. It's a good fish. Any questions?
I have a question. On your cover sheet, it talks about mobile application apps, given the fact $120,000 is a one-time funding. Is that 120 encompassed from grants that we think that we can get to fund that?
No, this is all, if you might recall, Mr. Harris, this is, excuse me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm forgetting, otherwise I'll just project, but then people still stare at me. The 120, that's ARPA money, it's set aside, it's not competitive, it's either use it or lose it. So that's why we kind of looked at this as foundational, because we could certainly, I could just tell Whitney, just give me $120,000 worth of ad and just spend it out. And then the more and more we thought about this, again, since we have a lot of other active websites, we have a lot of other active groups, what might not be apparent in here is these apps, you can constantly feed content to these, and we're working on making it easier to do that. I use the term "we" very loosely because I'm a different kind of technology guy. But the calendar, for example, we can spend so much time just uploading events just for calendars. Now, we still have to police that and monitor that, but that's something we're working on Virginia River Realm right now, is to kind of make it easier for our allies and partners to promote their own thing, and we're just the service. Now, again, we still need professional guidance to do stuff like this. So that's why, again, kind of looking at it as one-time money. I mean, there'll be some ongoing maintenance costs, but the big thing is, if I came to you, you'd probably say, no, we ain't doing 100,000 on that, Trent. You need to go down the road and find some money someplace else.
So the cost for any given product creation, y'all are looking for that to be funded through the ARPA?
Right.
Yes.
We're going to spend all of that 120 as much as we can on these types of investments that will last. And then, like I kind of said in the memo, whatever we don't develop in terms of either applications or content or whatever specific to this general effort is whatever's left over, if you will. We still want to fund because there's ongoing requests with Cook's Corner and the Heritage Committee, as well as Museums of Middlesex. I mean,
Right.
They had a request of the board and the EDA before I got here that really hasn't been answered by the EDA, so we're going to try and answer some of that. But we're not necessarily going to be doing all of it because we just think like this is a better way to go to kind of set the stage and provide us a good foundation to build on.
Well, it looks great. Thank y'all for.
Can I say one point to the
yes.
museums in
Yeah,
Middlesex
go
part, though? It does actually include that as well, because we have the history spotlights there, so that, that archival system. Okay, got it.
Versus 40,000 for you and 40,000 for you, it's going to be less
Gotcha.
than 40, but we're still trying to do that in terms of giving people capability and also hopefully integrate some of this stuff. Because while it's nice to be separate, feeding things, efficiency of effort, and cross-pollinating a lot of we get asked to put things on our website, and then she has to put things on other websites, and, we're trying to find a better way to do some of this.
Well, it looks like we got the right team involved to do that, and I'm very pleased with what I see here, and I think it will go far for Middlesex County in promoting some of the things that we have that are unique here, and thank you very much for both of y'all putting that together. Looks great.
And we'll just, unless I'm missing something, Mr. Chairman?
Sorry?
Unless I'm missing something, then, Mr. Chairman, we should just part company and then come back in October?
Mr. Kuntz has something to say, his light's on.
Yeah, it is. That may have derailed me.
That wasn't the intent, sir.
So I guess my question is, it sounds like there's some found money in a way, and we're excited, and you guys have awesome capabilities. I didn't peruse the whole thing, honestly, so that's on me, but I see now that you do have Museums of Middlesex and Luna that's now part of that. I think Jackson Creek Outfitters, hopefully you've thought about. I love the shuttle idea, if that makes sense, but in my mind, that's another one of those that, you sort of try it, and who knows how long you have to try it before you say it's just not working. Right. The only question I really have is, where else has this worked? I don't expect an answer now, but maybe, at some point, where else has this worked to get to the digital? Like, where is there another rural coastal community somewhere on the East Coast that has done this and says, wow, look what happened? That would have been really nice for me. What can we expect for us to happen? What makes us think that this is going to be a new economic driver? Even if the money comes from somebody else, we should still be asking those questions. And then finally, how are we going to meter? And I see some of your website analytics, and I think you have plenty of those answers. But those are the kind of things that, it's helpful to see something that I can say, yeah, we brought down some money from somewhere else, and we're using it, and the idea is to attract the kind of economic development that we want. But if we're not metering it and we have no way of saying that it's working, it's I don't know. I've seen the Virginia River Realm billboard sort of fall into disrepair, and I just wonder, how many different things do we call the place before we start realizing that branding and rebranding and it only does so much unless we have integrated it in a way and really brought it into 2022 standards, which I think you're nailing when you say, get it here, because that's, that's the attention span and that's the accessibility. Most of the people, when they close their laptops, you're lucky to get this, and many of them don't even use laptops anymore. So you're already aware of that. But just those three questions of metering in particular and being able to update us on how it's going, it would be really helpful if you would think of that once you get to that point.
I'll have to look into the billboard. I wasn't aware of that.
That might be a year or two, and I think they may have fixed it. But the point was for the time that it was damaged and things happen, insurance companies take forever and yada yada yada. But that was a big investment for us, and to drive by it and see it look like, well, it looks like they were a nice county, but something happened. It just I hate to see us spend money and have it go that way.
I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying about the billboard.
It was damaged.
There's a billboard that's owned by H&H that we actually lease space from in cooperation with Museums of Middlesex. So am I missing something? Did the county buy it?
This might have been a year or two ago.
Was it with the museum?
It was the Virginia River Realm, I believe, or maybe it was Museums. It was on 17. It was Museums. It was on 17.
It's Museums of Middlesex, and then it's partnershiped with River Realm.
Yeah, and the point is there's no action item. It's just when you see an effort like this, when it's not properly shepherded and tendered, even in an emergency where somebody struck it with a car, we have to understand that is our beacon to the rest of the world that this is what we look like. And if it takes 2 weeks for that to get fixed, we're saying, hey,
Now I
we're
understand.
sort of
We have
open,
an
but, you know,
investment
we don't
in
have
River
much.
Realm. We don't have an investment necessarily per se in the sign, but it still reflects on now. I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I just make sure I wasn't missing something, like we bought a piece of property or something that had a sign on it. All right.
I have a follow-up question, please. So the Blue Way Trail, is that what we're trying to develop as a name trigger?
Honestly, it's not really, we haven't decided on a name for it. Really, this is going to be a Middlesex County branded and Virginia's River Realm brand, like a co-branding situation.
Okay.
Whatever name we come up with, you know, it's essentially just going to be the map itself. That's the product, not a brand that we're creating that's going to be the product, if that makes sense.
It does, and I guess my follow-up with that was if you Googled, either Googled or did a search for Middlesex County, would those items or Blue Way Trail come up that people could click on that to pull up whatever we have on that?
Yes. So with the marketing plan, with the creation of that landing page that we're talking about,
Yes.
search engine optimization would be included in that to make sure that we do start showing up for, even if someone was searching for a paddle trail in Virginia, hopefully Blue Way Trail comes up or whatever we dub it to be.
Whatever name.
So, yes. mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a good point, Mr. Harris, because, yeah, these are certainly as finished as we can make them at this point, but this will be evolving. So if someone's stuck on Blue Way, I hope they don't get disappointed if it turns into some other marketing.
Well, we're
phrase.
so
It's
wrapped
the general
around,
concept.
we're so wrapped around the Rappahannock River, me not knowing anything about
Correct.
Middlesex or anything about whatever, I might Google Middlesex, or I might Google Rappahannock River.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah.
Deltaville, you know, it's like when I worked in
Or the
Matthews,
towns.
a lot of people knew Gwynn's Island, had no idea that Gwynn's Island was part of
Right.
Matthews, because all they did was go visit people there.
Right.
But, you know, it's that type of identity and marketing where some people know Deltaville, they don't know the rest of the county.
Correct.
The other, the other side of this too is that it's going to start out as a very water-based for the build-out of this, but eventually what we're hoping it turns into is something that you can actually filter down to maybe a history trail as well, or a dining trail, like a foodie trail. So like the map and everything will be there, and then based on how that person wants to experience Middlesex County, they can choose that experience.
It's just not
based on this.
marine-based, but we're trying to do the marine theme. Right.
Right. So like, you might highlight, I don't know, the museum as an example, Christchurch Parish with General Puller.
Exactly.
I mean, that type of thing.
Exactly, yep.
For a trail type thing, from one end of the county to Deltaville and
Yes.
hot spots in between.
Exactly.
Cool,
Yep.
cool. Looks good.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would add is, please don't forget to link in the 3, soon-to-be 4 campgrounds that we have in
Oh,
the
yeah.
community.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's another good point, you know, I'm going through a transition right now with the EDA where people say, well, there's a lot that you can do on marketing, We're just not doing this blindly. I mean, in terms of Whitney's own professional experience and her local relationships with folks. The Virginia Tourism Corporation really, I don't say dictates, but they define and do a heck of a lot of research on these themes. And of course, Virginia River Realm has been implementing those types of things and working with Virginia Tourism. And Michelle did too.
Yes.
But of course, so I guess we're
To
not
that
necessarily
point.
making this stuff up, if you will. That's why,
To that
when she
point,
said, you know,
though.
this is our demographic, these are our themes,
Yes.
this is our strengths that we can work on.
They are very focused on Virginia and actually the Chesapeake Bay region of being a water recreation area. So this is what VTC also wants to see of us.
And
too,
all the
so.
research too, click a button,
Yeah.
here's 5 things you can do, here's 10 things you can do in a day, here's 2 things you can do in an hour. However they package it up, because they're in tune for what people are kind of seeking and what Virginia tourism research has shown.
Thank you. I'm certainly in favor of taking this one-time money and creating assets that we can then get value
Right.
from for an indefinite period. I think it's a great strategy.
Yeah. As long as we don't shoot the wrong vehicle and the wrong person dressed the wrong way, we'd probably use that sizzle reel for 5 or 10 years. Anyway,
Exactly.
Thank y'all very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dave, proposed fee ordinance?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before you, you have a draft of the proposed fee ordinance update. This is something we do periodically, usually work with Matt on it. What we try to do is research some of the counties around us and stay in the middle. I've presented this as when you go through this, there's a few new items in it. And you'll notice some pretty good bumps in a couple items that require public hearings. Matt and I have had discussions over the years about recouping the cost of public hearing notices. They have to go in the paper. That's a substantial cost. The ordinance allows us to recoup the cost for rezonings. It specifically allows that. Now, the problem with that being is you have to collect the fee up front. And we do not get the bill from the Sentinel for about a month and a half, so it'd be problematic to go chase the applicant down after they've somewhere in the process to try to recoup that money. So you'll notice a couple of these, like major site plans, special exceptions, things that require public hearings have been bumped up fairly significantly, about somewhat over $100. And that's mainly to recoup those advertising costs. We've been kind of eating them, so to speak, for the past few years. Looks like a lot of localities do, but you're allowed to pass them on, and there's really not a mechanism to send them the bill. So I've taken an average and just put it in and added in all these applications with public hearings. Of course, you've seen staff reports. You know a lot of work goes into staff reports, involves a lot of staff time. There's also advertising. APO notifications have to go out. You have postage, that's constantly going up. So that was really, the other applications basically are only going up $10 or $15, just incrementally, just to kind of keep up with inflation. You'll notice some new components in here. We have a comprehensive plan amendment line item, proffer amendment. We've just been kind of working through our regular rezoning application through that. You'll notice we've upped the tourist home application fee. They tend to be somewhat, even though they're not special exceptions, they tend to be somewhat time consuming for staff. You can see we have one addition for the pumping hall. The board just added that in. So that's an application fee that's going to take staff time. It's also going to take some monitoring on the part of staff. So there's backside cost involved in that. You go through the subdivision applications, other than the major site plan, major subdivision, which requires, again, a public hearing and advertising. That one's been bumped up a little bit more significantly than other ones. You'll notice that this is somewhat complicated. In our site plan review, there's embedded in that site plan is an erosion and sediment control plan for commercial projects. And what usually happens is we kind of come to the plan is sent to the department. Most of these are over an acre. The plan would be sent to DEQ for stormwater review. We are still an E&S authority. And when we get to the end, both the county and the DEQ kind of look at each other and they'll say, are you okay with the E&S? And they'll say, are you okay with the stormwater? And we'll kind of both at the same time, they need confirmation. Well, currently we do not have a review process embedded in that. My proposal is to pull that out, charge a separate fee to do the E&S review concurrent with the site plan review, and comments can be listed. There's a little bit of additional cost for the consultants, but they would be receiving comments together. Currently, they would have to, in order to get an actual determination, they would have to submit an actual land disturbance permit, which can be somewhat expensive. The engineer has to be named as a responsible land disturber, which should be the contractor. So this would separate this out, make that process a little bit better for site plan review, and recoup some of the costs involved in reviewing the E&S as well. When we go to the second page, you'll see there's one item there that I need to explain a little bit. You'll see no net loss of wetlands for non-vegetated, and there's a question mark there. And you'll note in the memo, the Wetlands Board discussed this at our meeting this morning, at their meeting this morning. And what was an appropriate fee for this? Currently, we charge $9 a square foot for impact of vegetated wetlands. For board members, it may need a little brief education. In tidal wetlands, you have vegetated and non-vegetated wetlands. Currently, our board, the board is, they're supposed to be treated equally, but the board understands that you may have to impact non-vegetated wetlands, but they will not let you impact or not impact, but create a loss of the vegetated wetlands. They will make you avoid it. If you can't avoid it, you can always pay this $9 a square foot fee. We do not have a current fee for non-vegetated wetlands. What I've proposed is, my proposal is, and the Wetlands Board concurred with this, is to charge a nominal small amount for non-vegetated wetlands. This would help abate some of the, I guess, unwanted extra impacts that people may do. It also creates and puts back in the Wetlands Fund a little bit of money that could be used for wetlands projects. If the board had a wetlands issue somewhere, they wanted to create a living shoreline, this fund would build up a little bit of money. They could, at some point, do a little county project. You wouldn't want to put this in the general fund and use it for something that doesn't relate to wetlands. So their recommendation was to charge between 50 cents and $1 for non-vegetated wetlands. The impact, for example, there was the case that the Wetlands Board heard this morning was about 350 square feet of non-vegetated wetlands impacted. That would be, because it was a bulkhead and it's a loss, that would be a $350 impact fee that would be paid into that fund. So the board may want to consider that, discuss that fund, or they may want to leave it at zero, where it's at now. That's a board decision. You could discuss that portion of it. Like I said, as you go through that, there would be certain exemptions for that as well, living shorelines, that type of thing. Certain projects are not considered losses. They're considered impacts, but not losses. So it would only be where there's a loss of non-vegetated wetlands. As you go down the building applications, they were just incrementally adjusted to just to kind of cover inflation. These were put together with, David Self, our building official. He plugged in what he thought were appropriate increases in those particular fees. With that, there's really not too much else. Like I said, we tried to just bump them up just a touch, other than the ones that require public hearing. They're about in line with other counties.
And Dave, if I may, I think the last time we adjusted this was 2018?
I believe so, yes.
So it's been about 4 years.
Yeah, it's time.
And we are, with these amounts, in that comfortable middle that we want to be. We're not the highest, we're not the lowest.
Yeah, there's some counties that, it looks like they've had their fees the same since the 80s. I was looking at Lancaster, they charge $100 for a site plan, unless their fee schedule's not posted correctly. I don't see how any county could process a site plan for $100. I'm sorry.
No comment.
Yeah, and some are extremely high. King Williams are pretty much on the high end. So, some of this is to recoup the cost of doing business. I mean,
Well, and to give some context for the board, several boards ago, staff was instructed, if my memory serves, to keep our rates and fees more current because the mindset or the thought process was it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to subsidize developers or development. It's really the new guy coming in who should pay his fair share of his way to get in. And in that spirit, I asked Dave to prepare this revised schedule of fees, not for any action today, just for your awareness, and if you are okay with moving forward with their amendment, schedule a public hearing on that for the October or November meeting.
Mhm. And the only, of course, I'm here to answer any questions you have, but for your discussion, you might want to discuss, do you want to include a small amount for the non-vegetative wetlands? That's just my proposal to put in. You may opt to just leave it out at this time, and if that's the board's will, that's okay too, so. So with that, with no questions, or?
So this is not something that we would vote on today?
Not tonight.
It's just
No, sir.
for information. Does anyone have thoughts about the non-vegetated wetlands?
Mr. Chair, yeah, no, I personally don't have any problem with adding that non-vegetation.
So the example would be, you have a sloping, non-vegetated, essentially a beach or mud that's going into the river. You put in a bulkhead, so you lose some of that square footage.
I think a good example, I think a good example, if you can picture a lot of bulkhead, let's say there's an existing bulkhead that's failed.
Yeah.
And they want to go 2-foot channelward.
Right.
They would pay that impact for that loss, yes, they would. Now, they could put it back in the same footprint if they wanted to. Now, that's going to cost them more money because the contractor's going to charge more for it. But they could opt to put it in the same footprint, and then there wouldn't be a loss because there's no additional impact or loss. And it's my understanding, riprap is not a loss, it's an impact. So this deals with loss of wetlands. That means you've taken that environmental component away. It's there no longer. With riprap, you've taken something, you still have an environmental component in riprap. The critters still go up in it, and the only thing that grows on the side of a bulkhead are barnacles. So there's no environmental upside of a bulkhead.
And what you mentioned was the idea of earmarking that funds for the county to potentially use for wetlands uses in the future. So my question to...
It would have to be used for that type of project. You wouldn't want to use it for a road getting down to if you were doing a beach project, you wouldn't want to earmark those funds for a road getting into the beach. That would be a stretch of the intent. You might be able to argue a living shoreline at a beach that would probably fall under the code section that you could use it, but it would be for the restoration of wetlands.
So
mainly.
administratively, Matt, so this is my question, we would have an account where there was a balance for wetlands.
We already have an account set up
Oh,
for
we
it.
do?
Yeah,
Oh,
because we've collected some vegetated wetlands in losses. So I believe there's several $1,000s in it. And it would eventually accumulate up to where you might be able to do a nice little wetlands project somewhere. You could use it for teaching. You could use it for something for a wetlands board. And you just don't want that impact. You don't want to make it $4 or $5 a square foot. That might cause undue harm, undue cost because as Louis said earlier, shoreline projects are expensive. So you don't want to place too much burden on that property owner doing that shoreline work. And their recommendation was between 50 cents and $1 per square foot. I guess you could hit it in the middle, would be fair. So if you so decide to do something like that.
Like I said, I have no problem with, like Dave presented, to put it to a public hand like was presented. I have no problem, no issues with it.
You have a dollar figure in mind?
Oh, no, I don't know. I don't have a dollar figure.
What did the Wetlands
The
Board recommend
Wetlands
again?
Board recommended 50 cents to $1, no more than $1.
I would recommend we go with the 50 cents.
50 cents?
50 cents, yeah,
50 cents
probably.
sounds good.
So for example, that project that the Wetlands Board heard, they would pay $150, which is probably minimal in the grand scheme of things. And eventually we're able to restore some of what was lost somewhere. So that's the intent of the in lieu of fee. So
Any other comments? It sounds like, is everyone with a head nod in favor of moving ahead with the public hearing at 50 cents?
Yeah.
Sounds good. And did you have anything else? Because I had one question.
Sure, go ahead.
I would appreciate your just updating us all on the efforts that you've already expended on looking at B&B regulations, because I know there has been effort expended.
Yes, I sent that to the ordinance committee, and basically, for the most part, they didn't really know where to go with it. They didn't really see anything wrong with it. So Mr. Mueller has presented an ordinance that the board may or may not want to consider. So Heather and I are going to get together and put together a report for y'all and some options. So I think we need direction from the board on which way to go, and you guys need some direction and some information so you can advise us. So I know Mr. Mueller's frustrated with the process, but this is like, it's law. I mean, you have to go through a process to try to get to where you want to be. And sometimes unless somebody's presented exact language, there was no submittal. We did it, it's a planning commission initiated review and ordinance amendment. So everything's in place to go forward. It's just once we draft, everybody needs direction, and Heather and I are going to work on that to get you all something so you can get back with us and give us a little direction. So we're looking at a little bit of time yet. It's not something that's going to occur overnight as far as that process, because that's good planning commission and then to y'all for final approval. So.
I think sorry.
Well, I was just going to mention, Mr. Chairman, I think I may have mentioned this before when the matter first came up several months ago. It's the property owners themselves that are listing these properties on Airbnbs for lease and rent and for profit, of course. It seems to me a natural realization would be that they would have some amount of increased responsibility to govern the use of their own properties. And to the extent any revisions could force or compel a property owner to be responsible through whatever means necessary, that the people renting the property actually adhere to their rules through fees, through whatever measures, I think may be an advisable way to go, because it takes us out of being the Airbnb police, and it forces the property owner leasing the property to the Airbnb client to be responsible for their customers,
right,
so to speak. And if they're not, then the county can go on the property owner, because we have to, any violation we send, notify the property owner. And if the property owner is not performing their responsibility as a good civic citizen, if you will, or neighborhood citizen through the Airbnb ordinance, then that's when the government, and in this case us, would get involved with the property owner saying, okay, you have a set of rules that you're approved to operate your Airbnb under. You're not enforcing those rules on your client. Now there's consequences from us. I mean, just a suggestion.
Right.
And that's based on personal experience, having been an Airbnb client in other areas. And actually being required to pay a substantial deposit for the use of the property. And that deposit would have been forfeit had I not abided by their rules that they had set for the use of the property. So,
And some of the complications or some of the complaints are out of the world of zoning. They could be, on a holiday weekend, a person that lives at that house could have overflow. We've seen it. The families come down. You have every relative that that's distant, and they're spread out, and they're parking in front of people's houses, and it can happen outside of an Airbnb. And it's not some of the components that were complained about are out of the purview of zoning and planning, like noise and trespass and that type of thing. We have no control over that.
Trash.
Trash, that type of thing. So, you know, you can collect some of it and try to, just like Matt said, you can try to encapsulate some of it, but some of it's just behaving and doing what the laws state. And also May is working with Mark, they're working together. You know, Mark actually spends time and researches, and May does too. You can go online and find out where these people are operating these short-term rentals. And you know, they're going to get together and try to do some enforcement on that and send them notifications that they need business license and zoning permits. So they're in compliance, so.
I think Mark and May are making a very active.
Yeah.
They're working very well together on that because sometimes they're coming in for zoning to get application to turn their house into an Airbnb, and then we notify the commissioner's office, or they go to the commissioner's office for their business license, and we get notified through zoning. I think one of the things that Mr. Kretz and I could use as guidance, because obviously this is going to have to, if there are revisions to be made, we would present them to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would hold a public hearing on them, and then they'd come before you. We have to go through that traditional process. And you may not have an answer today, but we are seeking some guidance or some input if there's a particular part that you think that your constituents would like to see addressed. Maybe you could funnel that to us so that we can be looking at different jurisdictions, because some jurisdictions, like Charlottesville, which has a very large active Airbnb population, has a lot of regulations. And then there are other jurisdictions that are much more relaxed. And we're trying to walk that line and to meet the request. And so if there are things that your constituents are expressing to you that maybe we haven't heard directly, please share them with us. So, because that could help us, because they are really broad. You know, Norfolk's hiring part-time people to work on the weekends to enforce Airbnb instead of using their law enforcement. I mean, every jurisdiction is doing something a little different right now and going in different areas. So that would be really helpful for Dave and I, please.
Maybe you could prompt us with an email to.
Absolutely.
Please respond by X date and we'll do that.
Absolutely.
Because our ordinance committee just didn't know what to do with it. They said, you know, I think Ray Kostesky was there, and he was giving us some feedback, but, you know, we just discussed it, and we, okay, you know, we have what we have. We do have something in place. It's not necessarily bad. It just needs to be tweaked some.
Yeah.
So,
Potentially, yeah, we're going to review that.
yeah, so,
Okay, thank you, Dave.
yep, all right.
All right, next is Ben for the Puller Center renovation. And, let's see, do you have other colleagues on this project with you, Ben?
No,
Don't
Mr.
see
Snow,
anybody else? Sheriff's not here?
Charlie's over here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ben Burton, Bay Design Group. The letter that you have in front of you is a summary of discussions that have happened about converting the Puller Vocational Center into the Middlesex County Sheriff's Office. Part of it is the summary of the program report that the Bay Design Group team prepared for the direct renovation. The other part of the letter is a summary of what would be necessary if you followed the route that Mr. Snowa had suggested, which is preparing a new building. The problem with what he initially presented at several earlier meetings and at the workshop was that he just covered directly what a building would cost. He did not cover all the pieces that were necessary for a complete project to relate to the renovation project cost. So what you have in front of you is the top paragraph. There's a $3.75 million for the building and site improvements construction for a direct renovation of the building. The soft cost of the design and construction administration of $321,000 leads to a project cost of approximately $4.1 million. The lower part of the letter, and this was discussed, this was not directly my own numbers. It was a collaborative effort between Charlie, myself, and Jim Snowa. His new building construction that would include a EOC cost, or space for an EOC, was a 10,000 square foot building. Contingency of that led to a building cost, a new building cost of $3 million. To put that new building at the PVC, we'd have to demolish the PVC. He did not include the cost of the Sally Port with a gate. That cost is approximately $300,000. That's the similar cost that was in the renovation cost. He did not include the emergency generator cost of almost $160,000. And he did not, and we had to have just general site improvements that are the same as we had in the renovation of $500,000. So the construction cost for a new building at the existing site would be $4.1 million. The design cost to support that would take that cost up to, as you see, a $10,000 geotechnical report, and the design and construction administration would take it up to approximately 4.52. We summarized these two so that the board would have a direct comparison between the two to give us guidance as to which direction you wanted to proceed. It was done as I say, not just my opinion, it was done as a collaborative effort between Jim Snowa, myself, and Charlie Bean. The two things that are similar about this is that as we talked further with Jim about it, he agreed that it was going to be a 2-year process to go through the design, go through the bid, go through the construction of it, so that it would take approximately 2 years from whenever you said go with it for either one of these directions. It would be 2 years before the sheriff could occupy a building, whether it's the renovation or whether it's a new building on the old site or the existing site. The other piece of it would be the issue of whether or not you felt that a third-party structural evaluation of the existing PVC conforms to the building code, the risk category 4. As I explained previously, the existing part of the building, has very similar structural roof capacity or roof design as what Jim was proposing would be reasonable to do for his building. So whether or not we went through a formal structural evaluation of the old building would be something that possibly would increase the cost of the renovation project. But the other thing to take into account is what do you get after each of these projects, or after this project is done. In a renovation, in a renovation, what you have is, right now, is a 43-year-old building. It has, even after renovation, we're just renovating the inside. We're not renovating the
Ben, you may want to hold off because you're not going to make it into the minutes until that mic is back up. Sorry to interrupt you.
Lengthy people that talked before we got to this.
You talking about us or them?
Thanks, Kevin. So the major difference between the two, other than cost, is the fact that if you renovate the existing building, which is approximately 43 years old now, and assume that a building has a reasonable life of anywhere from 50 to 60 years, you will have a 7 to 17-year-old life of the renovated Middlesex County Sheriff's Office. If you build new, then you've got a building that's going to be useful for 50 to 60 years. If you can find the money to do the new building, we're prepared to go in that direction. If you want to just renovate the direct building, the existing building, we're prepared to go in that direction. Both of them are going to take the same amount of time to get from this point down to an occupancy of about 2 years. Available to answer any other questions.
I got a question. Charlie, you up there with Ben? Yeah, I want to know now which way you're leading us to, because right now you're saying that we're basically at $4,500,000 for a new building, and we had $4 million for an old building, and we got less time frame. If we remodel that building, then we don't have 20 years. We got 20 years for a new building.
Useful life after it's.
Useful life.
That's
So
correct.
what y'all saying to me now, for $500,000, then it's better to build new. That's what I mean.
That's correct. You'll have a lifespan of 40 to 60 years of the new building versus 70 to 20 for rental.
And you're also telling me that it's going to take 2 years to do it, regardless of which way you go.
That's correct. Through design, the whole bidding process, selecting contractor, making the award, which you would all have to approve, and get them under contract. We can probably construct the building in 10 months. Do everything we need to do in 10 months. We made it a year just in case because of the
Permitting reviews.
well, that and the geotechnical report and everything. We don't know what we might find.
So basically you're saying to build a new building, you can tear everything on that site down in probably 2 months pretty easy, because you don't want anything left. In 2 months, you can tear it down, then you, okay, y'all answer my question.
Not bad. You don't need me anymore?
I think one of the other questions that you asked was whether or not, how to go in the direction of the funding of it, whether it was going to be direct funding from the county, or were you going to get USDA funding? Mr. Walker and I had an opportunity to talk with Tara Delaney earlier this morning, and she gave us an overview of what would be necessary to get an application to them, how they would be involved in something like this. From a standpoint of how it would affect the timeline, I basically had advised you earlier in the earlier meetings and in the workshop, it would probably add a 9 to 12 month time to get the USDA involved in this project. And they'd essentially have ownership of the project, as you've seen from past projects. And they control the timeline, and they control when and how you can go out to it. And it would add a specific requirement for any materials to be Buy America, Build America. That could add a cost to it.
And the cost to renovate this building, why it costs so much to renovate it with that kind of square footage, because we changed it to a sheriff's office. would that be about the same price it was another type building going there? If we were renovated to be something else?
No, we're, the
We're talking
renovating,
about the sheriff's office, I'm thinking that, you know, the things got to be done on the inside a little different
there-
from
there are certain-
renovating the building itself.
yeah, there's
for other
certain
use.
offices that are typical to any office, the sheriff's office, the deputy's space, that type of thing. There are specialty items within that renovation, the holding cells, the armories, the records room that all require special attention to the type of work they get.
So you're saying you could renovate it doing something else, it'd be less expensive?
Yeah, we cut out some of the costs because those,
Okay.
the type, you wouldn't need a holding cell.
Okay.
You wouldn't need a sally port.
Ben, I got a question. In our last workshop or discussions, there was some concern about not fully knowing what the cost would be with the new building encroaching on the drain field of the health department. Have we?
No, this is, the issue of putting a new building on a new site, we've just discarded that. That is not part of this. We,
Okay,
looked at-
correct. So,
This is
I
because
assume-
of two issues. One, you're putting it where drain fields and water lines already are, and you're adding cost to doing that. And the second would be, we'd have significant stormwater management cost because you'd be adding new impervious area on a raw site.
Exactly. So so again, the figures that you have presented here on the comparison between new versus renovated doesn't necessarily answer the questions on what additional cost would be or problems would be with erecting a building that has wastewater treatment issue capability. Am I correct on that?
Yes, we did not look at putting a new building on a new site. This is a new building on the existing PVC.
Oh, okay, so, all right, now I guess I'm a little
See,
better
we're taking,
educated.
see, if you look at that second, the fourth bullet down, where we have the PVC demolition and structural fill. That's
Okay,
where-
so the new building presentation was based on tearing down the old
Existing
building
PVC.
and putting it there,
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, because our last discussion was tearing that building down, but actually building the building up in front of where, towards Route 33, towards the health department. That was the discussion the last discussion that we had,
Yeah,
that there
but
were some unknowns
we-
about what the cost could or couldn't be,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, not how I completely remember it, but
Well, there were some unknowns there based on, go ahead, Charlie.
If you recall the cost comparison spreadsheet that I put together, there were a lot of items that we had to quantify.
Okay,
That wasn't included in the cost, building the facility in a green field in between the
Yes.
health department and PVC. These numbers now, we went back and quantified those, that's where these numbers came from, but it was based on tearing down the existing building and then building on that existing footprint instead of going to a green field, having to deal with the drain fields, relocating the water lines and all of that.
cool.
So that's where this came from.
Just wanted to be sure I was seeing exactly what we were talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ben, when you and Charlie and Noel got together, you said y'all three got together, did you get any input from the sheriff at that time? Because why I'm saying that, because you gotta think about it, sally ports, holding cells and all that. Now, you're talking about it just a shell, and that's.
no.
Oh, am
If you-
I wrong? Just let me know.
Okay. The layout, the conceptual layout that Jim presented to you that you saw in the layout, in in the workshop did have all the spaces that the sheriff needed and that the EOC would need. And there are, as we looked in more detail, the three of us looked at it in more detail, there was probably a little more space for one thing that could be reduced and increase the kitchen size in the new building and that type of thing. So there would be some refinement of that layout that the sheriff we would need to get him involved in some refinement of that layout. But there was no real question about the fact that it was going to take a 10,000 square foot building that had all those pieces in it. So that's what led to that first line item, the 10,000 at the 275 a square foot. That was Jim's projection on it. We all felt that a contingency of 10% of that would be appropriate to create a real cost for the new building of $3.3 million, plus the things that he had not included in it, which are all the other line items down below. So we're getting to what we're trying to get here to you is an apples to apples comparison of what it would be and give you one building that has less life left to it, but costs less to begin with, versus a new building that has a longer lifespan once you get through to it.
Well, give me a question on this then. This building here, been here many years. Now down there, cinder block walls, steel rafters, that I can guarantee been much stronger than what they're building today. In my opinion, I'm just saying it. And Mother Nature come through, it's gonna happen. But what I'm saying, that old building there with cinder block walls, you're gonna tell me it's not gonna last no more longer than 17 years. And why I'm saying that, materials and stuff that they built this day and time, back then, can hold up. This building been here a long time. Building over here been a long time. Cinder block walls and brick, if you take care of anything, and it's all about taking care of it, and maintenance, and keeping things together. Now, you can go ahead and put a metal building up, and put some brick facade on it. But, if Mother Nature gonna come through and hit something straight, it's gonna happen. But I can tell you the way that building designed down there with the dirt around it and cinder block walls, and then you look at everything else, and I say, you're the expert, but how many sheriff office have you designed or know of them? How many have y'all designed to give me another opinion? That's why I'm just asking, because I don't know.
Let me answer one of the questions, or one of the issues that you proposed, and how strong that building is. Yes, it is. Essentially, you've got a brick and block exterior and a central core of brick and block. Very strong building. The problem with that building is exactly the problem that you raised. They put earth berms around it. It retained water. It has caused problems and will continue to cause problems with that brick and block, because we can see water intrusion coming through because the water has been allowed to pile up because the system hasn't been maintained. That's one of the problems on the building down there that is different from the Woodward building. A brick that's completely above ground, has good, no drainage, no water seeping to the inside. PVC has had a problem with it, was set right down on the ground, and they've had water intrusion into the building. We think we can solve that. They've had water piled up against the walls of the building that we believe we can solve those, but it's not going to be a completely new building or something like the Woodward building. There was a difference between when this was built and when that was built and when things now are built.
But couldn't those problems be corrected? No, I'm just asking this question. I want to know. Because you don't know till you get into it. But can it be corrected? I know there's been some flooding around and water around.
If I had my druthers on the renovation of the building, I'd take all that earth away from it and work from the outside in. but that's gonna add a exorbitant cost to renovating that building to solve the water intrusion. We think we can solve most of it by rearranging the downspouts and putting solving water problems from the inside of it. That's the direction that's going, but I don't like that building, but it can accommodate the building, it can accommodate the share of space requirements. And we think we can solve all the infrastructure problems, the issue of whether we can solve all the renovation, all the water intrusion because of the earth piled up 8 and 10 feet high against that building. There was a reason it was done at that stage of the game, and that was thermal protection. If we take that down, we've got to do other things for thermal protection. And we'll certainly won't allow water. If you've taken the earth away from that building or from the sides of that building, you're not going to get water piling up and going in through the walls into the inside. But we'll have some ugly looking walls unless we do things to it.
I'm in agreement with, or tend to be today in agreement with Wayne that sound structural buildings, I'm not a big proponent of just tearing them down to build a new building for some of the same reasons that he talked about as well. But I would like to hear both you and Charlie's opinion on if you're setting or you're making that decision on renovation or new, what would be your decision today as the professionals in the room?
Okay? I'll give mine, you give yours. My professional opinion is if you've got the money, do the second one.
Agreed. And I agree, there's no issue with regards to structural of that building. I would prefer to renovate, but given the life cycle costs and the duration of the life of that building, second option is probably the best.
Okay, I'm just going to throw some gasoline on the fire just a little bit here.
You're beating me to the button.
And again, you're the professional, so I'll take that for what it is. But from the plans that we've looked at the total renovation of that building, hell, it looks like you're tearing it pretty well apart. So my opinion would be that actually you're probably a little short on the 20-year or 17 to 20-year existency of the building. To me, it looks like you'd be adding some years, even though it's an old building, based on the fact that you're going to completely gut it and pull up all of the, the water pipes coming in and all of that. I mean, we talked about that at the planning meeting. So I think we're a little short on what the exact longevity of that building may or may not be.
As far as life cycle.
My opinion.
Yeah, keep in mind, we never have changed the exterior
Right.
of that building. We've not done any, we have completely, well, I won't say we're completely gutted because in the renovation, we've kept the restrooms where they were. We changed one for the magistrate to handle handicap accessibility that was necessary. But those didn't change other than the fact that the plumbing has
Correct.
broken below it. We had to change that pipe no matter
Right.
what was going to happen. So, but the building exterior and the building roof was not changed. The addition to the back of it was a little, I don't know what to call it, a sunroom addition type of thing that we just take off and add and make it a good building. The Sally Port, whatever has to happen, no matter what. that's immaterial of what that's not adding anything to the building life.
Right.
Because that's a separate entity all
Right.
of itself.
Right. And, this has been pretty valuable, the comparison that you did, because it moved the difference in the discussion between new and old to being pretty closer to the same total amount, which that wasn't the way it was
Yeah, there was a lot of-
at our last meeting that we talked
There was
about.
a lot of presentation, very quick presentation about what the building would cost.
Yes.
Versus what the projects would cost. And that, it was useful time that Charlie and Jim and I spent
Absolutely.
to develop this. So we hope it gives you some more direction on where to go or how to go or.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's your decision. These are your two options. I'm
And-
just as happy with one as I am with the other.
And Mr. Chairman, on that note, if I may, remind the board that it is coming up on 7 o'clock and we have public hearings. But, and this may be piggybacking on what Wayne had said earlier that I don't know if y'all quite caught. There's a very important opinion needed on this matter. And last I heard, last month, the sheriff said he was attracted to the Polar building. And that's what got the focus down to the Polar building. I'm wondering, I see the date on this is September 2nd. First of all, I appreciate both of you and the hard work you put into it. I've seen it. Y'all been right across from my office doing it. Have you had a good bit of time to present all of this to the sheriff, and what's his opinion on it?
He just
Because-
wants a building he can move into.
But, okay.
He understands now that.
So it's not necessarily the building, it's the actual location the building's at that the sheriff was interested in.
Yes, and.
I was under the impression it was more the building.
Yeah.
Am I mistaken?
Yeah, he does. And he also wants us to make provisions for future fuel facility. So we can show that on the drawings. It won't be part of this project.
Well, and the
It's
reason.
those kinds of things that he keeps throwing at us is like, all right, one thing at a time.
You know, I understand it, and the reason why I asked that, because if it's the actual location he's interested in, that's one thing. My understanding, and I've just looked across the aisle, and I think it's the general understanding across the aisle there too, that he's interested in the building and kind of fell in love with the idea of renovating that building. If it's a new building and he's okay with the building, then is he okay being in a different location where the development cost may be substantially less than tearing down a building that's already there? I mean, one of the reasons we have acquired property around the courthouse when it has come available is for future potential expansions, not the least of which the sheriff's office. Again, I don't want to interject my opinion in this because I'm kind of hanging back and just listening, but I really think it's very important to listen to what the sheriff has said. I don't think I've heard anything that's contradicted that other than, well, now he wants a new building on the same location. I haven't heard that.
No, he
Okay,
he hasn't said that.
Okay, so he has not said that he wants a new building on the Fuller Center location.
Let me take you through the entire timeline and discussion of this whole process as I remember it.
Well, we got 7 minutes.
Okay, I can do it. I can do it in 3. When he came, when the board decided that let's get him a building, let's get him a new space, he had presented an option that he thought, and this was his quote, that he thought the Puller Vocational Center could be renovated for $2 million. That was the basis of the decision to say to the consultants, let's look at, can it be done? We came up with that program report, which led you to the $4 million. At that point in time, he said that's, even though it's more than what he thought, it's still less than what he knew other sheriff's offices in the region had been built for, which he identified generally as the 6 to 8, sometime even $10 million. Seemed kind of large. Jim came up, Jim Snowa said, well, I think we can do better than any of those. and came up with the option of a new building. He came up with a concept level. We've identified that obviously a new building in the PVC site is going to be much less than the $6 to $8 to $10 million that the sheriff had thought a new building anywhere would be, but it is still more than renovating the old building. So keep in mind, the whole thing started with an idea of, damn, this thing can be done for $2 million. No.
Couple of questions. The first, has there been any look at the operating cost of the renovated building versus new?
Operating costs should be roughly the same because the big cost in either building operating cost is going to be the HVAC systems. In the renovation, we're completely gutting the old HVAC systems, adding a new. Same thing would be for the new.
So insulation in the renovated building would be comparable.
Excuse me?
Insulation, thermal characteristics of the renovated building would be similar to the new.
Yes.
Okay.
If we keep the thermal berms, earth berms on the outside, yes.
Right. With respect to security and safety, do you feel confident that the new building design concept, I keep hearing sort of the idea of a metal building like it's one of those garages that you can buy and you can self-build in an afternoon. I don't think that's what we're talking about.
No, it's not.
So I want to make sure, because this building at least for a police station, would need to meet all of the safety and security regulations of, I think, Class 4 is the right terminology.
Yes.
So would this new construction, do you feel confident that new construction would be comparable or better than the renovation?
Yeah. The outer perimeter of the new building is a steel frame, and it does have some, in places, has a brick facade on it to make it look a little nicer. But it is not order off the shelf steel building. Yes, no, it's not that. It's a stick-built building.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
then I had also heard from the sheriff that the cost of building new sheriff's offices was significantly higher on a square foot base, like $9 a square foot, and we're talking about $4.50. I'm not in the construction business. I don't know. Is that just depending on what is built where, or?
That's what he heard. I have not heard that from any sources that I had. What we used in this comparison was Jim Snow's cost construction of what he thought the concept building that he was proposing could be done for a square foot. And then we added a minor contingency in there to cover for the cost. So you see takes it up to about, his number becomes approximately $300 a square foot versus the 3.17, I think I mentioned to you, was what the cost that we projected in the program report, working from the ground up, not coming up with a cost. So they start coming closer and closer together and more reasonable from a professional standpoint as to what the projects were really going to cost.
Thank you.
If I may, though, I will say that, may I?
Please.
Because I was asked.
You're part of the committee, right?
Yeah, that is correct. And I was asked previously to look into the cost per square foot of a new facility. And of course, I am not anything other than a Google searcher. But my pricing that I found simply for a sheriff's, they were police stations is what I was looking up. but it was 415. The average cost, the minimum price that I found was 415 per square foot, and 580 was the average cost in 2021. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned about these numbers, the square footage figures. So I'm putting the alert out there that I'm a little concerned about the pricing, but that's, I
Well,
don't
that's
know if
where
you've done that.
That's where when you search numbers like that, you never know if it's just the building cost or if it's the building and the site cost that are brought
Right.
into that.
Right, but that, I was doing, anyway, just so you know, I did do that comparison, and either way, all of that is how bigger than this 4.5 million. So,
And I'm glad you were a part of the committee. One of the things that I hadn't thought through or heard before tonight was the idea of the obsolescence of the existing building being, say, 17 to 20 years. I just never really thought about
Well,
that
it's-
before.
yeah, it's-
Is that something that was considered in the committee? And can you just tell us, summarize what the committee recommendations were?
I was not at the last committee meeting because, as you all recall, I was supposed to be on a cruise, I think, that week. Didn't make that either. But, yeah, that was, anyway, I missed all that, so I missed the meeting. But the summary was, and we had always talked about this, that this renovation was going to extend the life of the building, give us a 35 to 40-year life. That was, Reggie, I think you might remember that was the goal of this renovation, to last the next 35 years. So that was the overall plan of this renovation, a building that would last into the future for the next 35 years in terms of having sufficient space for the expansion of the sheriff's department that would come with the growth due to just the general community growth related to whatever's going to be happening here in Middlesex County. So that was what he was looking for in this building, and that's why we went with the 10,000 square feet versus the size that they have now. The committee has continued, and again, the committee members were, Reggie was on the committee, it was me, it was Kevin. Kevin is the IT director. Then there were David Lehman, and several people from the sheriff's department, of course, Ben Burton. And the overall warmth of the committee remained towards the Polar Center. I don't think anybody ever even considered a new building construction because the Polar Center was such a satisfactory building.
Yeah, Anne Marie's correct about that. It was always a warmth for the Polar Center because the idea was, man, this can come in real cheap. It's not coming in as cheap as anybody expected if we renovate it. And the idea of what we found out about the real useful life of it, we're starting with a 43-year-old building. We're gutting the inside, but the inside, so you'll get 50 years of use out of the things that happen on the inside, but the exterior walls are not being changed. The roof is not being changed. That's,
Can you remind me, before Mr. Snowa was introduced, what was your recommendation?
our program report gave you the answer of the question that was asked. Could the PVC building be renovated to accommodate the sheriff? Did it have the appropriate space? What was the cost? That was the limit of the program report.
But what was your recommendation? Like, what was your finding? You had a cost for the renovation and you said it was feasible?
We had a cost for the renovation.
You had a cost for the renovation and you said it was feasible?
It's feasible to do it.
Did you tell us that it had only had 17 years left then?
Told you, yes, we told everybody was in the report. We pointed out that we're starting out with a building that was built in the early 1980s.
The only other thing I'm scrutinizing, Ben, is the same thing that Anne Marie and the sheriff, and I think a lot of people are scrutinizing. You know, she called out her sources, Google. Yours is new building construction, 10,000 square foot, 275, and your expertise. Like, where is that 275 number coming from? I get that if you don't have. That's Jim's number?
Jim's number.
Where's Jim?
He's not here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question. What's Jim's expertise and how many buildings has he designed or Does he have any experience on those buildings? He's an engineer, right?
Jim is a registered architect.
Right. How many buildings, how many sheriff's office has he designed?
I have no
or built?
idea.
No problem, no answer. Thank you.
I mean, he's a registered architect. The firm Wink Snow in Richmond was heavily involved in office buildings, in multi-story buildings, that type of thing. So he was completely aware of the requirements of buildings like this. I don't know that he personally did any sheriff's offices. The specific types of things that are necessary in a sheriff's office that are very specialty items are holding cells. They can be bought as a unit. It's almost a plug-in. You leave the space, order this holding cell, and you get the 4 walls and the gate around it. The other 2 operation areas that are special are the armory and the records retention. And I take it one of the property, the evidence and property. They require solid walls all around them. The ceiling over them, all around them except for the door. And then there are specialty controls, security controls, to make sure that nobody can just walk in and walk through the whole building, but those are standard doors that have code to them. That's nothing special to a sheriff's office versus a secure office building. So there's not much specialty in the sheriff's office other than the operations, the way they can handle their operations and who needs to be where next to what situation, and the 4 special items that I mentioned to you as to how it's designed, the walls and the ceiling above it. But those ceilings aren't, they're plywood. I mean, think of it as that.
Chairman, I got a few things to say. I agree with Anne Marie. When we started out, we're going to renovate the Puller Center. We didn't give them good directions to go in because we did not check costs on getting a new building. So the idea came up on what would it do to build a new building. See, we weren't there. We weren't thinking about anything else. And you know something, we're going to run into the same thing with the schools because we're not pricing what we need to do. And from our engineer and the one we hired, what they're telling us today is, hey, it's better to go ahead and tear it down, build another one, or find a site. Now we are questioning everything being done when it really started from us. We didn't really give them a good direction to go in. We said renovate the building with no idea of what it's going to cost. They gave us an idea. I think one time it was like 1.7. I mean, we was looking at it, 1.7. We walked through it, I walked through it, Wayne walked through it, and we was walking through it. We didn't know what we was looking at. And somebody came and told us, let us put it out on faith, whether it was right or not. Somebody said, maybe you should see what it costs new. And then we started playing with the numbers. So in playing with the numbers, we saying, we know it's a building that's been there a long time. It got dirt up on it. It's got bricks and cinder blocks. Go take your hammer and just bust the wall in. You could go through it like you could do plywood. If it got water soaked in that block, you can go through it. You don't need anything. But I appreciate what basically the other guy brought, because Ben was doing what we told him to do. Now we got to make the proper choice, not for us. It's for the taxpayers of Middlesex County. And that's how I look at it. And I don't even really know where I'm at tonight. I can't vote on this tonight. I just need a time to just say, y'all sit down, we go ahead and do some else. We're not going to talk about it anymore. Let us talk amongst ourselves, and we come up with something another day. But I'm going to stick this with you, and I'm going to say it just like this. When we think about the schools, you better think they're doing the identical same thing. They're not giving us a price. And I would say, don't let our friendship get in the way of our decision making. And when we do that, we're going to make a mistake. Now, say it again. Don't let friendship get in the way of our decision making. And I'll say this since a lot from Middlesex tonight. Just check your budget when you do at the end of the year. and check the taxes on it and see who got a break through the years. Everything got an answer, and I'm finished with it. I don't think we should talk about it no more tonight. If you're not gonna get an answer, you won't get anyone to suit me tonight anyway.
You've had a lot of people asking you for a lot of money tonight in
It's a lot of money.
various situations.
And the first thing I'm gonna say is, how you gonna pay for it? So I leave you with that.
Reggie, I appreciate that. I guess you and I may have been thinking along the same lines. I can speak for Jim Snow. I don't believe that he has built a sheriff's office before. What he told me was that he went to his contracting contacts that he had for 30 years in the industry and asked for the price to build to these specifications. What I would feel better about would be if perhaps you, Ben, could reach out to some other contractors to independently validate that are we really talking about $275 a square foot? Or is it $450 a square foot through some other contacts? I would feel better about that, because if it's $275, I'm listening to my county engineer and your advice.
Yeah.
If it's $450, then I think we go the other way. That's just my own opinion, and I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or not.
There's a very, we can attempt to do that and see if we can get some answers, but I think you heard part of the answer from Bay Aging and how much problem they're having getting reasonable answers. I mean, we'd have to start releasing plans to some people and saying, hey, take a look at this. Would you tell me something? And what I'd expect back would be a very high number, because I don't know what it is, and I'm not getting paid to estimate it. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, in light of the time, we do have the public here tonight for the 2 public hearings, and we still have the Urbana Town Council here that is here en masse. Quick recess and then reconvene and maybe have the town council present their items and defer everything else to the end of the meeting. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
A brief recess, though, if we could discuss that.
I would take no more than 5-minute recess and then have the Urbana Town Council.
Yeah.
And then public hearing. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So
I just, real quick, if we're following Reggie's guidance, when are we going to follow up on this? Because, I mean, the sheriff has made it clear, he's been waiting patiently for over a decade for this, and it sounds like we're at a standstill. So what do we do if we can't make a decision this evening? Like, what's the plan? Or should we come after the recess with that? I don't know.
I think after the recess. So at 7:13, we'll reconvene at 7:20. Let's get the meeting back going. Done?
Oh, wow, yeah.
John left. Yeah, yeah. He had to go, yeah. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. We're going to go right to the presentation from the, and I apologize with respect to the public hearing. We have run over on many items tonight, and we're running a little bit late, so we're going to just have the Urbana Town Council presentation now, and then we'll go right to the public hearing for those three proposals. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Barbara Hartley, and I'm the mayor of Urbana. And gentlemen, I know you've had a long, hard afternoon, and I thank you so much for giving us this time. But I'm here to talk to you not only as the mayor of Urbana, but more importantly, as a citizen of Middlesex County. And I thank you for your time, and this is a very important mission that we have. We're asking to invite you, no, in fact, to urge Middlesex County Board of Supervisors to join with us in the construction of a new pool for our residents in the county. As you know, Urbana is not an independent or autonomous city, but is in fact as much a part of the county as is Jamaica, Locust Hill, Deltaville, or any other postal designation within the county. And I would add that if you studied those, both the youth and adults who will be using the pool, you will discover that the percentage of users who are actually town residents is substantially lower than 50%. In fact, I don't have the actual figures, but my guess is it's closer to 30% or 25%, because most of the youth don't even live in the town of Urbana. They live in the county. And I'm talking about members of the swim team, and I'm also talking about those who will be taking swimming lessons, or elderly people like me who will likely be taking the water aerobics classes, or those who just want to enjoy the pool. So in fact, it's time for us to work together for the benefit of the citizens, all the citizens of Middlesex County, by joining our hands, our hearts, our minds, and our pocketbooks to build this pool for the benefit of our residents, the residents of all ages and all neighborhoods within our county. Urbana's town staff, the pool committee, and town council have worked tirelessly to research what is involved, how much it's going to cost, what are the benefits, and what is necessary to bring back to the county a public swimming pool that can especially benefit the youth on so many levels. So you don't have to talk to me much longer, because Miss Marnie Hart, right here in the green sweater, has worked with us to put together an as in-depth and compelling a presentation as is possible at this point, to cover all of your anticipated questions and concerns. And I thank you in advance as I turn over the mic to Ms. Marnie Hart. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Barbara doesn't know the principle you're supposed to use when you introduce someone, and that is promise low, deliver high. So I'm going to try to hit that mark. But thank you all for the time tonight. As Barbara mentioned, my name is Marnie Hart. I'm here. I am a member of the pool committee, which is important, but honestly, the fact that I'm a citizen of Urbana and a resident of Middlesex County is frankly more important. I'm speaking here as a representative of the people, as well as a very having a very vested interest in the outcome of the conversations tonight. The executive summary is really just a summary of the materials that we've included in the proposal tonight. We're going to go through just a little bit of background and then jump into some of the benefits of the pool project that Barbara touched on earlier. We also have spent a lot of time going through the financials. I can talk to you all night about the benefits of the pool, but if the money doesn't add up, then it's just not a workable solution. And as they say, that dog just ain't gonna hunt. I will close by an ask. You guys have had a number of asks tonight, which makes me a little hesitant to get up here at the end of the night. But we are looking for partnership with Middlesex County. And that's both in collaboration and partnership through the build of the project and thinking about the future opportunities that we have together, as well as an initial financial investment to ensure that we can get this thing going for 2023 Memorial Day opening. If you want to flip forward. Very good. So the Urbana Community Pool has been an asset in the Middlesex County for over 5 generations. It's been the center of life. It has just been a tremendous asset for all of our people. But unfortunately, the useful life of the pool is over. The current pool is not safe to use, and we really have to figure out what is our plan moving forward. I think for me, being a member of the pool committee, but like I said, more importantly, a citizen of Middlesex and Urbana, I think this is just such a great opportunity for us to create a joint vision of what this pool and the surrounding facilities could look like to serve our community, not just for the next 5 years or 10 years, but for the next 5 generations that sit in front of us. You want to flip forward? This is my magical slide that gives you sort of a pictorial representation of all the goodness that can come from a community pool. You go to a community pool, you don't see frowning faces other than maybe the parents of young kids who, won't stop misbehaving or bringing food into the pool or whatever. But generally, people go to the pool and they're happy. They're exercising. They're catching up with their community. They're learning how to swim. They're doing water aerobics. I would take those classes too. And so for me, particularly given the last 2 years, where our engagement as a community has been limited by the pandemic, this is just a huge benefit that I don't want us to take lightly or pass over. Just the community togetherness that can come from continuing to move forward on this project. Flip forward. So I am not going to read through this slide. Community togetherness is a very important benefit, but there's lots of other very tangible benefits that we can, that the pool will bring for both the town and the county in general. And so flipping forward, we'll touch on a few more of these in a little bit more depth. I want to highlight safety here as well. Again, lots of statistics. These statistics are not specific to Middlesex County, but we are surrounded by water. Water is one of our most critical assets, if not our most critical assets in a county. And drowning can be prevented. It can be prevented through having the right educational and swim experience for kids and people of all ages, frankly. So this slide is really, I wanted to put this out there just to make it a little more real of something that we've been able to deliver for the county and specifically the north end of the county citizens for 50 years. I don't want us to lose the opportunity to make sure that we're fulfilling those needs from a safety perspective for the kids and community moving forward. One more click into some of the benefits here, but we spent a ton of time thinking through all of these as a organization. I want to make sure we just touch on a few more. So for our kids, one of the key things we thought about as we were going through the options is a competitive swimming program. Again, surrounded by water, and we have no competitive qualifying pool within the county. The kids and swim team have had to go over to, I believe, Kilmarnock to do swimming. They've gone to Chesterfield County. And in a county surrounded by water, we can do better to give our kids an equal opportunity as those in surrounding communities to become great swimmers and compete at, frankly, a state level. I think the other thing for our kids here, I'm a mom of a 12-year-old boy. that boy has inclinations for naughtiness. And so when you're going through all, right? Make sure that makes the paper back there. So when you're going through all of our neighborhoods and yards and you're seeing kids running around, up to no good, what would be a great solution for that? Send them to the community pool. And so that's one of the things, like I make a joke out of that, but we had kids running around Urbana throwing rocks at frogs over the summer. That was all over Facebook. This would be a great alternative to keep them busy and get them interacting with the community in general. Our seniors, Barbara mentioned just going in the health benefits of having a pool. Exercise, and specifically swimming, is a no-impact activity that has tremendous health benefits. A couple stats I have up there for you to take to look at as well. Improving inclusion. I think for me, coming to this county in 2020, it was a little isolating at first. We left Richmond, to be honest, to have a safer life for our family, to be able to interact with the grandparents more often, and just escape the craziness that was going on in Richmond in time. And one of the things that I've loved since things have opened up more is getting to know our neighbors. Well, there's so much more opportunity for that in the future. And one of the things that I've been particularly excited about is working or figuring out ways that we can work with different community partners, such as the YMCA, and there's other organizations that do it as well, to help us offer low or no-cost swimming programs for folks that don't have the economic means to take advantage of the pool. Because everyone deserves to be safe, particularly when you live around water. So that's another thing that I think that we can do a better job of in the future, and I'm really excited to partner with the rest of the folks in the committee and frankly the county to make that happen. Lastly, I said I came here in March of 2020. I have no desire to leave. That's a sort of inner family fight we have going on in my household right now. But frankly, the workforce and the remote work technologies that have been in place have opened up the community for me and my husband probably 10, 15 years before we would be able to relocate here. And so a community pool is, somebody's not going to move to the community just because there is a pool, but it certainly becomes an attractive asset that can help push somebody over the line when they're trying to make a decision of where they work or where they live. All right, so we've gone through the benefits. We've identified 3 options. The first is a competitive swimming pool to build. The second is a recreational swimming pool. And then the third option is do not replace the pool. That option has gotten resounding feedback from the residents of this not do that one, people. And so we've taken that feedback into consideration, really focused our attention on option 1 and option 2 with a recommendation to move forward with the competitive swimming pool option. On this slide, you have the pro and cons that we went through to land on a recommendation to move forward with option 1. Frankly, the difference in cost between the community pool and the competitive swimming pool, we don't think was enough to not be able to provide our kids with the opportunity to have that competitive swimming opportunity within the county. And so that was the main determiner when we were weighing sort of the costs versus the benefits that would come from those 2 options that had us landing with option 1. I mentioned this at the beginning. The pool is great. There's tremendous community benefit from us moving moving forward on this together. But we have to stare at the financials. Like I said, option 1 is a little bit more expensive. It's about, I believe, $200,000 more expensive than option 2. But the conservative cost estimate, I've heard a lot of conversation tonight on how numbers are built, and we've spent a lot of time working with the developer on making sure that this number is the budget number, and there's enough conservatism to make sure that it's the actual realistic number, not that you're delivering something tenfold higher. We've developed a comprehensive plan looking at the cost to build and operate the pool, and then as well as sort of the revenue generation to build the pool, as well as the costs or the revenue that we believe we'll be able to derive from the pool and from the town moving forward. The investment from Middlesex, should you choose to make it, which we hope you do, is a one-time cost. It is an upfront investment to help us get the ball moving faster, but the plan and the intent and the financial structure that we're putting in place is meant to ensure that Middlesex doesn't have to continue to fund the pool moving forward, that will be something that the pool will fund itself with supplementation as needed from the town of Urbana. So this slide gives you these are not the latest slides. It's okay. The 1.2 number is it's fine. The number itself is what the number is. So it's 1.2 million. And there's a couple things that were updated here. Let me just spend a second on it since it isn't the latest and greatest. We'll make sure that if you guys don't have that you have it. Tabor Trust Fund, we're looking to use funding of $500,000. Construction contributions, those are actually on the next page. Charter memberships, there's information on here. So that's when you see the term construction contributions, what that number ties back to. Can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. Fundraising, ARPA, social services and grants. We estimate that we're going to be able to, I can't recall the actual number, not having it up. Oh, perfect. Here we go. So the fundraising and donation, we expect to be able to raise about $50,000. Let's see. Social services and grants. So we're already started looking at various community grants that are out there, and think we can have about 50,000 in that from various grants that we would pull together. And then again, Middlesex County contributing the 300,000 that I have previously mentioned. Flipping forward to the next page. So this slide gives you an overview of how we're thinking about going after and raising a good chunk of the seed money for the initial build. And the intent of the charter membership is that various individuals within the community's property owners would be able to buy essentially a membership in the pool that would would transfer with the sale of a home that would become an asset to the property owner, but it would also entitle that property owner to use the pool at no charge. So it's a pretty substantial investment. We've thought about it from an individual perspective as well as from a business like the marinas and motels in town of how we can raise some of that initial seed money for the build of the project. Fast forward. Awesome. Okay, this is clearly a draft slide again. The numbers that we have here are actually closer to 80,000. I believe the estimated pool revenue that we anticipate being able to raise is about 87,000. 56,000 of that will come from, approximately 60,000 will come from the passes that we'll be able to sell. Swim team, there will be a charge to the swim team. It likely will not be $1,000. That's, again, some of the details that we need to work out there. We anticipate some level of donations and are looking at seeing how we can set up a 501c3 to make sure that potential people who maybe didn't buy a charter membership or want to contribute money at a donation basis have some sort of tax benefit that they can leverage there. Sponsorship and marketing, we anticipate about $5,000. we can come from that. There's a lot of space on a community pool for banners and what have you, naming buildings, things like that. And then we anticipate the town of Urbana will budget about $25,000 in the budget each year for the pool. Any additional revenue that comes in over and above the operating expenses would go back to pay back the Tabor Fund and any other debt load that we would have as part of this project. Again, just to spend a little time on the pool expenses, because this is a draft that we have here, we anticipate the total number being closer to about 81,000. If you look at the cost of chemicals, these numbers, both the revenue and the pool expenses, came from looking at past history of what the cost was in Urbana to run the pool and revenues coming in, but it also was looking at places like the operating costs of Essex County. And so I believe theirs is closer to 75,000. We anticipate that our operating expenses will be about 81,000 coming in here. So chemical number is lower that we have here, as well as the other operating, or sorry, the housekeeping and janitorial and sort of upkeep fees. In the draft that, the final draft you'll see has the actual numbers there. This slide is a draft of what the new fee structure of the pool will be. We have been communicating to the residents of Urbana that there will be a fee structure moving forward. There will be, residences will have a number of free passes, but we have to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we're not only paying for the maintenance costs, but we're accounting for any capital investments over time to make sure we're not in the situation that we're in again, having $1 million+ project with not a firm plan in place to pay for that. Or we have a plan now, but we've had to spend about 1.5 years getting to the plan. And so thinking about that beforehand will hopefully take care of that by having the fee structure in place. There is a fee structure for in-town residents. There's a fee structure for out-of-town residents. These fees are based loosely on what the Deltaville Community Association charges for their pool. And then we're also looking at other creative ways that we can make revenue out of the pool, including rent the pool day. So on non-peak hours, allowing people to rent the pool for a period of time for a party or whatever, and charging a fee for that, as just an example. And then again, donations as being part of you donate a certain Friends of the Pool, $100, and you get five passes included in that. So that is a draft version of what we are looking to do that over the next period of months we'll be looking to finalize as well. And again, the other piece that I mentioned earlier, we are currently exploring how we can do, even sort of beyond the structure we have here, how we can offer the low cost or free option for folks to make sure that everyone can have access to these facilities. So you've got some key dates here. Our goal is to get this thing open by Memorial Day 2023. And so to do that, we need to finalize our funding. We need to sign the contract with the builder. There's been extensive conversations with the builder to date, but we have not, as of yet, signed the contract. And then to hit that May, June launch date in 2023, we need to essentially begin construction in October. Between essentially signing the contract and getting going and May, June of next year, we're going to be kicking off an extensive donation marketing campaign to continue to raise the fund for a project. And then lastly, just from a next steps perspective, we're really here to ask for your support, like I said. We would love your feedback on the project and things you would like to see us do differently than we've been in the past, or sort of a vision for the future. The $300,000, we heard loud and clear there's no money. I think it was Supervisor Coons who said there's no money left in the budget for this year, and we get that. We understand that. What we're looking for is a commitment or a pledge to build this into the budget of next year so that we can start working on this and building out the revenue sources to fill out the bill, if you will. I mentioned the campaign to raise revenue and then signing the contract. So that's really our project in a nutshell. I tried to go as quickly as possible, but would love to open it up for questions or comments.
Thank you, Marty. I will open it up for questions, but first I just wanted to ensure, we got a handout when we arrived today. Are the handout figures the correct figures? Because I think you may have made revisions since we got the packet.
Mhm.
Yes, these are the correct numbers. The one that's on the screen is not correct. Yes. So the one that was projected was the previous version. The one in the packets is the accurate and up-to-date version.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for one clarification point? I just
Sure.
didn't understand something. Have you guys gone out to procurement already? Is that where you're getting your construction costs from? Because are you lying, you've already done that and you're ready to sign the contract?
We have, to be able to know what target, budget we needed to have for this, for those conversations, we have talked to multiple construction agencies. And
But you haven't gone through the formal Virginia Procurement Act and actually done the procurement process. That's what I was kind of confused on. I didn't understand. Okay. Sorry,
Yep.
I was listening, I was like, I missed that on the bid.
Great question.
No, I thought I missed a bid and I was like, oh, okay.
Great question. Paddock Pools is one of the development companies we've talked to about the cost of this.
But you're still going to have that procurement process, which is, we'll
Yep.
talk later.
Yep.
It's a fun one.
We're small enough that we're not required to do that.
Okay. They're a town, they're different regulations than counties. I'll leave it at that.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got a few questions. Always have a few questions. Educate me a little bit. The pool has been down how many years?
2 years, I believe.
Really?
Third year?
Third year.
Third year.
Okay. Also, I thought I heard you say, or did I hear it? I may have heard it. I'm a little tired, so I might not have heard it correct. Did y'all do a survey of the residents of the town about their opinion of a new pool or not? And how did that survey come out again? 82% felt
we
like
ask you
you
to come to
needed
the
a new
mic? Yeah, 'cause-
pool?
yeah, thank
Is
you.
that correct?
That's correct.
And 82%, I assume, if they felt you needed a new pool, would also be in agreement to help fund that?
We've
Or
heard
is that
from-
not correct?
We've heard from a number of people who are waiting to have we actually do have a 501c3 that has agreed to accept monies for us, but a number of people who are anxious to give us some money, I don't know how much. Now, of course, everybody wants the pool. The question is, do they really want to pay for it? Do they expect it to be
Yeah, that's
free?
all. Yeah,
A lot of the people will be expecting it to be free, but we've been very careful with our message up to this point that, the last time we built a pool, it cost $36,000 and some odd dollars change. That was 60 years ago about. Something like 60 years ago. It's not going to be $36,000 this time. We cannot offer it to them with no cost. Now, our town taxes will cover a lot of the running of it, the staffing of it, the maintenance of it. But in order to fill the gap there, we're going to give each household a number of free passes per year. And if they anticipate using more than those, they will be able to buy a season pass, which will be very economical.
So free passes, that would if you had a membership, you would get free passes, is that?
Well, no, a membership you purchase.
Okay.
Okay, but our plan at this point is everyone who is a resident of the town, because they pay town taxes, will have a number of free passes, family passes.
If you look,
It's in the,
Okay.
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, fine, I'll look at that. Let me follow up with a question.
We have a graduated
Okay.
way of dealing with it for people in town and people out of town, too. but just keeping into consideration that town taxes are paying for the pool primarily, and all we're asking for from the county is a nice little chunk to help with the construction, not with the maintenance, not with the staffing, not with the insurance, not with any of that other stuff. That
Right.
will all be on the town.
My personal, I'm all for anything that helps kids in any shape or form. So on that subject, I don't have a problem with. When we talked about free passes for people that pay town taxes, how do I sell it to the rest of the county of Middlesex County that one group's getting something that somebody else isn't getting?
Well, our town taxes
I
are the
know, but
difference. However, we have.
You understand what I asked?
I understand what you're saying. I
If
understand
I'm
what you're
gonna,
saying.
if I'm gonna allocate county money to this project, I gotta be able to answer that question too, of why these guys get something that I don't get, and you're giving out county money for that. That's one of the problems I'm gonna have, you see?
Well, here's the deal,
Okay, I'm listening.
okay? This will be a public pool for everybody.
Okay,
The difference is that those people who live in the town, their taxes are actually paying for it, to maintain it year after year after year, to staff it, to pay the insurance, all of those other incidental costs that happen.
and I'm
But
not
it's
trying.
not, but it's not going to be used only by the people in the town, and we have been talking with, and we're still exploring other avenues of talking with various
Okay.
social services who will also make it affordable for families who really wouldn't be able to afford to buy a family membership, that there are ways that we can move forward to make sure that every child who needs to get swimming lessons or who needs to come and swim will have an opportunity to get there, whether they live in the town or in the county.
Barbara, Don, let me add on here to answer, I think, specifically the question. The residents of Urbana are going to get a small number of day passes for their
Okay.
family. My response, if I was asked that question, would be that it's not free, right? That's part of the tax load that we pay as living inside the city limits of Urbana. Now, it's not town limits, yes. It's not 25 passes. It's a small number that would be paid for with that contribution. Then the citizens of Urbana would have to pay the day passes just as citizens as Middlesex County would have to. So it's not, I wouldn't look at it as Urbana citizens are getting something free. They're paying for it through their normal tax dues, but for anything exceeding the small number of passes that they get, they have to pay just like any other Middlesex County resident. The other part of it.
I'm not trying to be combative. I'm
No.
just telling you what I'm going to have to answer.
Totally.
On some questions on that.
I totally get that.
Okay.
I think the opposite of it as well that I don't have to deal with, but our council members in Urbana do, is the blowback from residents on, hey, I had this thing for free for 50-some years, and now you're making me pay this. So it is a complicated conversation
Yes.
to balance on both sides. I do think the one thing that I like is the charter memberships to fund the initial build. Those aren't just going to be available for folks inside Urbana town limits. Those will be available for purchase for folks in the county as well. And those would enable the county folks that buy them. And again, they're not cheap, so it's not going to be a whole heck of a lot of people that do it. But those folks would be able to come at no charge as part of that as well. So that is an apples to apples.
And looking at looking at what's on the screen, I don't see any difference, which is a good thing, on whether you're live in Urbana, fee-wise, day pass-wise, season pass-wise. That would move across the whole corridor of Middlesex County for anybody that would want to be part of that. Is that correct?
And those are the things we're looking at right now, and we've gone back and forth on and it's a parity, it's a fairness issue. Do you have the same cost structure for folks in the county as out of the county? So I would love to take that feedback and incorporate that into the proposal for what this fee structure will end up, looking at like when final.
Well, again, for what we'll all have to answer, if the county decides to put money towards the pool, it has to be, it would have to be the same. Now, the little extra that we just talked about town residents, but any fee-based charges, for us to feel good about what we would do or want to do, it would have to be consistent across the board. Y'all understand that?
That is great feedback. Thank you.
Okay.
But do understand also, we're not asking for you to pay for half of the pool. Only 300,000 of a 1.2 million pool.
I understand that, but you're asking the county to be the second biggest vendor
Yeah.
of what you're doing for the project, or what your ask is.
Absolutely.
So you're asking us to take a pretty big stake in what you're trying to do as well, and we're trying to judge whether or not that's viable for us to do from a dollars and cents standpoint. And number two, if we were willing to do that, we would want to make damn sure that everybody in the county is treated somewhat similar in the whole process. Because if it's not, it ain't going to fly.
Totally get that. I think that's part of if this is something that we're able to move forward with together, this to me would be a point of not consideration. It would be a have to have, right, that the county would put out for it. I would imagine there might be a couple others that folks would want to see us agree to as part of moving forward on that. So we would be more than receptive to other feedback as well.
And just to piggyback along with that, the other thing that would be major important, which you just spoke about it a few minutes ago, about, and particularly from a child standpoint, would you be able to come to the pool if your financial ability was not there for you normally to be able to do that? For me, for county money being thrown into the deal, that would be a strong consideration for me too, that whoever it is that would want to come to that pool would have the opportunity to be able to do that based on some sort of, and you can call it whatever you want, scholarship assistance or whatever. But
I mean, that's huge to me personally.
it's got to be huge.
It's huge. You think about the article in the paper, so Ricky Taylor, who tragically passed away, and that's how Deltaville got their pool in place. I don't want one of those in our community. I don't want that in Middlesex County ever again. And so it's complicated, right, to figure out how we do this and who's funding what on a go-forward basis. There's lots of different ways we can look at. I think that's a commitment we need to make together to make sure that this resource is available to everyone.
I have two more questions, maybe three. The competitive pool scenario, I think you had mentioned it. Right now, for competitive events, would you have to go to the Y in Kilmarnock? Is that where everybody goes?
That is the closest pool.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And give me just a flavor for because I see the three options here. And give me your opinion of where one outweighs the other one, particularly as it pertains to a competitive pool versus a community pool.
Yeah. So I grew up in East Lansing, Michigan. Go Spartans.
Yeah.
I was in a pool at 2.5 years of age.
Correct.
I started competitively swimming at age 7.
Okay.
I swam through high school until I got mono, and my parents said, you choose one sport, and I wanted to play soccer in college. So I said, heck with the swimming thing, it's too hard. I'm going the soccer route. I had access within my community to no less than 3 competition-sized pools. For me, to not have that available for our kids, particularly in a state of Virginia, in an environment where the water is our lifeblood, is not okay. I feel like we're robbing the kids of that opportunity to compete when we're known for our water. So for me, $200,000, that's not chump change. But over a 50, 60-year lifespan that this pool will have, to enable our kids to be able to do that, I think is well worth the incremental money. And that's the biggest deciding factor. Yes, it's slightly more from a footprint perspective than a community rec pool would be, but the cost is not that materially different that I say we don't move forward with enabling the kids to have that competitive swimming opportunity.
And the other thing to consider, the difference between a competitive pool and a recreational pool. A recreational pool would be fine, but as Marnie has said, we are surrounded by water. And it's not just enough that you get in the water. I think our children, grandchildren, the children of our community, which is the whole county, deserve the opportunity to learn to be strong swimmers. And you get to be a strong swimmer by competitive swimming. I am not a strong swimmer. I'm a really good floater. But I also grew up, well, I didn't grow up in one place because I was a Marine brat. And the only place I ever got to go swimming was at the pool on the base, which meant I got to go swimming maybe 3 times a year because we didn't live that close most of the time, except for my senior year. And we could not afford a private pool. And we have tried to structure the fee structure of this municipal pool so that it will not be prohibitive like a private pool would be. And also to try to find ways to fund children whose parents don't have enough money so that they can be on the swim team or they can go swimming. And also, here's another thing to consider. If you say, well, we can still keep our competitive swim team because they can just go to Kilmarnock or they can go up to Chesterfield County. Well, somebody's got to drive them there, and guess what? Not all parents are able or willing to drive their children that far, that often. And Urbana is right in the center of our county, and it is convenient so that parents don't have to make it a major commitment to drive their children somewhere where it's going to be 45 minutes each way.
Any other questions? I know we're...
Yeah, I still got a couple. Would you just give me a brief overview of, under the expense side of, you got allocated here $50,000 for salaries, wages. Could you comment on that for me as well?
Yeah, so that would be, that number would be things like the lifeguard, the folks to maintain and clean the pool, the folks to run the snack shack. That's the sort of labor that we're looking to, or that are included in these numbers.
Okay. I have 2 more questions, sorry. And I don't know what page it is on what you got, but there was a part there that talked about, oh, here it is, sale charter memberships. You're looking at maybe, I guess the in-town fee, it said in-town, 12,000. Is that what you're looking for membership?
Yes, that would be the, that's not.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
You're estimating 12,000 for memberships for in-town and more for memberships of out of town at 15?
No, those numbers, the actual estimated revenue for the sale of the charter membership is included on the slide that I think it's maybe one more ahead that has the, yep, this is the slide where in the information that you have shows, it should say sale of charter membership. That's the total anticipated revenue that we have for that. The next slide gives you for each individual that we would sell, it would be $10,000 for $12,000 for the in-town resident, and then 15,000 for the out-of-town resident. And that is the upfront purchase of a membership license, whatever you want to call it, that would attach to the resident's location, and it would transfer with the sale of the property to enable the owner of that to be able to use the pool without ever having to pay anything else moving forward. So this is not something that we're going to do perpetually. It's going to be essentially between now and probably the launch of the pool that
Okay.
allows us to generate the funds for the actual build of the pool.
It's just a fundraising thing, to get
Okay.
people who are really interested to say,
So
okay,
again,
I'm
my-
going to pay $12,000 to see that this pool gets built quickly. And my benefit for doing that is that I can apply that membership to my house, so even if I move, when I sell it, the buyer also gets that benefit.
Okay, so again, for the county, looking at this whole project as a whole, how would I sell that there's a difference in the 12,000 versus out of town at 15,000? You see where I'm coming from?
I do, sir. I think the same framework would be what I would say. Of the Urbana residents get a little bit of a discount because of the taxes that they contribute on top of the taxes that they contribute for Middlesex County.
Well, and maybe, just throwing this out as an idea, maybe you have both of them at 12, or whatever the number is that you decide to have, and maybe because you're a town resident, there's some sort of rebate that comes back to you.
Okay.
Then it's not perceived that it's a different cost for town residents versus non-town residents.
That's a great idea.
That is a good thing to mention, but I will also remind you that we're only asking for $300,000 toward the build. We're asking not a single penny toward the running,
I understand
the
that,
staffing,
Barbara.
the maintenance, the
I
insurance, or
understand-
any
I
of that.
understand all that.
And that is an expense which the town will bear year after year after year, and the county
Understand that.
will not.
But you're asking the county to contribute or become partners with you, and we're representing the whole county. I represent Urbana and the Saluda District, so I may be partial to that. However, my decision's based on what I'm doing representing the whole county and what dollars are spent. And so you got to understand that as well. Last thing I'll say is thanks for coming in, and it's a nice presentation. You were here earlier, so you got to see the board in action, particularly as it pertains to money being spent. And I understand you're on a time frame, and good for you to be on that time frame of when you want to start your project and be completely operational by, what was it, Memorial Day on 2013?
Next spring.
Huh?
Next spring is our goal.
Okay,
I'd say I want to get this going before my hair turns white, but I already missed that bus.
right. Well, and I think if I heard right, your project start date was October of this year.
Yes.
I will just caution you, just from our standpoint, you may get a decision from us in order to meet that deadline, or it may be a little later than that, which whatever that does for your deadline is what it is. But we don't make quick decisions, and whatever decisions that we decide to make is well thought out and well looked at what all of the parameters of what we're asking. But thank you for coming in, and just wanted you to be, if you didn't pick it up earlier.
I picked up what y'all were putting down, and I think that
Okay.
we
all heard it.
I think that's for our decision to start is not going to be contingent on this funding. That would make us a lot more comfortable.
Sure.
But we're looking under every rock. And so we're
Right.
also exploring short-term loan options, longer-term loan options to make sure we have all the information to make the best decision. So I again, thank you for having us tonight. I'm sure that there'll be other questions. And listen,
be.
like I'm a negotiator. I'm actually I used to run our procurement shop in the business that I'm in. And if there's anything that I can do to help you help us, you let us know, and we're more than happy to work with y'all, okay?
Be careful what you ask for.
Thank you very much.
Did you,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question. In essence, you do have a backup plan, right?
I believe in having like 3 plans. So
Okay.
we got a backup plan to the backup plan.
Right, right. And my question too is, I know the pool's been down for about 3 years, right? No CIP, capital improvement, that y'all put money aside for that deal?
There is a small fund. It doesn't even come close to what we need. And we do know that we have access to portions of the Tabor Fund, and we have already started talks with banks about getting construction loan. So we're covering things. We know we know you don't have the money now. What we're looking for is a pledge for in the future, so that if we have a construction loan and we have it amortized, we can look forward to when we can get the payments to pay it off.
I want you also, I know you know about the Harris Fund with River County Community Foundations.
Oh, we're gonna
Make sure
turn
you-
over every rock.
Make sure you
Yeah.
employ that, but I just like to say, I gotta listen to my other constituents of the county too. I'm way up Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And we have a lot of projects going on this year.
we understand.
And the timing is not good. I'm just letting you know that right now. But I understand that if, look out at all your projects, make sure you have a lot of fundraising, and because, it's no guarantee. That's all I can tell you right now.
No, we understand that. We're hoping that, we can, that the money is available, but we're going to do everything that we can to explore all the sources that are out there. This one, the one you just mentioned included.
And I can tell you right now, I can't give you my blessings right now, put it that way.
Okay.
I got to do my homework, listen to my constituents, and, I know you got a deadline you want to go to, but sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is a 6-month pool. Am I right with that?
Summer pool, yes.
Just a summer pool, 6 months. And I like equality. So when you put different prices on anything, it just don't go with me.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to make you a full partner. You could pay for half of it and pay all the maintenance fees during the year.
Well, I won't talk about that part of equality. See, that's really not a joking matter with me.
No.
It's not because, when you open up, you said, working together. You said over 50 years. Now, I don't want you to tell me working together for over 50 years to swim in that pool, okay? So to me, it's don't laugh. I'm not laughing about that. I said I love equality, working together, and I believe in cost and everything like that, doing the best thing for the county. Nobody loves the kids no more than I do in Middlesex County. And if you pay close attention, you'll find out I drive the school bus, I take them on events and stuff like this. I get involved in their lives. I know people that, that swim, and I know people that don't have an opportunity to swim right here in the county. So I think it's good. Right now, Don, he butt and touch everything. So he didn't leave no rocks overturned, but it's gonna be equality. If you come back, before I even consider it.
Supervisor Williams.
It's gonna have to be.
I appreciate that feedback. Listen, when you pull together a proposal or an idea and you have one group of people that are looking at it, you can get, you can have blind spots. And so this is something that's very important, and there's lots of creative ways that we can account for sort of the Urbana tax contributors and then the equality with having similar structures in place for both of them. We got to go back and do a little homework. That's okay. But we heard the feedback, and we definitely.
I like that smile you're doing right now, because the whole other time you weren't smiling.
You guys are scary, man. I saw this whole night watching y'all, so.
Well, it sounds to me like you want to go back and do some more reconsideration about your structure. It doesn't sound to me like we necessarily want to put forth any kind of a proposal tonight. Is that the will of the board? Okay.
Is there any other feedback that you all would like us to take and consider before we come back? Okay.
My only thing that I'd like, because you talked about fundraising, I know you got some projections of what you think. The Tabor Fund, I think you're pretty solid on that. And but as you start the fundraising process, it'd be nice for us to know how that equates to a income statement of what you got and what you're short. I would say, and I'll just venture out on a short limb, I would say that, that'd be some consideration from us of what the time constraint would be on how we would want to maybe partnership or invest in that. For instance, it might not be feasible for us to come up with a whatever amount, 300,000 that you're requesting right from the get-go, but it might be something that we could, and that may offset some debt service for you, where we might look at, this year we might do X, and next year we might do X.
Okay.
And that would be something in our deliberations and talk about that would certainly come up in some of that as well.
We can pull together some options for you on that, for sure.
Well, it'd just be nice to know how you're coming along with what you're doing.
Got it. Absolutely.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara.
Have a good night.
All right. We will now suspend progress on our routine meeting, and we will convene the public hearing on the 3 items that we have on the agenda tonight. Thank you very much, those of you here for the public hearing, for your patience.
Yeah. I know everybody's tired. I'll try to run through these pretty quick tonight. So our first application is a rezoning request. It's actually a proffer amendment submitted by Timothy Trant on behalf of the owners of Fairfield Trace subdivision. This request is for amendment of the previously approved proffers for Fairfield Trace subdivision. The application requests deletion of proffer number 4, thereby removing the age restriction for the development. The current proffer restricts the age of property owners to 55 years and older. The property for which the amendment is being requested is zoned Village Community with proffers and located along Highgate Drive west of Fairfield Road. It's further identified as those tax map parcel numbers in the Pine Top District. And it's, like I said, it's referred to as Fairfield Trace subdivision. This is basically the statistics for the site, 27-acre parcel. That includes the common areas, those parcel numbers included. There is we'll note that there's one lot that's not participating in this amendment. That will be left out. It's still subject to that proffer amendment. Or proffer, rather, original proffer. This is the subdivision, just basically where it's located. You can see it's located just east of the golf course. A couple pictures here. You can see those lots, the ones in play. In those. This is the subdivision, aerial view of it. You can see the golf course located to the north. And the subdivision map. Those lots. These are some photographs of the subdivision. To date, I believe 2 homes have been constructed. One of them's been sold. You can see all the infrastructures there. There's, I believe, mass drain field sites, the ditches. It's a nice looking, it's very, very attractive subdivision, well done. And another view of the pictures. So the request is for the amendment of the previously approved proffers for those original tax map number 37-48. Of course, we know it's just for the deletion of that one proffer. The proffers were submitted in part of a rezoning from low-density rural to village community. Of course, we know proffers are concessions that were developer made at the time of the rezoning. At that time, a proffer is not asked for, it's actually offered up by the developer or the applicant. So it wasn't something that these proffers aren't something the board necessarily asked for. This is what their marketing model dictated, and they were willing to concede that one item. Staff feels that this request should have minimal detrimental impact and should only serve to help facilitate the build-out of the subdivision. Therefore, staff supports this request and recommends approval. It's really, all they're doing is removing that one component. The subdivision's had a hard time. I'm sure Mr. Trant's here. He can give you history on it. I see Mr. Fleet in the background. He may, if he speaks, he knows every detail of the history of this project, but it's had a hard time getting off the ground. They went into tax sale. Luckily, they finally got some of that straightened out. The lots have been sold and purchased by various builders and a few private owners. The intent is to kind of clean this up and keep it going forward and make it a viable project. You've seen pictures of it. It's a beautiful project. It probably just needs some, take off some of the restrictions that are on it to help bump it along and make it work. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of rezoning 2022-03 as submitted. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 with 4 absent, 1 abstention to recommend approval of this, I'm sorry, this is a special exception, should say rezoning 2022-03. At that, Mr. Chairman, Board, if you have any questions of me, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to you for, I believe the applicant's attorney is here to speak, so if you could allow them time to speak.
Any questions of Dave? Okay, thank you, Dave. And applicants, you're up. We're going to try and keep things rolling here
Yes,
to
sir.
make sure we're all staying with you.
Didn't want to be presumptuous, Mr. Chairman. Now, it's a long evening. I won't make much of a presentation, but just, I'm Tim Trant, attorney with Kaufman and Knowles, offices in Williamsburg and Newport News. It's my privilege to be here tonight on behalf of all but one lot owner, I guess. And interestingly, that lot owner, and Mr. Philippe probably has more history, is one of the original subdivision developers. So he has an incredible bankruptcy lawyer. I need to meet that fella. But in any event, the project has been through 2 bankruptcies and ultimately went to tax sale. And that is what has sort of freed up the project for a new life. There was one home sold in the original life, the first life of the development, and occupied. There's been a family living there all this time. Really nice guy, an engineer who's been a big help in helping us figure out where everything is and how to bring it back to life. But anyway, short of it is the lot owners, most of which are investors and or builders. I think we have one lady who's undecided whether she's an investor or she's going to move there. But represented here tonight is Mr. John Elkins, who's one of the investors and lot owners. And also, of course, last but not least, Mr. Johnny Fleet, who's one of the investors and lot owners who bought lots out of the tax sale. And we got together and we had a lot of work to do to try to revive the project, mostly homeowners association work that had gone defunct. We had to reconstitute the owners association so we have a structure in place so you'd be able to sell lots and market them to the public. In any event, this was a decision the homeowners came to, or the investors and lot owners came to in our meetings, was that they thought it would be best to remove that limitation on age restriction in home ownership. And so we would respectfully request the board's consideration of that and answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
I'll make a motion to Oh, sorry. Are we in a?
We gotta have a public hearing.
Just real quick, I may have one question, not to keep us longer, but
Don's helping me keep things moving here.
Tim, the one lot that would not go along with the proffer amendment, was that because they just were not reachable, or couldn't make contact with them, or did they express some objection to it?
No, they were, they weren't easy to get a hold of, but we did track them down. We have a valid email address, street address, I think, on the tax rolls. They're paying the taxes on it. Anyway, the principal with Land South LLC is the entity that owns it. A gentleman by the name of Russ Malone is, as we understand it, the owner or manager of that LLC. My office made a number of contacts. I have traded phone calls with him, voicemails. We haven't spoken. I believe my assistant may have actually spoken to him. We've certainly corresponded. I think Mr. Fleet made a number of outreaches to try to get him to cooperate. And it was just the information we got back was just a general sort of reservation. I think he was still feeling a little shell-shocked from the financial difficulties and just anxious about doing anything that would, he was just, it wasn't an opposition. I think he was just uncomfortable and didn't really
know what to
understand
do.
the change.
Okay.
And, we tried to explain that this would only help his economic situation, but I think it was just, he just didn't want any parts of what we were doing.
Okay.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. I'll open the floor for public comment. Anyone wish to address the board about this? I'll close the public comment period. Don?
I make a motion that we accept the special exemption rezoning 2022-03.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Wayne Jesse. It is getting late. Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coontz is absent. Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Dave.
Is it up? And I apologize for the glitch on the last slide. That's what you get when you're watching a great football game, doing your staff report at the same time. No, it was at home. I was watching that Pittsburgh Cincinnati game. That was a great football game. So anyway, sometimes you miss little stuff like that. So our second application tonight, special exception 2021-04. You read that right, was submitted over a year ago. This is similar, if the board remembers, a month or so ago, they considered a similar request for a on-site small solar facility. This one's submitted by Power Home Solar on behalf of Elizabeth Ebinger. Its request is for an approval of a special exception to construct a 4.48 kilowatt DC small solar facility with 14 ground-mounted panels in accord with the sections listed. The property is currently zoned low-density rural. It's located in Waterview at 3841 Waterview Road, and it's identified as tax parcel 8-62B in the Jamaica District. Brief narrative, most of the surrounding uses are either residential or agricultural. This is where the parcel's located. It's located off of Waterview Road. And as you blow into, come in a little bit closer to these, blow up the photos, you can kind of tell a little bit better where the parcel is located. This is all family property mostly. This is a recent subdivision through a family exempt subdivision process. And that would be the current zoning. So, And this is just an overview. You can see that circular driveway that goes around the backside. Just about where that the Google Earth house is located is where the panels are going to go. And these are just photos of the property. You can see most of it's vegetated all the way around. Landscaping is pretty much covered by the existing vegetation. It's pretty thick, especially on this side here. And along that right-of-way, which is a private right-of-way. So you can see the panels are located just below the home itself. You can see that there's a little bare area in the existing vegetation. So the applicant submitted a little horseshoe-shaped area of vegetation is the vegetative screening that they'll plant. Of course, we know the request is for approval of special exception to allow the small system solar facility. And this is the criteria. I'm not going to read all of this. I'm sure you don't. Yeah, I'm not going to read all of that. Yeah, it's all in your board packet. It complies with all this. The only change from the board packet at the time of when I prepared the site staff report, the applicant had not responded to the decommissioning component. They have since responded and said that they will comply with the decommissioning component. So they fulfilled that item D. And those are basically definitions of what the facility is. And in conclusion, staff recommends approval of special exception 2021-04. Planning Commission did the same, voted 6-0 with 4 absent, 1 abstention. Again, I've got special exception. I blame that on the football game. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over. I'm not sure an applicant is here tonight to speak on behalf of that. They weren't there at the Planning Commission. I believe she works nights and can't make it. So you'll just have to act without her input, I guess.
Any questions for Dave?
Follow-up question from, I don't know, last month pertaining to this.
Yeah.
So if he exceeds 4.5 kilowatts, is that the number? He would have to come back before the board
Theoretically, so,
for another
yeah.
special exemption, is that correct?
Yeah, just an adjustment, correct. That's what they're permitted to, the output is permitted.
That's what the special exemption is, that up to 4.5
Right, that's what they,
kilowatts.
yes, sir, that's what they asked for.
If it exceeds that, then they're going to need to come back before us to do whatever, add
Right.
on or
That's correct.
what have you. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Dave.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the applicant is not here, correct? I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to address the board about this application? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion for special exception number 2021-04.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would just like to say here, I didn't get any phone calls about the solar farm, complaining about it. It's off the road, and I would like to make the motion, special exception 2021-4.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimber?
Aye. Motion carries.
Our last application for the evening, for the public hearings anyway, this is special exception 2022-03 submitted by Tommy Langford on behalf of CTLM Properties LLC. The request is for approval of a special exception to establish a contractor's yard in accord with section 7-3.15, 8-3.5. This property actually spans 2 zoning districts. And The contractors' yards are allowed in both districts with a special exception. So the property is located at 4235 Tidewater Trail, Jamaica. It's further identified as tax parcel 7-28. And this is just a brief narrative. There's varied uses in this area. Almost directly across the street, we have the racetrack. You'll see that in some of the overheads. Recently, the board approved a special exception for a service business down at the corner of Canoe House and Tidewater Trail. So there are some businesses popping up in that little area down there, a little business node. This is a general location. You can see it's located just kind of north of the racetrack. I believe that field across the street is parking for the facility, for the racetrack when they have a big event. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And you can see on this is your current zoning. You can see that property is split zoned like that. The property was rezoned several years ago to accommodate a restaurant that was there. This is future land use map. Doesn't show a lot of change, though across the street it does. All that would be general business, commercial. These are a few pictures. I think everybody who's driven down this area has seen this site. It was an old restaurant. The buildings started to get some deterioration to it. Needs some love, I think. Mr. Langford's, I'm sure he'll speak on his behalf, but he's planning on rehabbing it. He's already cleaned up the property a little bit, and he plans on putting his contractor's yard there. And just another photo. This is a plat and plan that was submitted with the application. This was routed to VDOT. They had minor comments on it. They've already provided it. Health Department got back with comments today. They're, of course, Mr. Langford's very familiar with working with Department of Health, so they're conversing back and forth, and just received email confirmation that VDH is okay with the project. And we're here because it's a special exception to allow contractor's yard in both those zoning districts. Based on supplied and based on the information of the staff report, the special exception request is in substantial conformance with the requirements of section 7-3.1574, 8-3.5, 8-4, and section 20-5B of the county zoning ordinance. As a side note, we're currently reviewing a minor site plan, which was initiated because of the change of use. Staff recommends approval of special exception 2022-03 with the following conditions. The use shall meet the criteria of section 7.4, all those code sections mentioned previously, and any other zoning or building code requirements, and subject to final minor site plan approval. And the Planning Commission voted same as they have the other applications, basically unanimous with 4 absent and 1 abstention. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to you, and I believe the applicant is here tonight to speak on his behalf.
Okay, any questions for Dave?
Yeah, I have a question, Dave. On the initial letter, it says contractor's office and yard. Is Mr. Langford looking to move his office
Yeah,
to that location at some point as well?
Yes.
Is
Yeah,
that right?
would be part
Or
of
is that
this.
just a secondary?
That's just part of what they're doing,
Office.
yeah. The office is included with the yard. The office is less intensive than the yard. It's the yard that usually brings the attention as far as, you have to have an office with the yard too, so.
Okay.
We've had similar contractors' yards, same thing, so. Any other questions?
All right. Would the applicant like to address the board? Thanks for hanging in there with us, Mr. Langford. Sorry for the delay.
Good evening. Thanks for seeing me tonight, Chairman, Board. As Dave just stated, I would like to move my current office to this building and put my yard but kind of behind the building. It's all going to be fenced in, so you won't be able to, it won't be nothing stored outside the fenced-in area. Everything will be that. The old building is structurally sound. It just needs a facelift inside and out, and I like to bring it back to life. It's been there as long as I've been here. I've been here since I was born, so that's a long time. But we've been currently servicing the community for the last 25 years, and look forward to continuing. We just need a little more space. So thank y'all, and any questions?
I've been looking at that building for a long time too, so it's nice to see something might be done with it.
I used to commute past it all the time thinking, man, I wish that was a restaurant.
It was
It was a good restaurant at one time.
It was a restaurant back in the day.
Stop by your office, get something to eat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. It was a juke joint one time. I know it was, but really, it was one of the, really, it's a historical site, really, too. Yeah, because back in the day, yeah, ball games and everything.
Yeah, I didn't realize the old 17 used to run on the other side of the building.
Oh, yeah.
But it did.
Yeah, a long time ago. But I'm glad somebody's doing something with it, because it's been sitting there a long time and deteriorating, but I'm glad somebody's doing something with it.
We have spoken with VDOT, and they're okay with just doing little minor things to the entrance, so that instead of having 3 entrances, just be 2, one in, one out. The health department, we're working with them, they're okay with, we're just gonna do a little minor adjustment on. Actually, couldn't find the septic tank till I took a tree down. I found it, busted the top of it. So. It was right under a tree, just big around. So
Wow.
it's hard for me to find. I'm doing pretty good at finding them, but I found that one the hard way. But other than that,
Any other questions for Mr. Langford?
thank y'all.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing on special exception 2022-03. Anyone wish to address the board? I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Yeah, I like the motion to approve special exception 2022-03.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
And Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, we will go back to our regular agenda to get the construction. Charlie Beam, I think you've got the construction lease as the next thing up.
Yes, this real update.
And Mr. Chairman, before you get started, it's almost his birthday. He's 4 hours from it.
So it's your birthday present. We were.
Thanks, man.
Happy birthday. Hey, we invited some fun people. They're still in the audience.
I'm telling
They'll be
you, I'm
joining.
telling you.
I know they're fun people.
You're right.
In your package, you've got an Exhibit A, which outlines the proposed laydown yard for the HRSD Cook's Corner project the contractor submitted. There's also a land use agreement. It has been reviewed and vetted by Ms. Heather. It is not as robust as she would like. However, we did touch all the bases with regards to use of the land and restoration of that land once the project is completed. Yeah, probably. There you go. Okay. Tidewater Utility is the contractor for HRSD. HRSD requires their contractors to have an agreement with the property owner that says they are authorized to use that land to store their materials. As illustrated in Exhibit A, Area 1, which is right out in front of the, what's the name of the building? Is it ROC? RC, anyway. It's the same area that VIA used during the water project. The contractor has agreed to pay $750 a month for the lease of that land. I think the question is, do we want a monthly check or a lump sum?
The way projects are going these days, I'd say monthly.
Okay, not a problem. You'll also see there designated area number 2. That is an area that they have identified in the event that there's overflow, which they do not anticipate. They're hopeful that as the materials are delivered, they're going to go ahead and put them in the ground and get them installed. What else? I think that's it. If you've ridden by there, you'll see they've got silt fencing up already. However, they have not stored any materials because they have been notified that they will not be allowed to use that area until it has been accepted and approved by the board. The land use agreement is that, will Lud sign that, or, okay. So I guess we'll put that on the agenda for next meeting.
Yes, so if I may assist here with, so this is a lease to a non-governmental entity. And so under Virginia code, if it's the board's desire, we have, and you're in support of leasing this land temporarily to this contractor, it has to go to a public hearing. So with all the nods, I'm implying from the stares I'm getting, you would like this to go to public hearing so you can then, the public would have the opportunity to comment on it. And at that time, you would then approve it. So unfortunately, not until October can we authorize this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that hold up the process on?
It does not. I was out there today. They're actually clearing, grubbing the site. We've got some other issues. We're dealing with utilities. Contractor is going to be relocating a propane tank. We've coordinated with the school district, with Mr. Dustin Harris. We've located that. He has no problem with it. Utilities, I think it's broadband and Verizon and phone service, I believe. And power too, I believe. Well, I don't think power's going to be affected, but I'll be meeting them out there first thing in the morning. In our conversations today, they had some questions about which trees should be removed. The drawings aren't very clear because they don't denote the number of trees. So we'll be out there identifying which trees they need to take down simply to be able to progress the work.
Thank you, Charlie.
Not a problem. Any other questions, concerns?
And
Okay, yeah, well, they've got them marked on the ground. I took pictures today, so.
And Charlie, you have any concerns about any of this?
Not at this moment. No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Charlie, they can't store material there until October 4th.
That's correct.
Okay.
They're aware of it.
We basically put on hold the Puller Center renovation update. And what I would recommend we do, I would like to have administration follow through with Ben about getting a third-party estimate on a per square to see if 275 is realistic, or is it 500, or, because I think that's really key for us to understand. Charlie,
happy to do that.
Is it realistic that we're gonna get a better figure for new construction than we would for renovation?
No, sir.
They're both gonna be swags.
Yeah, in fact, after the last meeting.
You can probably put that right there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta be in the microphone, sorry.
After the last meeting, when Mr. Snow made his presentation, he sent me an email, and he only sent it to me, where he agreed that it's going to take 2 years and over $4 million. So regardless of which option you choose.
Right, but, so like, what we heard tonight, I think, put us in a position where it was very difficult to decide which way we wanted to go. And so if we could get any further confirmation of the accuracy of one.
The cost
Two.
per square foot, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'll work with Ben, we'll get that. I'll get it to you hopefully sooner than later.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to say something. I kind of refresh my memory. Remember back earlier when Ben about 2 months ago, and he said we were thinking it'd be about 3.7 million. But then he also said a life of 30 to 40, but 30 to 40 years. Now they didn't backed up and get to 17. But I think if you could check with Mosley, which does sheriff departments, get a price from them. And that's gonna give you an accurate price of what it's actually gonna cost.
Cost
Isn't
per
that
square
Mosley?
foot.
Mosley, and find out from them.
Sure.
And I would appreciate if you could do that.
Absolutely.
Then we can get some actual measurement, actual prices, because you might be surprised what it's actually gonna cost. Because I just can't, when you change your prices after different things, then it makes you question it. When you got a third party in here saying, hey, I can do it at a cheaper price, and then you deduct your years of how long it's gonna, how long the life of the building gonna be. I just don't agree with it.
Well, you know what it's going to cost to renovate. It's going to be 4.1.
That's what we know.
Right.
That's what we know.
So, and as far as this other option that we've been looking at, we did it at the request of the board, and I don't think 275 is a fair number. I think it's more. And I think that cost is going to be more. But we were making sure we're comparing apples to apples.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we have to do is make sure the cost per square foot is the same. So.
I think it's gonna, well, I don't know,
Well,
I don't have a crystal
well, I
ball,
think-
but I almost think it's gonna be more.
Yeah, I think if we can find out from Mosley, somebody who's built these facilities, what a good square foot cost would be, I think it would really help us. Because I know we want to move on this, but it's a very complicated matter, and we want to do the right thing.
Hey, Charlie, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about square footage pricing, and when we're talking about this project that may be a 2-year period, and let's say we're working on whatever number, let's say 275 a square foot. At the end of the first year, when more of the construction starts, is it conceivable that the square footage could go down or go up? And where does that tie the county? Am I asking that properly? In other words, if the square footage potentially goes down, whatever the number is that then reviewed and
I know what you're asking.
reworked into the equation of what the total cost is going to be?
Yes, because what we'll do is a value engineering, today's cost versus once we start construction. The thing that you do is you hold the contractor to his pricing. That's why he orders all his materials, everything that he needs, which we should have done for the water project, or let me rephrase that. The contractor should have done for the water project, but unfortunately, a couple of them didn't. That's one of the checks and balances. We do an engineering, or what they call value engineering review, and if the cost per square foot is less, then we get a credit. In other words, if they bid it at 5 million and it comes in at 4.72, we get a credit.
Cool.
That comes back to us.
Cool, thanks for answering that. I wasn't sure exactly how that worked.
Oh, yes. And we did the same thing for the water project. USDA required us to do a reconciliation. We got 100 and something thousand back for phase 1B, 65,000 back on phase 2. I want to say 50 something on phase 3A. So yeah, we always do reconciliation.
Cool. Thank you, Charlie.
You're welcome.
That's why we hired you.
Thanks very much. All right.
Next try.
Betty? Have you got the energy to
Okay.
roll?
I do. I'm ready to go. No, that's good.
No, sir, just to confirm, the consensus was to send it to public hearing, and I'm not hearing any objection, so no, sir, we're good.
Citizen appointments?
Okay, citizen and appointments. The only one that you have, we have 2 positions on the airport committee that the terms have expired. They ran out last month. Position held by Robert Roberts and Ed Fisher. And we have 3 candidates that would like to fit into those 2 positions. So Robert Roberts has asked to be reappointed, and then we have Chip Holt and Eric Deagle, who also would like to be appointed to a position.
Could I ask the attorney a question?
Sure.
Are we in any legal quicksand of approving any of these gentlemen based on other considerations that's going on with any particular one of them with the county?
That's a good question that we may want to take under consideration. I wouldn't be prepared to speak to that fully at this exact moment.
Okay. I'm wise like that too. Rather than say something that might get me in trouble later, I might want to think about it a while. Well, if that's the case, would we potentially fill one position and wait on
Sure, you could.
the other one?
You could do that tonight if you wanted. You could replace Mr. Fisher and then wait on the other one, or you could delay your decision. Yes, sir, we can cut this cake multiple ways.
Okay, well then I'm going to thank you for all of that, but I'm going to voice my next question to our airport committee representative. Right, sorry, you're the county help for the airport.
Yeah, I'm nothing on it.
Okay, what you got to say, Reggie?
I want to fill one position and leave the other one open until Heather can give us more information.
Wonderful. I think that's great. All right. Okay.
Is there?
You got a recommendation for that position? Oh,
It's not on, Reggie.
Somebody else got to turn
You're
off.
late.
I'm gonna turn mine off.
Somebody, there you go. I recommend Holt to take Fisher place on the airport committee board.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Williams, second by Mr. Jesse. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries.
You seconded?
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of Jean Holt, I'd like to express her eternal gratitude for giving Chip something to get him out of the house.
All right. Betty, have
Okay.
you got Miller's service permit?
Yes, Miller's Service has asked for a refund of the $40.80 that they paid for a plumbing permit in Deltaville that was taken over by another company. So there was they never did any of the work. And so
All right.
Just
Would
ask for that
anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion for the refund for Miller Company.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Williams.
That'll work.
Any discussion? Roll call,
you
please.
changed that? Reggie seconded that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion carries. Okay. the
Next.
Permit fee requests.
Yeah. Next, we have two permit fee requests. The first is a request to waive the fees for the HRSD sewer permit projects. That includes a building permit and a land disturbing permit for the total of $410.80. And the second is a waiver of fees for Oscar Barber's subdivision permit. That was to transfer that portion of property that he owned over to the county for $165.
Betty, quick question. The waiver for HRSD, is that typically what's done on,
For HRSD?
for HRSD?
I believe for the sewer project that they ran, the piping that they ran in the road, I believe the county did waive those fees.
And one of the reasons the county may want to consider waiving this one is they're just going to add it to the bill we got to pay them because they're building a lift
On our
station on our
behalf.
behalf.
Okay.
This is for the Cook's Corner project?
I'll entertain a motion for both permit fee requests unless somebody wants to break them out.
No, I just make a motion that we approve the both.
Motion by Mr. Jesse. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Williams. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Anne Marie, you're up with VIPSA.
Yes, thank you. Every 10 years, we need to renew our annual operating agreement between the county and VIPSA. County staff recommends that the board approve the renewal of this contract. That's all. I wasn't going any further. Did you want more on than that?
No, so, Heather, you've obviously had an opportunity to go through this agreement. Do you have any comments?
I reviewed it when I received the packet. I believe this is the agreement that the other localities use as well. So I don't think there's a lot of room for wiggling or renegotiation, but I didn't see anything in reviewing it. I didn't see anything that alarmed me so I would say it's.
Right, it's exactly the same as the current agreement, except for it's the 10-year renewal. So there's, if you go to page, board packet 136, it basically says it's the current agreement full in effect, just 10 more years.
But I did not see anything that, I did briefly touch base with Anne Marie about it, and just, there's a provision in here that says that basically you're subject to appropriation. So that was what I was mainly looking for, and we're good to go, I think, from a legal standpoint.
Right, right.
Is that normal, 10-year renewal for that agreement?
Yes.
Cool. I make a motion that we approve the VPSA agreement contract as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Williams. Just a comment here. I reached out August 23rd to David Magnan at VIPSA regarding the complaints that I've received on frequency of service for convenience centers. Often the recycling containers are overflowing, and I asked how VIPSA can better monitor loadings and better manage pickup frequency. I got an extensive reply, and it was headed with the paragraph that says, the short answer is we will work to do better. We know it's frustrating when you want to do the right thing only to have a container that's full. Additionally, with permission, we'll do some cross-training, perhaps have some of our staff work with your staff to see how we address or minimize similar issues, or have your staff work with ours at our sites. So I think we need to stay on them to maximize the use of the square feet that we do allocate to those convenience centers. And I don't see a reason not to renew the permit. Any further discussion?
Yes, I had gotten a picture that was sent to me by the Hartfield location that there was where you come in and dump your excess oil or transmission fluid, et cetera, et cetera. And the picture that was provided to me showed that it needed to be.
Do you have the after cleanup one or the before cleanup?
I have the before cleanup. Is there an after cleanup?
Oh, yeah, all of that's been updated, all that's been cleaned up. That's
Okay.
number one, all of those 3 sites have had the oil area cleaned up because they were not in good shape. In addition, VIPSA is working with all the counties, with all their agencies to start putting covers over them. So it's going to be a longer-term process. We were going to do it ourselves, but VIPSA said, no, we will take it on to start putting these, they're basically lean-tos over to protect those. In addition, I think I just ordered signs for all 3 sites to clarify that it's motor oil. I'm looking over.
Antifreeze.
Motor oil and antifreeze only, because apparently people have been putting gasoline and, people
Cooking
just,
oil.
and cooking oil and anything else they choose to put in there. We're trying to make it clear. When we were kind of like when we were talking about litter earlier, litter begets litter. Same thing with the mess there. People see a mess there, they think it's okay to make a mess there. So we've definitely, since you saw that one picture, there's
Yeah,
been
well-
an improvement at all 3 sites with that.
Wonderful, yeah, it was just oil on the ground, and that's not a good look. You know, if it's in a container, that's one thing, but it looked like somebody had either knocked something over or spilled it or whatever,
But do
so.
let me know as soon as you do, because we've got a little reaction that we try to take care of immediately when there's something like that going on.
Well, good, great, thank you, I'll sleep better tonight.
Sometime tonight.
We haven't had a roll call yet.
All right. So we had a motion and it was duly seconded. Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Thank you. Anne Marie, you're up with the landfill.
I really don't have this. I simply asked, I asked for Resource International to provide us with an update for their exit plan for this. This is just to put it in the record. Most of the words, I'm sorry, I don't fully understand yet, but it is to indicate that there is a exit strategy for getting this landfill fully closed. So it's to put it in our record, so we've got it.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could sneak part of my report in under that one, we are working with Resource International to work out from under a notice of violation that we got from DEQ. Anne Marie and I met with Resource International staff and DEQ staff on a conference call this week regarding that. It may be timely to have Resource come and brief the board again. We're thinking October or November, depending on the length of the meetings. If we have a shorter meeting, we'll have them come
8
in.
hours, then-
Yeah.
The key to that, though, is we've had 2 successful readings. I think that
exactly.
when we get that third for successful monthly reading, we'll start going to quarterly readings. So I think that's what you're waiting for, is let's wait and get that third successful monthly
And
reading.
then have them come back before
Yeah.
y'all.
Great, thank you.
Man, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say we'll never get out of those readings.
The what?
We'll never get out of those readings. That's all I have to say.
Okay, the codification project is a report only on
Sort
page
of.
139?
Sort of. I wanted the other one to be report only, because I would like to at least update you all, so everybody is aware of this particular project. When I first came here a year ago, Heather and I began working on getting the county codes put into a code of ordinances. This will be a single document of all of your codes in a standard format. It is not changing any of your codes that were in existence, but it is making them so that in the future, somebody can look at our codes and they will be written just like every other county code. For example, when they were talking about the litter ordinance, that will be, when you want to find another county's litter ordinance, if our county's is chapter 37, chances are it's going to be chapter 37 for many other counties because of how they establish their codification numbering. It's a great program, and it'll be online. It'll be easily accessible. Instead of trying to alphabetize, like our current codes are just randomly alphabetized on our website, it'll be a numerical, makes sense type of project. But I'm looking at Heather because it is taking Heather and I, and we have about 381 pages of reading to do to get this to the next step, and we expect it done by year end.
So
Say that again.
I got the impression
Oh, and I
that
meant to say this is-
Unicode was actually going to be doing the work to do this, and what you just said was that you are doing.
They did do the hard work. They did the heavy lifting.
As part of the process, we have to review it, and they've sent us a proof, essentially. Yes.
They organized this in a way that my mind never could have, gathering up these bits and pieces and making it into something, what I've read so far really is good. And as Betty was indicating, this was paid for by CARES Act. So, because it's making something digital, electronically available, so people don't have to come into the county buildings to do their research.
But it's just a time-consuming process because they've spent a lot of time and effort on the proof, and so Anne Marie and I are trying to review it from 2 different perspectives and give our comments, and then we'll get another proof, and then here shortly, you guys will be, you'll get a presentation on it too, and we'll share the fun.
But it is important to note that I want you to know, when you get this document, that's not your time to say, oh, really, this says this, and this. That is not the time for editing.
Right.
We need the document completed and then direct staff to start the editing. You know, for example, let's say, go back to you don't like the litter ordinance. It's not the time when we're approving the ordinance to edit it. It will be after that you'll send us back and say, we don't like the dog control, animal control ordinance, or whatever. So I think you're all going to like the way it's going to change your way of looking at things.
Good. Another surprise project, it sounds like. All right. Thank you. Administrator updates.
I'm going to bump a lot of this to next month, but a couple of things I did want to bring up tonight. We received the land deed for the 6 acres at the airport from Oscar Barber and his attorney, Jimmy Ward. We have forwarded that land deed to Mark Flynn, who is working on the airport-related issues for review. I anticipate he's not going to have a whole lot of concern with it, and we'll have that back for the board for purchase in October, God willing, if Mark can review it by then. Also, update the airport. I'm going to save the airport till next month. The airport's back up, open during daylight operation. Please talk fast. I'll defer to Miss Betty.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up some pictures. If you haven't been out there, a number of
As you
us have.
know, Delaware Corporation did as much work on his own property as he could to prepare for paving and closing of the runway, of the previous runway. We actually closed the runway on August the 8th, and we were able to reopen it. The new runway reopened on September the 8th. 1 month. So the new runway at Hummel Field is now licensed at 50 feet wide by 3,220 feet long. It's for day operations only at this time. As part of the runway project, Delaware Corporation had purchased wiring to replace the wiring on the existing lights, but a hold was placed on that because the Department of Aviation asked that a comparison be done between the cost of replacing and operating incandescent lights versus LEDs. This may require the county to purchase those new materials for Delaware to install. Delaware Corporation is coordinating with John McCalman of Parrish and Partners, the county's engineering firm, and with the Department of Aviation to make sure that whatever lights are chosen, that they meet all the certification and funding ability from the Department of Aviation. So, more on that maybe in October,
Yep. October and November.
maybe November. Yep.
So it will be daytime only?
Daytime
For the
only.
foreseeable future?
Yes, until we can get the lights replaced. Yes.
We also entertained a visit by a potential offerer of a fuel farm renovation. Gentleman, the airport committee met up at the aviation conference, has come in and is looking at the fuel farm to give us a proposal on perhaps replacing that, with an understanding that he would be leasing those facilities. And had some preliminary discussions with Delaware Corporation as a whole of potentially leasing the airport as a whole, and then operating that on the county's behalf. So there'll be more on that front later. Segueing back a little bit to the Sheriff's Office discussion, part of our conversation with Tara Delaney with the USDA was regarding interest rates. The federal rate that we're likely to receive if we pursue USDA funding after October 1st, which it would be, is 3.5%, 40 years. So it's went up quite a little bit since the Water Authority's project. We were very successful in receiving that rate, but you've heard that before. Currently, we think the private market's going to bear out at about 5.5 or 6% if we're lucky. So that's a couple percentage points cheaper that may make it worthwhile. And going to defer some of that discussion until after y'all have a chance to hear what the schools have to say regarding the high school project. Because if we have two projects to fund, it may make going through the USDA a little bit more attractive due to the term and the interest rates. Sewer update, real quick. Y'all are expecting to receive a little bit of more of a robust update, meaning you were going to get one. That has been pushed back to October. We're working with Ken Turner to come up with a more accurate estimate on our easement costs. To that end, Charlie and I have taken a couple trips down to Deltaville with Ken and actually driven the site. We've instructed Ken to, as a first option, have the low-pressure force mains installed on right-of-way. As a second backup option, have them installed under the pavement itself. And only as a third and last option, consider easements from private property owners. And that's a cost-saving measure on top of a lot of frustration in going through potential condemnation issues with private property owners. And like I said, some of this stuff can wait until next month. I do think it's worth mentioning that I am passing the torch pretty much completely to Jim Nagy by the end of September. I'm always going to be right across the hall from him if the Water Authority has any questions, comments, or concerns. But as far as my role with Authority, it pretty much ends after September 30th. So I will be more focused on county projects and only there to support the Water Authority as needed. I am working on a building permit, our building permit reassessment program that we currently have established with Wampler, that we established after the the previous reassessment program has expired. I'm renegotiating that parallel to Dave's fee structure update. We'll have more to report on that in October. In fact, I may ask Steve Wampler to come in and explain what that program is. What this does is it has our tax assessors go out, and after a building permit receives certificate of occupancy, they'll go out and do a reassessment of the property after those building improvements come into being, so the taxes can be updated on that property. And that's a fee that is passed on to any building permit seeker, building permittee or whatever. It's something we've been doing for the last, I think, 4 years, to great effect, and it's helped keep our assessments more stabilized and recognize new construction earlier. And the rest of this can wait. Y'all have received comments or solicitation from VACO about the annual conference being held in Richmond. Highly encourage you all to get notice to Anne Marie, Betty, or myself if you plan on going. We are allotted 3 rooms, and if we have more people who want to go, we have to go on a waiting list or procure rooms at a suitable source nearby. Luckily for us, it being at the convention center, there's plenty of hotels nearby that are just as good as the Omni or whatnot. And last thing for today, we have access to 5 high school interns that will begin working with us in various departments or other. You may recall a few years back, we hosted an intern with Michelle Brown in tourism. Worked out really well. We have access to up to 5 this year, and we're working with them to find roles and meaningful job experiences for them. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have more, but it can wait till next month.
Okay, just a comment on the assessments. I read in a newspaper this week that the city of Richmond, which reassesses its properties every year, their average assessment was up 13% in 1 year.
Yep. Not surprising. Not
5 years, 1 year. It's pretty amazing.
I got a couple questions for Matt real quick. Hey, Matt, do we own the bus shop?
Yeah, that's county property.
Okay, the roof is leaking and the windows need to be replaced.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
I think there's a lease with the school, so I have to look
It's
through it.
leased to the school, that's our building. So that's the bus shop. The windows.
I don't know if we've ever done any maintenance
You
to it.
probably
have
have
we?
never done anything to it.
Who
To
does
see-
the
see-
maintenance?
Yes,
That may
okay.
be why the windows are leaking and
And,
the roof's
and,
leaking.
and also, I think we should check that metal building out and clean it out with something on the inside right by the bus shop. Whatever in there, been there for a while, we don't know what we got. The building is solid on the outside, it used to be classrooms
Cafeteria.
and a cafeteria.
Yep.
So
We were
should
in there
look
just
at
the
it.
other day, Reggie, and we know what's in several parts of it. And I think Habitat for Humanity uses a portion, and Hands Across Middlesex used to use a portion. But you're right. Yeah. Emergency services stuff. Also, a lot of the fencing for the Oyster Festival is stored in there. So it's kind of got, a lot of different organizations around the county have dibs on some of that space. Yeah, yeah. So we can't just take everything out and get rid of it without significant ripples in the community, without letting people know what we're doing.
Well, I think you should let them know, at the same time, it might be better use for the county itself. That's what I'm looking at myself. That's what I'm thinking about. We also got a storage in the land we bought down there because talking to Karen this weekend, she was wondering where they could put tables and chairs. So we got a two-car garage on the land we bought right down there. I guess they all empty. On the Latimer place that we just bought. And she was looking for storage to put tables and chairs and stuff in. So,
We may have room in the Quonset hut for that, though. I mean, there's still a lot of room in that metal building.
Right.
We just need to rearrange some things. But you're not wrong, there's some stuff in there that probably needs to go.
Okay.
I'll work with Karen.
Yep.
Any other unfinished business? Oh, I'm sorry, the county attorney update. Nope. All right, any other unfinished business?
Does somebody have a project of looking into this
Airbnb?
thank you.
Yes, sir. That is something Dave Kretz and yes, sir.
I
That is
thought
something-
I heard that y'all were gonna be,
We're going to look at the surrounding jurisdictions. We'll also look at the town of Urbana. That's my understanding. The Mullers are suggesting that that's a well-written one that has regulations that they
Okay.
think. So yes, sir. Short
Okay.
answer is we are going to review that, and I suspect I'll be sending you some legal correspondence on that.
wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, the planning office acted as soon as Hal brought that up in his first presentation and took it to planning, and it didn't get resolved in an effective manner. So it's still being worked.
I thought he also said there were 90-some places that won't be reported as B&Bs. Did he say that? That we didn't know nothing about?
I heard that there were 90 places counted. I didn't hear that we know how many have B poles and no.
Right, I thought he said that we
I think
didn't
there
know
was
nothing
some,
about it.
I believe Mr. Muller, and he's not here to speak for himself, so I want to speak carefully. I believe there was a question raised in his public comment about the taxation, maybe like a business license, and that's what Dave Kretz and I were trying to communicate, is that we know the Commissioner of Revenue, May Burke, she is Burke now, sorry. I think her last name's changed, my apology. The Commissioner of the Revenue, and Mark Longus, who's our codes enforcement, they regularly go over that list. So we are watching that. I spoke to Mr. Longus this week. Out of May's list, there was 5 that we didn't have a zoning approval for, and he was following up on. That doesn't mean there aren't more on the list, but
It's easy to find because they're on the web advertising.
so I would like to say, I think that's a real positive movement, the collaboration that I'm observing between the two offices, because they're coming at it from 2 very different angles. And they're really working well together and catching things together. So I think if you had some confusion about some taxation, and we'll look into that as well, but I do know the 2 arms are working together right
Right, I
now.
was, also leading to that, some was randomized as B&Bs that they won't put it on the website. And that's the impression that I got from some of what he was saying. It was used them as B&Bs, and you don't pick them up on the website. Once you get your name out, you got a place and so and so, boom, boom, you can get out everything you want because you're hiding it. I thought that's what he was, part of the statute.
So if that's the case, then, obviously, we rely on our citizens. If someone was to make a complaint, I mean,
And you have some.
I was going to say, I mean, if they're zoned appropriately for it and they already have the zoning approval, or if it's by right, it could be difficult for us to catch that because they wouldn't come through zoning, and the Mays office isn't going to see it on a website. So, that's one of those things where like if a citizen observes it and then let us know. Yeah, somebody's supposed to be paying a tax and a license and they don't have it. Anyway. But yes, sir, good food for thought.
All right,
Some would say food.
thank you. Matters presented by the board, Mr. Jesse?
I do have one thing. I was laid up for as everybody know, 18 days in the hospital. But yesterday I did go to the Virginia Recreational Fishing Advisory Board, which is in Fort Monroe. We meet 4 times a year. It's a Virginia Marine Resource Commission. And, there's a lot of state funds for recreation for children, fishing and different things like that. And, I go down there every year and it's just, Kiwanis and different things like that, but I never see nothing from Middlesex. And I was just showing you, give you an example of a shirt that they've been doing for like 25 years. And it's a group, what is this anyway? And it's for children, and then, you also have sponsors. And it'd be good if, someone, from Middlesex County would be involved in something like this, because there's funding for educational for children to go out fishing. I know we don't have a lot of long piers, but they educate them on fishing and catching different type of fish. And it's a lot of funds that are available, but it all goes down in Norfolk and Eastern Shores. But, and every time I go down there, I see nothing from here locally. And I think it would be good if we could have some clinics, because they've been doing this for a long time, 25 years. And you got people that have been doing it for a long time. But I think it would be good, for education for some children here. And the Kiwanis could pick it up, Boy Scouts, and, different organizations. And I think it would be good if somebody would pick it up. And if they need some information, I can give them any information to get the specifics on, what you need to do, because there's funds there and they're available. And they come from the state every year.
And
then we're on the water. We're on the water, but most of the
you-
money goes down to Norfolk,
You're
Portsmouth,
exactly
Hampton,
right.
and all those
Exactly right.
areas, Portsmouth. But we don't get any of it.
Yeah, Tom Swartzwelder and I, about 3 years ago, approached Kiwanis and Rotary and several other outfits to try to start competing effectively with Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads to get some of that money here. And I think they did something one year, but then the volunteers kind of fizzled. It may be something that we want to consider Parks and Rec maybe partnering with the YMCA on.
They could do
and
something
picking
like
up
that,
on
yeah.
that.
And you can have someone that has a boat that, can carry them out and fishing, but, they supply all the fishing reels and stuff like that. And that's what they do down there, and they just store them, and different groups can use them. And you can catch fish like that. And I would just like to thank everybody for the phone calls and, and visits when I was sick, and I very much appreciated.
Well, we're glad you're back with us. Yeah.
I didn't know you could visit.
Yeah, I had some visitors.
Don, anything?
I'm good.
Ready?
The only thing I'm gonna say about it is the recreation and the undercurrent that she was here at Grossman tonight. And they had a program at the gym Saturday, and they had about 40 different senior citizens that came out to play games, bingo, and we played bingo, card games and stuff like this. It was about 40, it was at least 40 or more came out. And this is a community-wide thing that they are doing through recreation. And they wanted to also to take them through the Heritage Trail for the ones who couldn't walk. And they need some type of way to get through the trails. And also they asked me, what could you come up with? And I just suggested that I had to come to the board, because I talked to Anne Marie about it, and she told me to come to the board. And what it would come to the board would be, it'd be a golf cart under your recreation supervision. And then you would take the ones who can't walk. And it'd be undercurrent, so it wouldn't be like you putting a rubber-based tire running through there. And me and my wife walk through it about 3-4 times a week. And you gotta use it. If you don't use it, you're gonna lose it. So they think it'd be a good idea, and I think it'd be a good idea because it looks good. And your rubber-based cars, rubber-based tires would be golf carts. It won't be no, AVD or ADV, whatever you call them. ATVs. It just would be a way that they can go around. I'm talking about elderly. I'm not talking about young, and I'm not talking about taking your scooters and stuff like that through. It's about a little better than a half a mile. You go through there. So I said I'll mention it to the board and see what they think about it. That's all I got. So I would like to get some response tonight on that.
This would be owned and managed by Parks and Rec?
Yes, when they like to give once a month, right now they meet once a month. They'll meet at the building and they, call, eating, socializing, playing games, 55 and older. So they come to and some of them want to go see the Urges Trail. Then if we got a way so they can, the ones who can't walk. It's not going to walk down. I would say that you have a rubber base, which would be a golf course. It'll be underneath current supervision anyway, so it'll have to get approved. So we're not opening the doors to anybody that won't do that. It's not doing that.
So I'm not clear whether it would only be once a month that it was needed?
It would be once a month that it would be used for recreation with permission. So when you get the seniors there that want to go, then them the ones that'll go. It's not like you might do more later on or something like that. I don't know. I just talking about one particular, when they meet once a month, if you get your pass, you'll go down and take the golf cart and go down there and ride on. You come on back there, see it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know about the golf carts down in there. Because you got the mulch and all that other stuff and leave. My idea would be those 3 things with the wheels that you see on the beach, and somebody could kind of guide somebody around with the wheels on it and guide the people that can't walk. Because I don't know how that's going to do with going over your bridges and stuff like that. Just my opinion. And then you're going around crib. But I know they got those, you push it, you got the rubber wheels on it that you see. And but we just for ideas. And it may be a bad idea, but I know those ones you can push somebody with the rubber wheels. Anytime you can do it on sand, you can do it on that mulch. And you're not driving a vehicle, not unless you can have a small scooter or something with rubber wheels on it. Because the golf carts can be, they're different things.
Yeah, well, and I've walked that. There's a couple spots there because of the grade. I'm not sure that you would be able to get more likely what you're talking about than a motorized thing, but maybe that's something we look at and walk it and think about it.
Look at it.
Well, that's pretty good. Right now, it don't have any mulch in place because the mulch hasn't got washed out the way, but not using like we should. It's getting there. So I'm pretty sure that if you walk within the last 2 or 3 weeks or maybe the month, then you can make a good suggestion. But if you don't walk it, you're not going to know it.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that, I'm not saying a golf cart would do it, but some type of 4-wheel thing that you can control the speed on can do it. But I do encourage whoever it is to walk it and make a decision so they can get somebody that's down there. So that's all I'm saying. And I know we can get down there because I don't walk it so much. And like I said, I don't walk at least 4 or 5 times a week for over 2 months ever since they opened it up. So I know that a golf cart, I ain't say a golf cart will work, but I think that's an avenue to start because if it don't, you turn around and come back out there. And right now, it could use a little work anyway. Probably need to break or drag it or whatever you need to do. We need to send somebody down in there. I think somebody came, didn't it? Anne Marie, somebody been down there.
To maintain it, we've not had
Yeah.
anybody, we've not paid anybody for maintaining it.
Well, I ain't talking about paying nobody now.
No, there was nobody been paid to maintain it. Although one of the naturalists groups has been walking the trail quite a bit too, because they're going to put up labels around the trees.
Okay. We'll see where we go.
I know I walked it last week, me and my wife, and I said what I'm going to do is get my blower and just lightly blow the leaves, because leaves are everywhere. And I would like to just, I may get a chance if I get a chance, because we walked it last week, but I lightly blow the leaves out the way so you can actually see where you're going, because right now, it's leaves everywhere. But if you kind of light, and I'm saying lightly blow now, I ain't saying blowing where you're blowing the bark out the way, but you can lightly blow it, and the distance that you can blow it, it just kind of moves some of the leaves out the way, because it's a lot of leaves in there, and they're still gonna build up.
There's going to be some areas that we're going to need to put mulch down every year.
Oh, yeah,
Every winter. It's just, yeah.
So I don't feel like we've got a concrete proposal in front of us. All right.
I suggest for safety issue that we not put a golf cart and we put people who are incapable of walking. I don't think it's a good idea to put people who are incapable of walking and a golf cart on that trail. It's really, I'm very concerned about it from a safety perspective. So aside from protecting the trail, which of course is important, I can just see a problem with people who cannot walk their way out. I don't know how to get them
You
out,
think the golf cart might get stuck or something?
possibly, or tip. And how are you going to get somebody out?
Is Karen going to be driving these people, or are we'd have to go through an application process and a verification of driver's licenses? And then I'm not sure about preventing others from having access to it.
Yeah.
It's just questions. If Karen's the one, if you sign up with Karen and Karen drives you, that would be one avenue to have a control mechanism. But these are good ideas for us to vet, and we can consider and come back, maybe flush it out some more, but.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, and it's something we gave more than a passing reference to when we made a portion of that trail handicap accessible. It's a very small portion up around the area. When we install those
Right.
kiosks, they're going to be in an area that, at least a good many of them should be in an area that's accessible, and some won't be, of course. I realize that, but we got to maintain a balance. So you put the cookies on the shelf where people can reach them, so to speak. That was some of the original idea, that at least there'll be an aspect of that trail that's handicapped accessible. Not the trail itself, but the parking area, the picnic area, things of that.
Right.
Okay. That concludes matters presented by the board. We are, I'll tell you what I'm planning for the closed session at this point. I have material to hand out, which I'm going to.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt? I'm going to. The last thing on the agenda besides the closed session is another public comment, and while I recognize there's no public here,
thank you.
you may wish to go ahead and have
Thank
that.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll open the meeting for public comment. Anyone wish to address the board?
I've not received
I'll
any
close-
submissions.
Close the public comment period.
I couldn't get my crickets up fast enough, Floyd.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
So what I'm planning, just in terms of management of the closed session, is I believe 15 to 20 minutes is all we're going to take, because I'm going to hand out material, I'm going to explain the material, and I'm going to give everybody a homework assignment. We're going to have to work on it.
And meet again in October.
Yes.
Can we get our food?
Where is dinner downstairs?
Yeah.
I was just, how about if we,
Can we eat now?
how about
Yeah.
if we convene in closed session, we can do that while we discuss on food?
Yeah, is all the food downstairs?
Yes.
So shall the four of us go down into the conference room? Or can we just grab our food and come back here?
We'll go down to the conference room if you want us to, so we can eat.
I was gonna say, I think it would be appropriate for all of us to go down, it's fine, or we can bring it back up, I don't know how easy it is, but how about if we go ahead and, move into closed session and we could walk down one, if that's okay?
Okay.
Mike, my apologies. Mr. Chairman, we need a motion, I apologize, it's late. We need a motion from the board to convene in a closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. This is for the specific discussion of personnel matters relating to the county administrator and the county attorney.
I so move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.